The Brown Bear of Norway by Andrew Lang. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading by Matt Perard. The Brown Bear of Norway by Andrew Lang. There was once a king in Ireland, and he had 3 daughters, and very nice princesses they were. And one day, when they and their father were walking on the lawn, the king began to joke with them, and to ask them whom they would like to be married to. "I'll have the King of Ulster for a husband," says one, "and I'll have the King of Munster," says another, "and," says the youngest, "I'll have no husband but the Brown Bear of Norway." For a nurse of hers used to be telling her of an enchanted prince that she called by that name, and she fell in love with him, and his name was the first name on her tongue, for the very night before she was dreaming of him. Well, one laughed, and another laughed, and they joked with the princess all the rest of the evening. But that very night she woke up out of her sleep in a great hall that was lighted up with 1,000 lamps. The richest carpets were on the floor, and the walls were covered with cloth of gold and silver. And the place was full of grand company, and the very beautiful prince she saw in her dreams was there, and it wasn't a moment till he was on one knee before her, and telling her how much he loved her, and asking her wouldn't she be his queen. Well, she hadn't the heart to refuse him, and married they were in the same evening. "Now, my darling," says he, when they were left by themselves, "you must know that I am under enchantment. A sorceress, that had a beautiful daughter, wished me for her son-in-law, but the mother got power over me, and when I refused to wed her daughter, she made me take the form of a bear by day, and I was to continue so till a lady would marry me of her own free will, and endure 5 years of great trials after. Well, when the princess woke in the morning, she missed her husband from her side, and spent the day very sadly. But as soon as the lamps were lighted in the grand hall, where she was sitting on a sofa covered with silk, the folding doors flew open, and he was sitting by her side the next minute. So they spent another happy evening, but he warned her that whenever she began to tire of him, or cease to have faith in him, they would be parted forever, and he'd be obliged to marry the witch's daughter. She got used to find him absent by day, and they spent a happy 12-month together, and at last a beautiful little boy was born, and happy as she was before, she was twice as happy now, for she had her child to keep her company in the day when she couldn't see her husband. At last, one evening, when herself and himself and her child were sitting with the window open, because it was a sultry night, in flew an eagle, took the infant's sash in his beak, and flew up in the air with him. She screamed, and was going to throw herself out through the window after him, but the prince caught her, and looked at her very seriously. She bethought of what he said soon after their marriage, and she stopped the cries and complaints that were on her tongue. She spent her days very lonely for another 12-month, when a beautiful little girl was sent to her. Then she thought to herself she'd have a sharp eye about her this time, so she never would allow a window to be more than a few inches open. But all her care was in vain. Another evening, when they were all so happy, and the prince dandling the baby, a beautiful greyhound stood before them, took the child out of the father's hand, and was out of the door before you could wink. This time she shouted and ran out of the room, but there were some of the servants in the next room, and all declared that neither child nor dog passed out. She felt, somehow, as if it was her husband's fault, but still she kept command over herself, and didn't once reproach him. When the 3rd child was born, she would hardly allow a window or a door to be left open for a moment, but she wasn't the nearer to keep the child to herself. They were sitting one evening by the fire when a lady appeared standing by them. The princess opened her eyes in a great fright and stared at her, and while she was doing so, the lady wrapped a shawl round the baby that was sitting in its father's lap, and either sank through the ground with it, or went up through the wide chimney. This time the mother kept her bed for a month. "My dear," said she to her husband, when she was beginning to recover, "I think I'd feel better if I was to see my father and mother and sisters once more. If you give me leave to go home for a few days, I'd be glad." "Very well," said he, "I will do that, and whenever you feel inclined to return, only mention your wish when you lie down at night." The next morning, when she awoke, she found herself in her own old chamber in her father's palace. She rang the bell, and in a short time she had her mother and father and married sisters about her, and they laughed till they cried for joy at finding her safe back again. In time she told them all that happened to her, and they didn't know what to advise her to do. She was as fond of her husband as ever, and said she was sure that he couldn't help letting the children go, but still she was afraid beyond the world to have another child torn from her. Well, the mother and sisters consulted a wise woman that used to bring eggs to the castle, for they had great faith in her wisdom. She said the only plan was to secure the bear's skin that the prince was obliged to put on every morning, and get it burned, and then he couldn't help being a man night and day, and the enchantment would be at an end. So they all persuaded her to do that, and she promised she would, and after 8 days she felt so great a longing to see her husband again, that she made the wish the same night, and when she woke 3 hours after, she was in her husband's palace, and he himself was watching over her. There was great joy on both sides, and they were happy for many days. Now she began to think how she never minded her husband leaving her in the morning, and how she never found him neglecting to give her a sweet drink out of a gold cup just as she was going to bed. One night she contrived not to drink any of it, though she pretended to do so, and she was wakeful enough in the morning, and saw her husband passing out through a panel in the wainscot, though she kept her eyelids nearly closed. The next night she got a few drops of the sleepy posset that she saved the evening before, put into her husband's night drink, and that made him sleep sound enough. She got up after midnight, passed through the panel, and found a beautiful brown bear's hide hanging in the corner. Then she stole back, and went down to the parlor fire, and put the hide into the middle of it till it was all fine ashes. She then lay down by her husband, gave him a kiss on the cheek, and fell asleep. If she was to live 100 years, she'd never forget how she wakened next morning, and found her husband looking down on her with misery and anger in his face. "Unhappy woman," said he, "you have separated us for ever. Why hadn't you patience for 5 years? I am now obliged, whether I like or no, to go a 3 days' journey to the witch's castle and marry her daughter. The skin that was my guard, you have burned it, and the egg wife that gave you the counsel was the witch herself. I won't reproach you. Your punishment will be severe enough without it. Farewell forever." He kissed her for the last time, and was off the next minute, walking as fast as he could. She shouted after him, and then seeing there was no use, she dressed herself and pursued him. He never stopped, nor stayed, nor looked back, and still she kept him in sight, and when he was on the hill, she was in the hollow, and when he was in the hollow, she was on the hill. Her life was almost leaving her, when, just as the sun was setting, he turned up a lane, and went into a little house. She crawled up after him, and when she got inside there was a beautiful little boy on his knees, and he kissing and hugging him. "Here, my poor darling," says he, "is your eldest child, and there," says he, pointing to a woman that was looking on with a smile on her face, "is the eagle that carried him away." She forgot all her sorrows in a moment, hugging her child and laughing and crying over him. The woman washed their feet, and rubbed them with an ointment that took all the soreness out of their bones, and made them as fresh as a daisy. Next morning, just before sunrise, he was up, and prepared to be off. "Here," said he to her, "is a thing which may be of use to you. It's a scissors, and whatever stuff you cut with it will be turned into silk. The moment the sun rises, I'll lose all memory of yourself and the children, but I'll get it at sunset again. Farewell." But he wasn't far gone till she was in sight of him again, leaving her boy behind. It was the same today as yesterday. Their shadows went before them in the morning, and followed them in the evening. He never stopped, and she never stopped, and as the sun was setting he turned up another lane, and there they found their little daughter. It was all joy and comfort again till morning, and then the third day's journey commenced. But before he started he gave her a comb, and told her that whenever she used it, pearls and diamonds would fall from her hair. Still, he had his memory from sunset to sunrise, but from sunrise to sunset he traveled on under the charm, and never threw his eye behind. This night they came to where the youngest baby was, and the next morning, just before sunrise, the Prince spoke to her for the last time. "Here, my poor wife," said he, "is a little hand reel with gold thread that has no end, and the half of our marriage ring. If you ever get to my house, and put your half ring to mine, I shall recollect you. There is a wood yonder, and the moment I enter it, I will forget everything that ever happened between us, just as if I was born yesterday. Farewell, dear wife and child, forever." Just then the sun rose, and away he walked towards the wood. She saw it open before him, and close after him, and when she came up, she could no more get in than she could break through a stone wall. She wrung her hands and shed tears, but then she recollected herself, and cried out, "Wood, I charge you by my three magic gifts, the scissors, the comb, and the reel, to let me through." And it opened, and she went along a walk till she came in sight of a palace, and a lawn, and a woodman's cottage on the edge of the wood where it came nearest the palace. She went into this lodge, and asked the woodsman and his wife to take her into their service. They were not willing at first, but she told them she would ask no wages, and would give them diamonds and pearls and silk stuffs and gold thread whenever they wished for them, and then they agreed to let her stay. It wasn't long till she heard how a young prince that was just arrived was living in the palace of the young mistress. He seldom stirred abroad, and everyone that saw him remarked how silent and sorrowful he went about, like a person that was searching for some lost thing. The servants and conceited folk at the big house began to take notice of the beautiful young woman at the lodge, and to annoy her with their impudence. The head footman was the most troublesome, and at last she invited him to come and take tea with her. Oh, how rejoiced he was, and how he bragged of it in the servants' hall! Well, the evening came, and the footman walked into the lodge, and was shown to her sitting room. For the lodge-keeper and his wife stood in great awe of her, and gave her two nice rooms for herself. Well, he sat down as stiff as a ramrod, and was talking in a grand style about the great doings at the castle, while she was getting the tea and toast ready. "Oh," says she to him, "would you put your hand out at the window and cut me off a sprig or two of honeysuckle?" He got up in great glee, and put out his hand and head, and said she, "By the virtue of my magic gifts, let a pair of horns spring out of your head and sing to the lodge." Just as she wished, so it was. They sprung from the front of each ear, and met at the back. Oh, the poor wretch! And how he bawled and roared! And the servants that he used to be boasting to were soon flocking from the castle, and grinning, and huzzahing, and beating tunes on tongs and shovels and pans, and he was cursing and swearing, and the eyes ready to start out of his head, and he so black in the face, and kicking out his legs behind like mad. At last she pitied him, and removed the charm, and the horns dropped down on the ground, and he would have killed her on the spot, only he was as weak as water, and his fellow servants came in and carried him up to the big house. Well, some way or other the story came to the ears of the Prince, and he strolled down that way. She had only the dress of a countrywoman on her, as she sat sewing at the window, but that did not hide her beauty, and he was greatly puzzled after he had a good look, just as a body is puzzled to know whether something happened to him when he was young, or if he only dreamed it. Well, the witch's daughter heard about it too, and she came to see the strange girl. And what did she find her doing but cutting out the pattern of a gown from brown paper? And as she cut away, the paper became the richest silk she ever saw. The witch's daughter looked on with greedy eyes, and says she, "What would you be satisfied to take for that scissors?" "I'll take nothing," says she, "but leave to spend one night outside the Prince's chamber." Well, the proud lady fired up, and was going to say something dreadful, but the scissors kept on cutting, and the silk growing richer and richer every inch. So she promised what the girl had asked her. When the night came on, she was let into the palace, and lay down till the Prince was in such a dead sleep that all she did couldn't awake him. She sung this verse to him, sighing and sobbing, and kept singing it the night long, and it was all in vain. 4 long years I was married to thee, 3 sweet babes I bore to thee. Brown Bear of Norway, won't you turn to me?" At the first dawn the proud lady was in the chamber, and led her away, and the footman of the horns put out his tongue at her as she was quitting the palace. So there was no luck so far, but the next day the Prince passed by again and looked at her, and saluted her kindly, as a prince might a farmer's daughter, and passed on. And soon the witch's daughter passed by, and found her combing her hair, and pearls and diamonds dropping from it. Well, another bargain was made, and the Princess spent another night of sorrow, and she left the castle at daybreak, and the footman was at his post and enjoyed his revenge. The third day the Prince went by, and stopped to talk with the strange woman. He asked her could he do anything to serve her, and she said he might. She asked him did he ever wake at night. He said that he often did, but that during the last 2 nights he was listening to a sweet song in his dreams, and could not wake, and that the voice was one that he must have known and loved in some other world long ago. Says she, "Did you drink any sleepy posset either of these evenings before you went to bed?" "I did," said he. "The 2 evenings my wife gave me something to drink, but I don't know whether it was a sleepy posset or not." "Well, Prince," said she, "as you say you would wish to oblige me, you can do it by not tasting any drink to night." "I will not," says he, and then he went on his walk. Well, the great lady came soon after the Prince, and found the stranger using her hand reel and winding thread of gold off it, and the third bargain was made. That evening the Prince was lying on his bed at twilight, and his mind much disturbed, and the door opened, and in his Princess walked, and down she sat by his bedside and sung, 4 long years I was married to thee, 3 sweet babes I bore to thee. Brown Bear of Norway, Won't you turn to me?" "Brown Bear of Norway," said he, "I don't understand you." "Don't you remember, Prince, that I was your wedded wife for 4 years?" "I do not," said he, "but I'm sure I wish it was so." "Don't you remember our 3 babes that are still alive?" "Show me them. My mind is all a heap of confusion." "Look for the half of our marriage ring that hangs at your neck, and fit it to this." He did so, and that same moment the charm was broken, his full memory came back on him, and he flung his arms round his wife's neck, and both burst into tears. Well, there was a great cry outside, and the castle walls were heard splitting and cracking. Everyone in the castle was alarmed, and made their way out. The Prince and Princess went with the rest, and by the time all were safe on the lawn, down came the building, and made the ground tremble for miles round. No one ever saw the witch and her daughter afterwards. It was not long till the Prince and Princess had their children with them, and then they set out for their own palace. The kings of Ireland and of Munster and Ulster, and their wives, soon came to visit them, and may everyone that deserves it be as happy as the Brown Bear of Norway and his family. End of The Brown Bear of Norway, by Andrew Lang.
Beauty and the Beast by Charles Perrault. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Beauty and the Beast by Charles Perrault. Once upon a time, there lived a merchant who was exceedingly rich. He had 6 children, 3 boys and 3 girls, and being a sensible man, he spared no expense upon their education, but engaged tutors of every kind for them. All his daughters were pretty, but the youngest especially was admired by everybody. When she was small, she was known simply as the Little Beauty, and this name stuck to her, causing a great deal of jealousy on the part of her sisters. This youngest girl was not only prettier than her sisters, but very much nicer. The 2 elder girls were very arrogant as a result of their wealth. They pretended to be great ladies, declining to receive the daughters of other merchants, and associating only with people of quality. Every day they went off to balls and theatres, and for walks in the park, with many a gibe at their little sister, who spent much of her time in reading good books. Now these girls were known to be very rich, and in consequence were sought in marriage by many prominent merchants. The 2 eldest said they would never marry unless they could find a duke, or at least a count. But Beauty, this, as I have mentioned, was the name by which the youngest was known, very politely thanked all who proposed marriage to her, and said that she was too young at present, and that she wished to keep her father company for several years yet. Suddenly the merchant lost his fortune, the sole property which remained to him being a small house in the country, a long way from the capital. With tears he broke it to his children that they would have to move to this house, where by working like peasants they might just be able to live. The 2 elder girls replied that they did not wish to leave the town, and that they had several admirers who would be only too happy to marry them, notwithstanding their loss of fortune. But the simple maidens were mistaken. Their admirers would no longer look at them now that they were poor. Everybody disliked them on account of their arrogance, and folks declared that they did not deserve pity. In fact, that it was a good thing their pride had had a fall. A turn at minding sheep would teach them how to play the fine lady. But we are very sorry for Beauty's misfortune, everybody added. She is such a dear girl, and was always so considerate to poor people, so gentle, and with such charming manners. There were even several worthy men who would have married her, despite the fact that she was now penniless. But she told them she could not make up her mind to leave her poor father in his misfortune, and that she intended to go with him to the country to comfort him and help him to work. Poor Beauty had been very grieved at first over the loss of her fortune, but she said to herself, However much I cry, I shall not recover my wealth, so I must try to be happy without it." When they were established in the country, the merchant and his family started working on the land. Beauty used to rise at 4 o'clock in the morning, and was busy all day looking after the house, and preparing dinner for the family. At first she found it very hard, for she was not accustomed to work like a servant, but at the end of a couple of months she grew stronger, and her health was improved by the work. When she had leisure she read, or played the harpsichord, or sang at her spinning wheel. Her two sisters, on the other hand, were bored to death. They did not get up till 10 o'clock in the morning, and they idled about all day. Their only diversion was to bemoan the beautiful clothes they used to wear, and the company they used to keep. "Look at our little sister," they would say to each other. "Her tastes are so low, and her mind so stupid, that she is quite content with this miserable state of affairs." The good merchant did not share the opinion of his two daughters, for he knew that Beauty was more fitted to shine in company than her sisters. He was greatly impressed by the girl's good qualities, and especially by her patience, for her sisters, not content with leaving her all the work of the house, never missed an opportunity of insulting her. They had been living for a year in this seclusion, when the merchant received a letter informing him that a ship on which he had some merchandise had just come safely home. The news nearly turned the heads of the two elder girls, for they thought that at last they would be able to quit their dull life in the country. When they saw their father ready to set out, they begged him to bring them back dresses, furs, caps, and finery of every kind. Beauty asked for nothing, thinking to herself that all the money which the merchandise might yield would not be enough to satisfy her sisters' demands. "You have not asked me for anything," said her father. "As you are so kind to think of me," she replied, "please bring me a rose, for there are none here." Beauty had no real craving for a rose, but she was anxious not to seem to disparage the conduct of her sisters. The latter would have declared that she purposely asked for nothing in order to be different from them. The merchant duly set forth, but when he reached his destination there was a lawsuit over his merchandise, and after much trouble he returned poorer than he had been before. With only 30 miles to go before reaching home, he was already looking forward to the pleasure of seeing his children again, when he found he had to pass through a large wood. Here he lost himself. It was snowing horribly. The wind was so strong that twice he was thrown from his horse, and when night came on he made up his mind he must either die of hunger and cold, or be eaten by the wolves that he could hear howling all about him. Suddenly he saw, at the end of a long avenue of trees, a strong light. It seemed to be some distance away, but he walked towards it, and presently discovered that it came from a large palace which was all lit up. The merchant thanked heaven for sending him this help, and hastened to the castle. To his surprise, however, he found no one about in the courtyards. His horse, which had followed him, saw a large stable open and went in, and on finding hay and oats in readiness, the poor animal, which was dying of hunger, set to with a will. The merchant tied him up in the stable, and approached the house, where he found not a soul. He entered a large room. Here there was a good fire, and a table laden with food, but with a place laid for one only. The rain and snow had soaked him to the skin, so he drew near the fire to dry himself. "I am sure," he remarked to himself, "that the master of this house or his servants will forgive the liberty I am taking. Doubtless they will be here soon." He waited some considerable time, but 11 o'clock struck, and still he had seen nobody. Being no longer able to resist his hunger, he took a chicken and devoured it in 2 mouthfuls, trembling. Then he drank several glasses of wine, and becoming bolder, ventured out of the room. He went through several magnificently furnished apartments, and finally found a room with a very good bed. It was now past midnight, and as he was very tired, he decided to shut the door and go to bed. It was 10 o'clock the next morning when he rose, and he was greatly astonished to find a new suit in place of his own, which had been spoilt. "This palace," he said to himself, "must surely belong to some good fairy, who has taken pity on my plight." He looked out of the window. The snow had vanished, and his eyes rested instead upon arbors of flowers, a charming spectacle. He went back to the room where he had supped the night before, and found there a little table with a cup of chocolate on it. "I thank you, Madam Fairy," he said aloud, "for being so kind as to think of my breakfast." Having drunk his chocolate, the good man went forth to look for his horse. As he passed under a bower of roses, he remembered that Beauty had asked for one, and he plucked a spray from a mass of blooms. The very same moment he heard a terrible noise, and saw a beast coming towards him, which was so hideous that he came near to fainting. "Ungrateful wretch!" said the beast in a dreadful voice. "I have saved your life by receiving you into my castle, and in return for my trouble you steal that which I love better than anything in the world, my roses. You shall pay for this with your life. I give you 15 minutes to make your peace with heaven." The merchant threw himself on his knees and wrung his hands. "Pardon, my lord," he cried. "One of my daughters had asked for a rose, and I did not dream I should be giving offense by picking one." "I am not called my lord," answered the monster, "but the beast. I have no liking for compliments, but prefer people to say what they think. Do not hope therefore to soften me by flattery. You have daughters, you say? Well, I am willing to pardon you if one of your daughters will come, of her own choice, to die in your place. Do not argue with me. Go, and swear that if your daughters refuse to die in your place, you will come back again in 3 months." The good man had no intention of sacrificing one of his daughters to this hideous monster, but he thought that at least he might have the pleasure of kissing them once again. He therefore swore to return, and the beast told him he could go when he wished. "I do not wish you to go empty-handed," he added. "Return to the room where you slept. You will find there a large empty box. Fill it with what you will. I will have it sent home for you." With these words the beast withdrew, leaving the merchant to reflect that if he must indeed die, at all events he would have the consolation of providing for his poor children. He went back to the room where he had slept. He found there a large number of gold pieces, and with these he filled the box the beast had mentioned. Having closed the latter, he took his horse, which was still in the stable, and set forth from the palace, as melancholy now as he had been joyous when he entered it. The horse of its own accord took one of the forest roads, and in a few hours the good man reached his own little house. His children crowded round him, but at the sight of them, instead of welcoming their caresses, he burst into tears. In his hand was the bunch of roses which he had brought for Beauty, and he gave it to her with these words: "Take these roses, Beauty. It is dearly that your poor father will have to pay for them." Thereupon he told his family of the dire adventure which had befallen him. On hearing the tale the 2 elder girls were in a great commotion, and began to upbraid Beauty for not weeping as they did. "See to what her smugness has brought this young chit," they said. "Surely she must strive to find some way out of this trouble, as we do. But oh, dear me, no! Her ladyship is so determined to be different that she can speak of her father's death without a tear." "It would be quite useless to weep," said Beauty. "Why should I lament my father's death? He is not going to die. Since the monster agrees to accept a daughter instead, I intend to offer myself to appease his fury. It will be a happiness to do so, for in dying I shall have the joy of saving my father, and of proving to him my devotion." "No, sister," said her 3 brothers, "you shall not die. We will go in quest of this monster, and will perish under his blows if we cannot kill him." "Do not entertain any such hopes, my children," said the merchant. "The power of this beast is so great that I have not the slightest expectation of escaping him. I am touched by the goodness of Beauty's heart, but I will not expose her to death. I am old and have not much longer to live, and I shall merely lose a few years that will be regretted only on account of you, my dear children." "I can assure you, father," said Beauty, "that you will not go to this palace without me. You cannot prevent me from following you. Although I am young, I am not so very deeply in love with life, and I would rather be devoured by this monster than die of the grief which your loss would cause me." Words were useless. Beauty was quite determined to go to this wonderful palace, and her sisters were not sorry, for they regarded her good qualities with deep jealousy. The merchant was so taken up with the sorrow of losing his daughter that he forgot all about the box which he had filled with gold. To his astonishment, when he had shut the door of his room and was about to retire for the night, there it was at the side of his bed. He decided not to tell his children that he had become so rich, for his elder daughters would have wanted to go back to town, and he had resolved to die in the country. He did confide his secret to Beauty, however, and the latter told him that during his absence they had entertained some visitors, amongst whom were 2 admirers of her sister's. She begged her father to let them marry, for she was of such a sweet nature that she loved them, and forgave them with all her heart the evil they had done her. When Beauty set off with her father, the 2 heartless girls rubbed their eyes with an onion, so as to seem tearful, but her brothers wept in reality, as did also the merchant. Beauty alone did not cry, because she did not want to add to their sorrow. The horse took the road to the palace, and by evening they espied it, all lit up as before. An empty stable awaited the nag, and when the good merchant and his daughter entered the great hall, they found there a table magnificently laid for 2 people. The merchant had not the heart to eat, but Beauty, forcing herself to appear calm, sat down and served him. Since the beast had provided such splendid fare, she thought to herself he must presumably be anxious to fatten her up before eating her. When they had finished supper, they heard a terrible noise. With tears the merchant bade farewell to his daughter, for he knew it was the beast. Beauty herself could not help trembling at the awful apparition, but she did her best to compose herself. The beast asked her if she had come of her own free will, and she timidly answered that such was the case. "You are indeed kind," said the beast, "and I am much obliged to you. You, my good man, will depart tomorrow morning, and you must not think of coming back again. Goodbye, Beauty." "Goodbye, beast," she answered. Thereupon the monster suddenly disappeared. "Daughter," said the merchant, embracing Beauty, "I am nearly dead with fright. Let me be the one to stay here." "No, father," said Beauty firmly. "You must go tomorrow morning, and leave me to the mercy of heaven. Perhaps pity will be taken on me." They retired to rest, thinking they would not sleep at all during the night, but they were hardly in bed before their eyes were closed in sleep. In her dreams there appeared to Beauty a lady who said to her, "Your virtuous character pleases me, Beauty. In thus undertaking to give your life to save your father, you have performed an act of goodness which shall not go unrewarded." When she woke up, Beauty related this dream to her father. He was somewhat consoled by it, but could not refrain from loudly giving vent to his grief when the time came to tear himself away from his beloved child. As soon as he had gone, Beauty sat down in the great hall and began to cry. But she had plenty of courage, and after imploring divine protection, she determined to grieve no more during the short time she had yet to live. She was convinced that the beast would devour her that night, but made up her mind that in the interval she would walk about and have a look at this beautiful castle, the splendor of which she could not but admire. Imagine her surprise when she came upon a door on which were the words, "Beauty's room." She quickly opened this door and was dazzled by the magnificence of the appointments within. "They are evidently anxious that I should not be dull," she murmured, as she caught sight of a large bookcase, a harpsichord, and several volumes of music. A moment later another thought crossed her mind. "If I had only a day to spend here," she reflected, "such provision would surely not have been made for me." This notion gave her fresh courage. She opened the bookcase and found a book in which was written in letters of gold, "Ask for anything you wish. You are mistress of all here." "Alas," she said with a sigh, "my only wish is to see my poor father, and to know what he is doing." As she said this to herself, she glanced at a large mirror. Imagine her astonishment when she perceived her home reflected in it, and saw her father just approaching. Sorrow was written on his face, but when her sisters came to meet him, it was impossible not to detect, despite the grimaces with which they tried to simulate grief, the satisfaction they felt at the loss of their sister. In a moment the vision faded away, Yet Beauty could not but think that the beast was very kind, and that she had nothing much to fear from him. At midday she found the table laid, and during her meal she enjoyed an excellent concert, though the performers were invisible. But in the evening, as she was about to sit down at the table, she heard the noise made by the beast, and quaked in spite of herself. "Beauty," said the monster to her, "may I watch you have your supper?" "You are master here," said the trembling Beauty. "Not so," replied the beast. "It is you who are mistress. You have only to tell me to go, if my presence annoys you, and I will go immediately. Tell me now, do you consider me very ugly?" "I do," said Beauty, "since I must speak the truth. But I think you are also very kind." "It is as you say," said the monster, "and in addition to being ugly, I lack intelligence. As I am well aware, I am a mere beast." "It is not the way with stupid people," answered Beauty, "to admit a lack of intelligence. Fools never realize it." "Sup well, Beauty," said the monster, "and try to banish dullness from your home, for all about you is yours, and I should be sorry to think you were not happy." "You are indeed kind," said Beauty. "With one thing I must own I am well pleased, and that is your kind heart. When I think of that, you no longer seem to be ugly." "Oh yes," answered the beast, "I have a good heart right enough, but I am a monster." "There are many men," said Beauty, "who make worse monsters than you, and I prefer you, notwithstanding your looks, to those who under the semblance of men hide false, corrupt, and ungrateful hearts." The beast replied that if he only had a grain of wit, he would compliment her in the grand style by way of thanks, but that being so stupid, he could only say he was much obliged. Beauty ate with a good appetite, for she now had scarcely any fear of the beast, but she nearly died of fright when he put this question to her: "Beauty, will you be my wife?" For some time she did not answer, fearing lest she might anger the monster by her refusal. She summoned up courage at last to say, rather fearfully, "No, beast." The poor monster gave forth so terrible a sigh that the noise of it went whistling through the whole palace. But to Beauty's speedy relief, the beast sadly took his leave and left the room, turning several times as he did so to look once more at her. Left alone, Beauty was moved by great compassion for this poor beast. "What a pity he is so ugly," she said, "for he is so good." Beauty passed 3 months in the palace quietly enough. Every evening the beast paid her a visit, and entertained her at supper by a display of much good sense, if not with what the world calls wit, and every day Beauty was made aware of fresh kindnesses on the part of the monster. Through seeing him often, she had become accustomed to his ugliness, and far from dreading the moment of his visit, she frequently looked at her watch to see if it was 9 o'clock, the hour when the beast always appeared. One thing alone troubled Beauty. Every evening before retiring to bed, the monster asked her if she would be his wife, and seemed overwhelmed with grief when she refused. One day she said to him: "You distress me, beast. I wish I could marry you, but I cannot deceive you by allowing you to believe that that can ever be. I will always be your friend. Be content with that." "Needs must," said the beast, "but let me make the position plain. I know I am very terrible, but I love you very much, and I shall be very happy if you will only remain here. Promise that you will never leave me." Beauty blushed at these words. She had seen in her mirror that her father was stricken down by the sorrow of having lost her, and she wished very much to see him again. "I would willingly promise to remain with you always," she said to the beast, "but I have so great a desire to see my father again that I shall die of grief if you refuse me this boon." "I would rather die myself than cause you grief," said the monster. "I will send you back to your father. You shall stay with him, and your beast shall die of sorrow at your departure." "No, no," said Beauty, crying. "I like you too much to wish to cause your death. I promise you I will return in 8 days. You have shown me that my sisters are married, and that my brothers have joined the army. My father is all alone. Let me stay with him 1 week." "You shall be with him to-morrow morning," said the beast. "But remember your promise. All you have to do when you want to return is put your ring on a table when you are going to bed. Good-bye, Beauty." As usual, the beast sighed when he said these last words, and Beauty went to bed quite downhearted at having grieved him. When she woke the next morning, she found she was in her father's house. She rang a little bell which stood by the side of her bed, and it was answered by their servant, who gave a great cry at sight of her. The good man came running at the noise, and was overwhelmed with joy at the sight of his dear daughter. Their embraces lasted for more than a quarter of an hour. When their transports had subsided, it occurred to Beauty that she had no clothes to put on, but the servant told her that she had just discovered in the next room a chest full of dresses trimmed with gold and studded with diamonds. Beauty felt grateful to the beast for this attention, and having selected the simplest of the gowns, she bade the servant pack up the others, as she wished to send them as presents to her sisters. The words were hardly out of her mouth when the chest disappeared. Her father expressed the opinion that the beast wished her to keep them all for herself, and in a trice the dresses and chest were back again where they were before. When Beauty had dressed, she learned that her sisters with their husbands had arrived. Both were very unhappy. The eldest had wedded an exceedingly handsome man, but the latter was so taken up with his own looks that he studied them from morning to night, and despised his wife's beauty. The second had married a man with plenty of brains, but he only used them to pay insults to everybody, his wife first and foremost. The sisters were greatly mortified when they saw Beauty dressed like a princess, and more beautiful than the dawn. Her caresses were ignored, and the jealousy which they could not stifle only grew worse when she told them how happy she was. Out into the garden went the envious pair, there to vent their spleen to the full. "Why should this chit be happier than we are?" each demanded of the other. "Are we not much nicer than she is?" "Sister," said the elder, "I have an idea. Let us try to persuade her to stay here longer than the 8 days. Her stupid beast will fly into a rage when he finds she has broken her word, and will very likely devour her." "You are right, sister," said the other, "but we must make a great fuss of her if we are to make the plan successful." With this plot decided upon, they went upstairs again, and paid such attention to their little sister that Beauty wept for joy. When the 8 days had passed, the two sisters tore their hair, and showed such grief over her departure that she promised to remain another 8 days. Beauty reproached herself, nevertheless, with the grief she was causing to the poor beast. Moreover, she greatly missed not seeing him. On the 10th night of her stay in her father's house, she dreamed that she was in the palace garden, where she saw the beast lying on the grass nearly dead, and that he upbraided her for her ingratitude. Beauty woke up with a start, and burst into tears. "I am indeed very wicked," she said, "to cause so much grief to a beast who has shown me nothing but kindness. Is it his fault that he is so ugly and has so few wits? He is good, and that makes up for all the rest. Why did I not wish to marry him? I should have been a good deal happier with him than my sisters are with their husbands. It is neither good looks nor brains in a husband that make a woman happy. It is beauty of character, virtue, kindness. All these qualities the beast has. I admit I have no love for him, but he has my esteem, friendship, and gratitude. At all events I must not make him miserable, or I shall reproach myself all my life." With these words Beauty rose and placed her ring on the table. Hardly had she returned to bed than she was asleep, and when she woke the next morning she saw with joy that she was in the beast's palace. She dressed in her very best on purpose to please him, and nearly died of impatience all day, waiting for 9 o'clock in the evening. But the clock struck in vain. No beast appeared. Beauty now thought she must have caused his death, and rushed about the palace with loud despairing cries. She looked everywhere, and at last recalling her dream, dashed into the garden by the canal, where she had seen him in her sleep. There she found the poor beast lying unconscious, and thought he must be dead. She threw herself on his body, all her horror of his looks forgotten, and feeling his heart still beat, fetched water from the canal and threw it on his face. The beast opened his eyes and said to Beauty, "You forgot your promise. The grief I felt at having lost you made me resolve to die of hunger. But I die content, since I have the pleasure of seeing you once more." "Dear beast, you shall not die," said Beauty. "You shall live and become my husband. Here and now I offer you my hand, and swear that I will marry none but you. Alas! I fancied I felt only friendship for you, but the sorrow I have experienced clearly proves to me that I cannot live without you." Beauty had scarce uttered these words when the castle became ablaze with lights before her eyes. Fireworks, music, all proclaimed a feast, but these splendors were lost on her. She turned to her dear beast, still trembling for his danger. Judge of her surprise now. At her feet she saw no longer the beast who had disappeared, but a prince, more beautiful than Love himself, who thanked her for having put an end to his enchantment. With good reason were her eyes riveted upon the prince, but she asked him nevertheless where the beast had gone. "You see him at your feet," answered the prince. "A wicked fairy condemned me to retain that form until some beautiful girl should consent to marry me, and she forbade me to betray any sign of intelligence. You alone in all the world could show yourself susceptible to the kindness of my character, and in offering you my crown I do but discharge the obligation that I owe you." In agreeable surprise Beauty offered her hand to the handsome prince, and assisted him to rise. Together they repaired to the castle, and Beauty was overcome with joy to find, assembled in the hall, her father and her entire family. The lady who had appeared to her in her dream had had them transported to the castle. "Beauty," said this lady, who was a celebrated fairy, "come and receive the reward of your noble choice. You preferred merit to either beauty or wit, and you certainly deserve to find these qualities combined in one person. It is your destiny to become a great queen. But I hope that the pomp of royalty will not destroy your virtues. As for you ladies," she continued, turning to Beauty's two sisters, "I know your hearts and the malice they harbor. Your doom is to become statues, and under the stone that wraps you round to retain all your feelings. You will stand at the door of your sister's palace, and I can visit no greater punishment upon you than that you shall be witnesses of her happiness. Only when you recognize your faults can you return to your present shape, and I am very much afraid that you will be statues forever. Pride, ill temper, greed, and laziness can all be corrected, but nothing short of a miracle will turn a wicked and envious heart." In a trice, with a tap of her hand, the fairy transported them all to the prince's realm, where his subjects were delighted to see him again. He married Beauty, and they lived together for a long time in happiness the more perfect, because it was founded on virtue. End of Beauty and the Beast by Charles Perrault.
The Princess on the Glass Hill by Asbjörnsen and Moe. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lynn Thompson. The Princess on the Glass Hill by Asbjörnsen and Moe. Once upon a time there was a man who had a meadow which lay on the side of a mountain, and in the meadow there was a barn in which he stored hay. But there had not been much hay in the barn for the last 2 years, for every St. John's Eve, when the grass was in the height of its vigour, it was all eaten clean up, just as if a whole flock of sheep had gnawed it down to the ground during the night. This happened once, and it happened twice, but then the man got tired of losing his crop, and said to his sons, he had 3 of them, and the third was called Cinderlad, that one of them must go and sleep in the barn on St. John's night, for it was absurd to let the grass be eaten up again, blade and stalk, as it had been the last 2 years. And the one who went to watch must keep a sharp look out, the man said. The eldest was quite willing to go to the meadow. He would watch the grass, he said, and he would do it so well that neither man nor beast, nor even the devil himself, should have any of it. So when evening came he went to the barn, and laid down to sleep. But when the night was drawing near, there was such a rumbling and such an earthquake that the walls and roof shook down, and the lad jumped up and took to his heels as fast as he could, and never even looked back, and the barn remained empty that year, just as it had been for the last 2. Next St. John's Eve the man again said that he could not go on in this way, losing all the grass in the outlying field year after year, and that one of his sons must go there and watch it, and watch well too. So the next oldest son was willing to show what he could do. He went to the barn and lay down to sleep, as his brother had done. But when the night was drawing near there was a great rumbling, and then an earthquake, which was even worse than the one on the former St. John's night. And when the youth heard it he was terrified, and went off, running as if for a wager. The year after it was Cinderlad's turn, but when he made ready to go the others laughed at him, and mocked him. "Well, you are just the right one to watch the hay, you who have never learned anything but how to sit among the ashes and bake yourself," said they. Cinderlad, however, did not trouble himself about what they said, but when evening drew near rambled away to the outlying field. When he got there he went into the barn and lay down, but in about an hour's time the rumbling and creaking began, and it was frightful to hear it. "Well, if it gets no worse than that, I can manage to stand it," thought Cinderlad. In a little time the creaking began again, and the earth quaked so that all the hay flew about the boy. "Oh, if it gets no worse than that, I can manage to stand it," thought Cinderlad. But then came a third rumbling, and a third earthquake, so violent that the boy thought the walls and the roof had fallen down. But when that was over, everything suddenly grew as still as death around him. "I am pretty sure that it will come again," thought Cinderlad. But no, it did not. Everything was quiet, and everything stayed quiet. And when he had laid still a short time, he heard something that sounded as if a horse were standing chewing just outside the barn door. He stole away to the door, which was ajar, to see what was there, and a horse was standing eating. It was so big and fat and fine a horse that Cinderlad had never seen one like it before, and a saddle and bridle lay upon it, and a complete suit of armor for a knight, and everything was of copper, and so bright that it shone again. "Ha, ha! It is thou who eatest up our hay, then," thought the boy, "but I will stop that." So he made haste and took out his steel for striking fire, and threw it over the horse, and then it had no power to stir from the spot, and became so tame that the boy could do what he liked with it. So he mounted it and rode away to a place which no one knew of but himself, and there he tied it up. When he went home again, his brothers laughed and asked how he had got on. "You didn't lie long in the barn, if even you have been so far as the field," said they. "I lay in the barn till the sun rose, but I saw nothing and heard nothing, not I," said the boy. "God knows what there was to make you two so frightened." "Well, we shall soon see whether you have watched the meadow or not," answered the brothers. But when they got there the grass was all standing just as long and as thick as it had been the night before. The next St. John's Eve it was the same thing, once again. Neither of the two brothers dared go to the outlying field to watch the crop, but Cinderlad went, and everything happened exactly the same as on the previous St. John's Eve. First there was a rumbling and an earthquake, and then there was another, and then a third, but all 3 earthquakes were much, very much more violent than they had been the year before. Then everything became still as death again, and the boy heard something chewing outside the barn door, so he stole as softly as he could to the door, which was slightly ajar, and again there was a horse standing close by the wall of the house, eating and chewing, and it was far larger and fatter than the first horse, and it had a saddle on its back, and a bridle was on it too, and a full suit of armor for a knight, all of bright silver, and as beautiful as anyone could wish to see. "Ho, ho!" thought the boy, "is it thou who eatest up our hay in the night? but I will put a stop to that." So he took out his steel for striking fire, and threw it over the horse's mane, and the beast stood there as quiet as a lamb. Then the boy rode this horse too, away to the place where he kept the other, and then went home again. "I suppose you will tell us that you have watched well again this time," said the brothers. "Well, so I have," said Cinderlad. So they went there again, and there the grass was, standing as high and as thick as it had been before, but that did not make them any kinder to Cinderlad. When the third St. John's night came, neither of the two elder brothers dared to lie in the outlying barn to watch the grass, for they had been so heartily frightened the night that they had slept there that they could not get over it. But Cinderlad dared to go, and everything happened just the same as on the two former nights. There were 3 earthquakes, each one worse than the other, and the last flung the boy from one wall of the barn to the other, but then suddenly everything became still as death. When he had lain quietly a short time, he heard something chewing outside the barn door. Then he once more stole to the door, which was slightly ajar, and behold, a horse was standing just outside it, which was much larger and fatter than the other 2 he had caught. "Ho, ho! Is it thou, then, that art eating up our hay this time?" thought the boy, "but I will put a stop to that." So he pulled out his steel for striking fire, and threw it over the horse, and it stood as still as if it had been nailed to the field, and the boy could do just what he liked with it. Then he mounted it, and rode away to the place where he had the 2 others, and then he went home again. Then the 2 brothers mocked him just as they had done before, and told him that they could see that he must have watched the grass very carefully that night, for he looked just as if he were walking in his sleep. But Cinderlad did not trouble himself about that, but just bade them go to the field and see. They did go, and this time too the grass was standing, looking as fine and as thick as ever. The king of the country in which Cinderlad's father dwelt had a daughter, whom he would give to no one who could not ride up to the top of the glass hill, for there was a high, high hill full of glass, slippery as ice, and it was close to the king's palace. Upon the very top of this the king's daughter was to sit with 3 gold apples in her lap, and the man who could ride up and take the 3 golden apples should marry her and have half the kingdom. The king had this proclaimed in every church in the whole kingdom, and in many other kingdoms too. The princess was very beautiful, and all who saw her fell violently in love with her, even in spite of themselves. So it is needless to say that all the princes and knights were eager to win her, and half the kingdom besides, and that for this cause they came riding thither from the very end of the world, dressed so splendidly that their raiments gleamed in the sunshine, and riding on horses which seemed to dance as they went. And there was not one of these princes who did not think that he was sure to win the princess. When the day appointed by the king had come, there was such a host of knights and princes under the glass hill that they had seemed to swarm, and every one who could walk or even creep was there too, to see who won the king's daughter. Cinderlad's 2 brothers were there too, but they would not hear of letting him go with them, for he was so dirty and black with sleeping and grubbing among the ashes, that they said every one would laugh at them if they were seen in the company of such an oaf. "Well then, I will go all alone by myself," said Cinderlad. When the 2 brothers got to the glass hill, all the princes and knights were trying to ride up it, and their horses were in a foam, but it was all in vain, for no sooner did the horses set foot upon the hill than down they slipped, and there was not one which could get even so much as a couple of yards up. Nor was that strange, for the hill was as smooth as a glass window pane, and as steep as the side of a house. But they were all eager to win the king's daughter and half the kingdom, so they rode and they slipped, and thus it went on. At length all the horses were so tired that they could do no more, and so hot that the foam dropped from them, and their riders were forced to give up the attempt. The king was just thinking that he would cause it to be proclaimed that the riding should begin afresh on the following day, when perhaps it might go better, when suddenly a knight came riding up on so fine a horse that no one had ever seen the like of it before. And the knight had armour of copper, and his bridle was of copper too, and all his accoutrements were so bright that they shone again. The other knights all called out to him that he might as well spare himself the trouble of trying to ride up the glass hill, for it was of no use to try. But he did not heed them, and rode straight off to it, and went up the hill as if it were nothing at all. Thus he rode for a long way. It may have been a third part of the way up, but when he had got so far, he turned his horse round and rode down again. But the princess thought that she had never seen so handsome a knight, and while he was riding up she was sitting thinking, "Oh, how I hope he may be able to come up to the top." And when she saw that he was turning his horse back, she threw one of the golden apples down after him, and it rolled into his shoe. But when he had come down from off the hill he rode away, and that so fast that no one knew what had become of him. So all the princes and knights were bidden to present themselves before the king that night, so that he who had ridden so far up the glass hill might show the golden apple which the king's daughter had thrown down. But no one had anything to show. One knight presented himself after the other, and none could show the apple. At night, too, Cinderlad's brothers came home again, and had a very long story to tell about riding up the glass hill. At first, they said, there was not one who was able to get even so much as one step up, but then came a knight who had armour of copper and a bridle of copper, and his armour and trappings were so bright that they shone to a great distance, and it was something like a sight to see him riding. He rode 1/3 of the way up the glass hill, and he could easily have ridden the whole of it if he had liked, but he had turned back, for he had made up his mind that that was enough for once. "Oh, I should have liked to have seen him too, that I should," said Cinderlad, who was as usual sitting by the chimney among the cinders. "You, indeed," said the brothers. "You look as if you were fit to be among such great lords. Nasty beast that you are, to sit there." Next day the brothers were setting out again, and this time too Cinderlad begged them to let him go with them and see who rode. But no, they said he was not fit to do that, for he was much too ugly and dirty. "Well, well, then I will go all alone by myself," said Cinderlad. So the brothers went to the glass hill, and all the princes and knights began to ride again, and this time they had taken care to roughen the shoes of their horses. But that did not help them. They rode and they slipped as they had done the day before, and not one of them could get even so far as a yard up the hill. When they had tired out their horses, so that they could do no more, they again had to stop altogether. But just as the king was thinking that it would be well to proclaim that the riding should take place the next day for the last time, so that they might have one more chance, he suddenly bethought himself that it would be well to wait a little longer, to see if the knight in copper armour would come on this day too. But nothing was to be seen of him. Just as they were still looking for him, however, came a knight riding on a steed that was much, much finer than that which the knight in copper armour had ridden, and this knight had silver armour and a silver saddle and bridle, and all was so bright that they shone and glistened when he was a long way off. Again the other knights called to him, and said that he might just as well give up the attempt to ride up the glass hill, for it was useless to try. But the knight paid no heed to that, but rode straight away to the glass hill, and went still farther up than the knight in copper armour had gone. But when he had ridden 2/3 of the way up, he turned his horse around, and rode down again. The princess liked this knight still better than she had liked the other one, and sat longing that he might be able to get up above. And when she saw him turning back, she threw the second apple after him, and it rolled into his shoe. And as soon as he had gone down the glass hill, he rode away so fast that no one could see what had become of him. In the evening, when everyone was to appear before the king and princess, in order that he who had the golden apple might show it, one knight went in after the other, but none of them had a golden apple to show. At night the two brothers went home as they had done the night before, and told how things had gone, and how everyone had ridden, but no one had been able to get up the hill. But last of all, they said, came one in silver armour, and he had a silver bridle on his horse, and a silver saddle, and oh, but he could ride! He took his horse 2/3 of the way up the hill, but then he turned back. He was a fine fellow, said the brothers, and the princess threw the second golden apple to him. Oh, how I should have liked to see him too, said Cinderlad. Oh, indeed, he was a little brighter than the ashes that you sit grubbing among, you dirty black creature, said the brothers. On the third day everything went just as on the former days. Cinderlad wanted to go with them to look at the riding, but the two brothers would not have him in their company, and when they got to the glass hill there was no one who could ride even so far as a yard up it, and everyone waited for the knight in silver armor, but he was neither to be seen nor heard of. At last, after a long time, came a knight riding upon a horse that was such a fine one, its equal had never yet been seen. The knight had golden armor, and the horse a golden saddle and bridle, and these were all so bright that they shone and dazzled everyone, even while the knight was still at a great distance. The other princes and knights were not able even to call to tell him how useless it was to try to ascend the hill, so amazed were they at sight of his magnificence. He rode straight away to the glass hill, and galloped up it as if it were no hill at all, so that the princess had not even time to wish that he might get the whole way up. As soon as he had ridden to the top, he took the third golden apple from the lap of the princess, and then turned his horse about and rode down again, and vanished before their sight before anyone was able to say a word to him. When the two brothers came home again at night, they had much to tell of how the riding had gone off that day, but at last they told about the knight in the golden armor too. He was a fine fellow, that was. Such another splendid knight is not to be found on earth, said the brothers. Oh, how I should have liked to see him too, said Cinderlad. Well, he shone nearly as brightly as the coal heaps that thou art always lying raking among, dirty black creature that thou art, said his brother. Next day all the knights and princes were to appear before the king and princess. It had been too late for them to do it the night before, in order that he who had the golden apple might produce it. They all went in turn, first princes and then knights, but none of them had a golden apple. But somebody must have it, said the king, for with our own eyes we all saw a man ride up and take it. So he commanded that everyone in the kingdom should come to the palace, and see if he could show the apple. And one after one they all came, but no one had the golden apple. And after a long, long time Cinderlad's two brothers came likewise. They were the last of all, so the king inquired of them if there was no one else in the kingdom left to come. Oh yes, we have a brother, said the two, but he never got the golden apple. He never left the cinder heap on any of the 3 days. Never mind that, said the king, as everyone else has come to the palace, let him come too. So Cinderlad was forced to go to the king's palace. Hast thou the golden apple? asked the king. Yes, here is the first, and here is the second, and here is the third too, said Cinderlad, and he took all 3 apples out of his pocket, and with that drew off his sooty rags, and appeared there before them in his bright golden armor, which gleamed as he stood. Thou shalt have my daughter, and the half of my kingdom, and thou hast well earned both, said the king. So there was a wedding, and Cinderlad got the king's daughter, and everyone made merry at the wedding. For all of them could make merry, though they could not ride up the glass hill, and if they had not left off their merrymaking, they must be at it still. End of The Princess on the Glass Hill by Asbjörnsen and Moe.
The Princess Bella Flor by Andrew Lang. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Princess Bella Flor by Andrew Lang. Once upon a time there lived a man who had 2 sons. When they grew up, the elder went to seek his fortune in a far country, and for many years no one heard anything about him. Meanwhile, the younger son stayed at home with his father, who died at last in a good old age, leaving great riches behind him. For some time the son who stayed at home spent his father's wealth freely, believing that he alone remained to enjoy it. But one day, as he was coming down the stairs, he was surprised to see a stranger enter the hall, looking about as if the house belonged to him. "Have you forgotten me?" asked the man. "I can't forget a person I have never known," was the rude answer. "I am your brother," replied the stranger, "and I have returned home without the money I hoped to have made. And what is worse, they tell me in the village that my father is dead. I would have counted my lost gold as nothing if I could have seen him once more." "He died 6 months ago," said the rich brother, "and he left you, as your portion, the old wooden chest that stands in the loft. You had better go there and look for it. I have no more time to waste." And he went his way. So the wanderer turned his steps to the loft, which was at the top of the storehouse, and there he found the wooden chest, so old that it looked as if it was dropping to pieces. "What use is this old thing to me?" he said to himself. "Oh, well, it will serve to light a fire at which I can warm myself, so things might be worse after all." Placing the chest on his back, the man, whose name was José, set out for his inn, and borrowing a hatchet, began to chop up the box. In doing so he discovered a secret drawer, and in lay a paper. He opened the paper, not knowing what it might contain, and was astonished to find that it was the acknowledgment of a large debt that was owing to his father. Putting the precious writing in his pocket, he hastily inquired of the landlord where he could find the man whose name was written inside, and he ran out at once in search of him. The debtor proved to be an old miser who lived at the other end of the village. He had hoped for many months that the paper he had written had been lost or destroyed, and indeed, when he saw it, was very unwilling to pay what he owed. However, the stranger threatened to drag him before the king, and when the miser saw that there was no help for it, he counted out the coins one by one. The stranger picked them up and put them in his pocket, and went back to his inn feeling that he was now a rich man. A few weeks after this, he was walking through the streets of the nearest town, when he met a poor woman crying bitterly. He stopped and asked her what was the matter, and she answered between her sobs that her husband was dying, and, to make matters worse, a creditor whom he could not pay was anxious to have him taken to prison. "Comfort yourself," said the stranger kindly. "They shall neither send your husband to prison nor sell your goods. I will not only pay his debt, but if he dies, the cost of his burial also. And now go home, and nurse him as well as you can." And so she did, but in spite of her care, the husband died, and was buried by the stranger. But everything cost more than he expected, and when all was paid, he found that only 3 gold pieces were left. "What am I to do now?" said he to himself. "I think I had better go to court, and enter into the service of the king." At first he was only a servant, who carried the king the water for his bath, and saw that his bed was made in a particular fashion. But he did his duties so well that his master soon took notice of him, and in a short time he rose to be a gentleman of the bedchamber. Now, when this happened, the younger brother had spent all the money he had inherited, and did not know how to make any for himself. He then bethought him of the king's favourite, and went whining to the palace to beg that his brother, whom he had so ill used, would give him his protection and find him a place. The elder, who was always ready to help everyone, spoke to the king on his behalf, and the next day the young man took up his work at court. Unfortunately, the newcomer was by nature spiteful and envious, and could not bear anyone to have better luck than himself. By dint of spying through keyholes and listening at doors, he learnt that the king, old and ugly though he was, had fallen in love with Princess Bellafleur, who would have nothing to say to him, and had hidden herself in some mountain castle, no one knew where. "That will do nicely," thought the scoundrel, rubbing his hands. "It will be quite easy to get the king to send my brother in search of her, and if he returns without finding her, his head will be the forfeit. Either way, he will be out of my path." So he went at once to the Lord High Chamberlain, and craved an audience of the king, to whom he declared he wished to tell some news of the highest importance. The king admitted him into the presence chamber without delay, and bade him state what he had to say, and to be quick about it. "Oh, sire, the Princess Belaflor," answered the man, and then stopped as if afraid. "What of the Princess Belaflor?" asked the king impatiently. "I have heard, it is whispered at court, that your majesty desires to know where she lies in hiding." "I would give half my kingdom to the man who will bring it to me," cried the king eagerly. "Speak on, knave. Has a bird of the air revealed to you the secret?" "It is not I, but my brother who knows," replied the traitor. "If your majesty would ask him—" But before the words were out of his mouth, the king had struck a blow with his sceptre on a golden plate that hung on the wall. "Order José to appear before me instantly," he shouted to the servant, who ran to obey his orders, so great was the noise his majesty had made, and when José entered the hall, wondering what in the world could be the matter, the king was nearly dumb from rage and excitement. "Bring me the Princess Belaflor this moment," stammered he, "for if you return without her, I will have you drowned." And without another word he left the hall, leaving José staring with surprise and horror. "How can I find the Princess Belaflor when I have never even seen her?" thought he. "But it is no use staying here, for I shall only be put to death." He walked slowly to the stables to choose himself a horse. There were rows upon rows of fine beasts with their names written in gold above their stalls, and José was looking uncertainly from one to the other, wondering which he should choose, when an old white horse turned its head and signed him to approach. "Take me," it said in a gentle whisper, "and all will go well." José still felt so bewildered with the mission that the king had given him that he forgot to be astonished at hearing a horse talk. Mechanically he laid his hand on the bridle and led the white horse out of the stable. He was about to mount on its back when the animal spoke again. "Pick up those 3 loaves of bread which you see there, and put them in your pocket." José did as he was told, and being in a great hurry to get away, asked no questions, but swung himself into the saddle. They rode far without meeting any adventures, but at length they came to an ant-hill, and the horse stopped. "Crumble those 3 loaves for the ant," he said, but José hesitated. "Why, we may want them ourselves," answered he. "Never mind that, give them to the ants all the same. Do not lose a chance of helping others." And when the loaves lay in crumbs on the road, the horse galloped on. By and by they entered a rocky pass between 2 mountains, and here they saw an eagle which had been caught in the hunter's net. "Get down and cut the meshes of the net, and set the poor bird free," said the horse. "But it will take so long," objected José, "and we may miss the princess." "Never mind that. Do not lose a chance of helping others," answered the horse. And when the meshes were cut and the eagle was free, the horse galloped on. They had ridden many miles, and at last they came to a river, where they beheld a little fish lying gasping on the sand, and the horse said, "Do you see that little fish? It will die if you do not put it back in the water." "But really, we shall never find the Princess Belaflor if we waste our time like this," cried José. "We never waste time when we are helping others," answered the horse. And soon the little fish was swimming happily away. A little while after they reached a castle, which was built in the middle of a very thick wood, and right in front of them was the Princess Belaflor feeding her hens. "Now listen," said the horse. "I am going to give all sorts of little hops and skips which will amuse the Princess Belaflor. Then she will tell you that she would like to ride a little way, and you must help her mount. When she is seated, I shall begin to neigh and kick, and you must say that I have never carried a woman before, and that you had better get up behind so as to be able to manage me. Once on my back, we will go like the wind to the king's palace." José did exactly as the horse told him, and everything fell out as the animal prophesied, so that it was not until they were galloping breathlessly towards the palace that the princess knew that she was been taken captive. She said nothing, however, but quietly opened her apron, which contained the bran for the chickens, and in a moment it lay scattered on the ground. "Oh, I have let fall my bran," cried she. "Please get down and pick it up for me." But José only answered, "We shall find plenty of bran where we are going," and the horse galloped on. They were now passing through a forest, and the princess took out her handkerchief and threw it upwards, so that it stuck in one of the topmost branches of a tree. "Dear me, how stupid! I have let my handkerchief blow away," said she. "Will you climb up and get it for me?" But José answered, "We shall find plenty of handkerchiefs where we are going," and the horse galloped on. After the wood they reached a river, and the princess slipped a ring off her finger and let it roll into the water. "How careless of me!" gasped she, beginning to sob. "I have lost my favourite ring. Do stop for a moment and look if you can see it." But José answered, "You will find plenty of rings where you are going," and the horse galloped on. At last they entered the palace gates, and the king's heart bounded with joy at beholding his beloved Princess Bellaflor. But the princess brushed him aside as if he had been a fly, and locked herself into the nearest room, which she would not open for all his entreaties. "Bring me the 3 things I lost on the way, and perhaps I may think about it," was all she would say. And in despair the king was driven to take counsel of José. "There is no remedy that I can see," said his majesty, "but that you, who know where they are, should go and bring them back. And if you return without them, I will have you drowned." Poor José was much troubled at these words. He thought that he had done all that was required of him, and that his life was safe. However, he bowed low, and went out to consult his friend the horse. "Do not vex yourself," said the horse, when he heard the story. "Jump up, and we will go and look for the things." And José mounted at once. They rode on till they came to the ant-hill, and the horse asked, "Would you like to have the bran?" "What is the use of liking?" answered José. "Well, call the ants and tell them to fetch it for you, and if some of it has been scattered by the wind, to bring in its stead the grains that were in the cakes you gave them." José listened in surprise. He did not much believe in the horse's plan, but he could not think of anything better, so he called to the ants and bade them to collect the bran as fast as they could. Then he saw under a tree and waited while his horse cropped the green turf. "Look there," said the animal, suddenly raising its head. José looked behind him and saw a little mountain of bran, which he put into a bag that was hung over his saddle. "Good deeds bear fruit sooner or later," observed the horse, "but mount again, as we have far to go." When they arrived at the tree, they saw the handkerchief fluttering like a flag from the topmost branch, and José's spirits sank again. "How am I to get that handkerchief?" cried he. "Why, I would need Jacob's ladder." But the horse answered, "Do not be frightened. Call the eagle you set free from the net. He will bring it to you." So José called the eagle, and the eagle flew to the top of the tree and brought back the handkerchief in its beak. José thanked him, and vaulting on his horse they rode on to the river. A great deal of rain had fallen in the night, and the river, instead of being clear as it was before, was dark and troubled. "How am I to fetch the ring from the bottom of the river, when I do not know exactly where it was dropped, and cannot even see it?" asked José. But the horse answered, "Do not be frightened. Call the little fish whose life you saved, and she will bring it to you." So he called to the fish, and the fish dived to the bottom, and slipped behind big stones, and moved little ones with its tail till it found the ring, and brought it in José in its mouth. Well pleased with all that he had done, José returned to the palace, but when the king took the precious objects to Bellaflor, she declared that she would never open her door till the bandit who had been carried her off had been fried in oil. "I am very sorry," said the king to José. "I really would rather not, but you see I have no choice." While the oil was being heated in the great cauldron, José went to the stables to inquire of his friend the horse if there was no way for him to escape. "Do not be frightened," said the horse. "Get on my back, and I will gallop till my whole body is wet with perspiration. Then rub it all over your skin, and no matter how hot the oil may be, you will never feel it." José did not ask any more questions, but did as the horse bade him, and men wondered at his cheerful face as they lowered him into the cauldron of boiling oil. He was left there till Bellaflor cried that he must be cooked enough. Then out came a youth so young and handsome that everyone fell in love with him, and Bellafleur most of all. As for the old king, he saw that he had lost the game, and in despair he flung himself into the cauldron, and was fried instead of José. Then José was proclaimed king, on condition that he married Bellafleur, which he promised to do the next day. But first he went to the stables and sought out the horse, and said to him, "It is to you that I owe my life and my crown. Why have you done all this for me?" And the horse answered, "I am the soul of that unhappy man for whom you spent all your fortune, and when I saw you in danger of death, I begged that I may help you, as you would help me. For as I told you, good deeds bear their own fruit." End of The Princess Bellafleur by Andrew Lang.
How to Tell a True Princess. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lynn Thompson. How to Tell a True Princess by Andrew Lang. There was once upon a time a prince who wanted to marry a princess, but she must be a true princess. So he travelled through the whole world to find one, but there was always something against each. There were plenty of princesses, but he could not find out if they were true princesses. In every case there was some little defect, which showed the genuine article was not yet found. So he came home again in very low spirits, for he had wanted very much to have a true princess. One night there was a dreadful storm. It thundered and lightened, and the rain streamed down in torrents. It was fearful. There was a knocking heard at the palace gate, and the old king went to open it. There stood a princess outside the gate, but oh, what in a sad plight she was from the rain and the storm. The water was running down from her hair and her dress into the points of her shoes, and out at the heels again. And yet she said she was a true princess. Well, we shall soon find that, thought the old queen. But she said nothing, and went into the sleeping room, took off all the bedclothes, and laid a pea on the bottom of the bed. Then she put 20 mattresses on top of the pea, and 20 eider-down quilts on top of the mattresses, and this was the bed in which the princess was to sleep. The next morning she was asked how she had slept. "Oh, very badly," said the princess. "I scarcely closed my eyes all night. I am sure I don't know what was in the bed. I laid on something so hard that my whole body is black and blue. It is dreadful." Now they perceived that she was a true princess, because she had felt the pea through the 20 mattresses and the 20 eider-down quilts. No one but a true princess could be so sensitive. So the prince married her, for now he knew that at last he had got hold of a true princess, and the pea was put into the Royal Museum, where it is still to be seen if no one has stolen it. Now this is a true story. End of How to Tell a True Princess by Andrew Lang.
The Princess Who Was Hidden Underground by Andrew Lang. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Rebecca Braunert Plunkett. The Princess Who Was Hidden Underground by Andrew Lang. Once there was a king who had great riches, which, when he died, he divided among his 3 sons. The 2 eldest of these lived in rioting and feasting, and thus wasted and squandered their father's wealth, till nothing remained, and they found themselves in want and misery. The youngest of the 3 sons, on the contrary, made good use of his portion. He married a wife, and soon they had a most beautiful daughter, for whom, when she was grown up, he caused a great palace to be built underground, and then killed the architect who had built it. Next, he shut up his daughter inside, and then sent heralds all over the world to make known that he who should find the king's daughter should have her to wife. If he were not capable of finding her, then he must die. Many young men sought to discover her, but all perished in the attempt. After many had met their death thus, there came a young man, beautiful to behold, and as clever as he was beautiful, who had a great desire to attempt the enterprise. First he went to a herdsman, and begged him to hide him in a sheepskin which had a golden fleece, and in this disguise to take him to the king. The shepherd let himself be persuaded to do so, took a skin having a golden fleece, sought the young man in it, putting in also food and drink, and so brought him before the king. When the latter saw the golden lamb, he asked the herd, "Will you sell me this lamb?" But the herd answered, "No, O king, I will not sell it, but if you find pleasure therein, I'll be willing to oblige you, and I will lend it to you free of charge for 3 days. After that, you must give it back to me." This the king agreed to, and he arose and took the lamb to his daughter. When he had led it into her palace, and through many rooms, he came to a shut door. Then he called, "Open, Satara Matara of the earth," and the door opened of itself. After that they went through many more rooms, and came to another closed door. Again the king called out, "Open, Satara Matara of the earth," and this door opened like the other, and they came into the apartment where the princess dwelt, the floor, walls, and roof of which were all of silver. When the king had embraced the princess, he gave her the lamb, to her great joy. She stroked it, caressed it, and played with it. After a while the lamb got loose, which when the princess saw, she said, "See, father, the lamb is free." But the king answered, "It is only a lamb. Why should it not be free?" Then he left the lamb with the princess, and went his way. In the night, however, the young man threw off the skin. When the princess saw how beautiful he was, she fell in love with him, and asked him, "Why did you come here disguised in a sheepskin like that?" Then he answered, "When I saw how many people sought you, and could not find you, and lost their lives in so doing, I invented this trick, so I am come safely to you." The princess exclaimed, "You have done well so to do, but you must know that your wager is not yet won, for my father will change me and my maidens into ducks, and will ask you, 'Which of these ducks is the princess?' Then I will turn my head back, and with my bill will clean my wings, so that you may know me." When they had spent 3 days together, chatting and caressing one another, the herd came back to the king and demanded his lamb. Then the king went to his daughter to bring it away, which troubled the princess very much, for she said they had played so nicely together. But the king said, "I cannot leave it with you, my daughter, for it is only lent to me." So he took it away with him, and gave it back to the shepherd. Then the young man threw the skin from off him, and went to the king, saying, "Sire, I am persuaded I can find your daughter." When the king saw how handsome he was, he said, "My lad, I have pity on your youth. This enterprise has already cost the lives of many, and will certainly be your death as well." But the young man answered, "I accept your conditions, O king. I will either find her or lose my head." Thereupon he went before the king, who followed after him, till they came to the great door. Then the young man said to the king, "Speak the words that it may open." And the king answered, "What are the words? Shall I say something like this, 'Shut, shut, shut'?" "No," said he. "Say, 'Open, Satara Matara of the earth.'" When the king had so said, the door opened of itself, and they went in, while the king gnawed his moustache in anger. Then they came to the second door, where the same thing happened as the first, and they went in and found the princess. Then spoke the king and said, "Yes, truly, you have found the princess. Now I will turn her, as well as her maidens, into ducks. And if you can guess which of these ducks is my daughter, then you shall have her to wife." And immediately the king changed all the maidens into ducks, and he drove them before the young man, and said, "Now show me which is my daughter." Then the princess, according to their understanding, began to clean her wings with her bill, and the lad said, "She who cleans her wings is the princess." Now the king could do nothing more but give her to the young man to wife, and they lived together in great joy and happiness. From the German. End of The Princess Who Was Hidden Underground by Andrew Lang.
The Princess May Blossom by Madame d'Aulnoy. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Princess May Blossom by Madame d'Aulnoy. Once upon a time there lived a king and queen whose children had all died, first one and then another, until at last only one little daughter remained, and the queen was at her wits' end to know where to find a really good nurse who would take care of her and bring her up. A herald was sent who would blow a trumpet at every street corner, and commanded all the best nurses to appear before the queen, that she might choose one of them for the little princess. So on the appointed day the whole palace was crowded with nurses, who came from the four corners of the world to offer themselves, until the queen declared that if she was ever going to see half of them, they must be brought out to her, one by one, as she sat in the shady wood near the palace. This was accordingly done, and the nurses, after they had made their courtesy to the king and queen, ranged themselves in a line before her that she might choose. Most of them were fair and fat and charming, but there was one who was dark-skinned and ugly, and spoke a strange language which nobody could understand. The queen wondered how she dared offer herself, and she was told to go away, as she certainly would not do. Upon which she muttered something and passed on, but hid herself in a hollow tree, from which she could see all that happened. The queen, without giving her another thought, chose a pretty rosy-faced nurse, but no sooner was her choice made than a snake, which was hidden in the grass, bit that very nurse on her foot, so that she fell down as if dead. The queen was very much vexed by this accident, but she soon selected another, who was just stepping forward when an eagle flew by and dropped a large tortoise upon her head, which was cracked in pieces like an egg-shell. At this the queen was much horrified. Nevertheless she chose a third time, but with no better fortune, for the nurse, moving quickly, ran into the branch of a tree and blinded herself with a thorn. Then the queen, in dismay, cried that there must be some malignant influence at work, and that she would choose no more that day, and she had just risen to return to the palace, when she heard peals of malicious laughter behind her, and turning round she saw the ugly stranger whom she had dismissed, who was making very merry over the disasters and mocking everyone, but especially the queen. This annoyed her majesty very much, and she was about to order that she should be arrested, when the witch, for she was a witch, with 2 blows from a wand, summoned a chariot of fire drawn by winged dragons, and was whirled off through the air, uttering threats and cries. When the king saw this, he cried, "Alas! Now we are ruined indeed, for that was no other than the fairy Caraboss, who has had a grudge against me ever since I was a boy, and put sulphur in her porridge one day for fun." Then the queen began to cry. "If I had only known who it was," she said, "I would have done my best to make friends with her. Now I suppose all is lost." The king was sorry to have frightened her so much, and proposed that they should go and hold a council as to what was best to be done to avert the misfortunes which Caraboss certainly meant to bring upon the little princess. So all the councillors were summoned to the palace, and when they had shut every door and window, and stuffed up every keyhole that they might not be overheard, they talked the affair over, and decided that the fairy for thousands of leagues round should be invited to the christening of the princess, and that the time of the ceremony should be kept a profound secret, in case Fairy Caraboss should take it into her head to attend it. The queen and her ladies set to work to prepare presents for the fairies who were invited. For each one a blue velvet cloak, a petticoat of apricot satin, a pair of high-heeled shoes, some sharp needles, and a pair of golden scissors. Of all the fairies the queen knew, only 5 were able to come on the day appointed, but they began immediately to bestow gifts upon the princess. One promised that she should be perfectly beautiful, the second that she should understand anything, no matter what, the first time it was explained to her, the third that she should sing like a nightingale, the fourth that she should succeed in everything she undertook, and the fifth was opening her mouth to speak when a tremendous rumbling was heard in the chimney, and Caraboss, all covered with soot, came rolling down and crying, "I say that she shall be the unluckiest of the unlucky until she's 20 years old." Then the queen and all the fairies began to beg and beseech her to think better of it, and not be so unkind to the poor little princess, who had never done her any harm. But the ugly old fairy only grunted and made no answer. So the last fairy, who had not given her gift yet, tried to mend matters by promising the princess a long and happy life after the fatal time was over. At this Caraboss laughed maliciously, and climbed away up the chimney, leaving them all in great consternation, and especially the queen. However, she entertained the fairies splendidly, and gave them beautiful ribbons, of which they are very fond, in addition to the other presents. When they were going away, the oldest fairy said that they were of opinion that it would be best to shut the princess up in some place, with her waiting woman, so that she might not see anyone else until she was 20 years old. So the king had a tower built on purpose. It had no windows, so it was lighted with wax candles, and the only way into it was by an underground passage, which iron doors only 20 feet apart, and guards were posted everywhere. The princess had been named Mayblossom, because she was as fresh and bloomy as spring itself, and she grew up tall and beautiful, and everything she did and said was charming. Every time the king and queen came to see her they were more delighted with her than before, but though she was very wary of the tower, and often begged them to take her away from it, they always refused. The princess's nurse, who had never left her, sometimes told her about the world outside the tower, and though the princess had never seen anything for herself, she always understood exactly, thanks to the second fairy's gift. Often the king said to the queen, "We were cleverer than Caraboss after all, and Mayblossom will be happy in spite of her predictions." And the queen laughed until she was tired at the idea of having outwitted the old fairy. They had caused the princess's portrait to be painted and sent to all the neighbouring courts, for in 4 days she would have completed her 20th year, and it was time to decide whom she should marry. All the town was rejoicing at the thought of the princess's approaching freedom, and when the news came that King Merlin was sending his ambassador to ask her in marriage for his son, they were still more delighted. The nurse, who kept the princess informed of everything that went forward in the town, did not fail to repeat the news that so nearly concerned her, and gave such a description of the splendour on which the ambassador, Fanfaronade, would enter the town, that the princess was wild to see the procession for herself. "What an unhappy creature I am," she cried, "to be shut up in this dismal tower as if I had committed some crime. I have never seen the sun, or the stars, or a horse, or a monkey, or a lion, except in pictures. I know the king and queen tell me that I am to be set free when I am 20. I believe they only say it to keep me amused, when they never mean to let me out at all." And she began to cry, and her nurse, and the nurse's daughter, and the cradle-rocker, and the nursery-maid, who all loved her dearly, cried too for company, so that nothing could be heard but sobs and sighs. It was a scene of woe. When the princess saw that they all pitied her so much, she made up her mind to have her own way. So she declared that she would starve herself to death if they did not find some means of letting her see Fanfaronade's grand entry into the town. "If you really love me," she said, "you will manage it, somehow or other, and the king and queen will never need to know a thing about it." Then the nurse and all the others cried harder than ever, and said everything they could think of to turn the princess from the idea. But the more they said, the more determined she was, and at last they consented to make a tiny hole in the tower on the side that looked towards the city gates. After scratching and scraping all day and all night, they presently made a hole through which they could, with great difficulty, push a very slender needle, and out of this the princess looked at the daylight for the first time. She was so dazzled and delighted by what she saw, that there she stayed, never taking her eyes away from the peephole for a single minute, till presently the ambassador's procession appeared in sight. At the head of it rode Fanfaronade himself upon a white horse, which pranced and caracoled to the sound of the trumpets. Nothing could have been more splendid than the ambassador's attire. His coat was nearly hidden under an embroidery of pearls and diamonds, his boots were solid gold, and from his helmet floated scarlet plumes. At the sight of him the princess lost her wits entirely, and determined that Fanfaronade and nobody else would she marry. "It is quite impossible," she said, "that his master should be half as handsome and delightful. I am not ambitious, and having spent all my life in this tedious tower, anything, even a house in the country, will seem a delightful change. I am sure that bread and water shaved with fanfaronade will please me far better than roast chicken and sweetmeats with anybody else." And so she went on talking until her waiting woman wondered where she got it all from. But when they tried to stop her, and represented that her high rank made it perfectly impossible that she should do any such thing, she would not listen, and ordered them to be silent. As soon as the ambassador arrived at the palace, the queen started to fetch her daughter. All streets were spread with carpets, and the windows were full of ladies who were waiting to see the princess, and carried baskets of flowers and sweetmeats to shower upon her as she passed. They had hardly begun to get the princess ready when a dwarf arrived, mounted upon an elephant. He came from the 5 fairies, and brought for the princess a crown, a sceptre, and a robe of golden brocade, with a petticoat marvellously embroidered with butterflies' wings. They also sent a casket of jewels, so splendid that no one had ever seen anything like it before, and the queen was perfectly dazzled when she opened it. But the princess scarcely gave a glance to any of these treasures, for she thought nothing but fanfaronade. The dwarf was rewarded with a golden piece, and decorated with so many ribbons that it hardly seemed possible to see him at all. The princess sent to each of the fairies a new spinning wheel with a distaff of cedar wood, and the queen said she must look through her treasures and find something very charming to send them also. When the princess was arrayed in all gorgeous things that the dwarf had brought, she was more beautiful than ever, and as she walked along the streets the people cried, "How pretty she is! How pretty she is!" The procession consisted of the queen, the princess, 5 of the princesses who were her cousins, and 10 dozen who came from the neighbouring kingdoms. And as they proceeded at a stately pace, the sky began to grow dark, and then suddenly the thunder growled, and rain and hail fell in torrents. The queen put her royal mantle over her head, and all the princesses did the same thing with their trains. Mayblossom was just about to follow their example, when a terrific croaking, as of an immense army of crows, rooks, ravens, screech owls, and all birds of ill omen was heard, and at the same instant a huge owl skimmed up to the princess, and threw over her a scarf woven with spiders' webs and embroidered with bats' wings. And then peals of mocking laughter rang through the air, and they guessed that this was another of Fairy Carabosse's unpleasant jokes. The queen was terrified at such an evil omen, and tried to pull the black scarf from the princess's shoulders, but it really seemed as if it must be nailed on, it clung so closely. "Ah!" cried the queen, "can nothing appease this army of ours? What good was it that I sent her more than 50 pounds of sweetmeats, and as much again of the best sugar, not to mention 2 Westphalia hams? She's as angry as ever." While she lamented in this way, and everyone was as wet as though they had been dragged through a river, the princess still thought of nothing but the ambassador. And just at this moment he appeared before her, with the king, and there was a great blowing of trumpets, and all the people shouted louder than ever. Fanfaronade was not generally at a loss for something to say, but when he saw the princess, she was so much more beautiful and majestic than he had expected that he could only stammer out a few words, and entirely forgot the harangue which he had been learning for the past months, and knew well enough to have repeated it into his sleep. To gain time to remember at least a part of it, he made several low bows to the princess, who on her side dropped 6 curtsies without stopping to think, and then said, to relieve his evident embarrassment, "Sir Ambassador, I am sure that everything you intend to say is charming, since it is you who mean to say it, but let us make haste into the palace, as it is pouring cats and dogs, and the wicked Fairy Carabosse will be amused to see us all standing here dripping. When we are once in shelter we can laugh at her." Upon this the ambassador found his tongue, and replied gallantly that the fairy had evidently foreseen the flames that would be kindled by the bright eyes of the princess, and had sent this deluge to extinguish them. Then he offered his hand to conduct the princess, and she said softly, "As you could not possibly guess how much I like you, Sir Fanfaronade, I am obliged to tell you plainly that, since I saw you enter the town on your beautiful prancing horse, I have been sorry that you came to speak for another instead of for yourself. So if you think about it as I do, I will marry you instead of your master. Of course I know you are not a prince, but I shall be just as fond of you as if you were, and we can go and live in some cosy little corner of the world, and be as happy as the days are long." The ambassador thought he must be dreaming, and could hardly believe what the lovely princess said. He dared not answer, but only squeezed the princess's hand until he really hurt her little finger, but she did not cry out. When they reached the palace, the king kissed his daughter on both cheeks, and said, "My little lambkin, are you willing to marry the great King Merlin's son, for this ambassador has come on his behalf to fetch you?" "If you please, sire," said the princess, dropping a curtsy. "I consent also," said the queen, so let the banquet be prepared." This was done with all speed, and everybody feasted except Mayblossom and Fanfaronade, who looked at one another and forgot everything else. After the banquet came a ball, and after that again a ballet, and at last they were all so tired that everyone just fell asleep where they sat. Only the lovers were as wide awake as mice, and the princess, seeing that there was nothing to fear, said to Fanfaronade, "Let us be quick and run away, for we shall never have a better chance than this." Then she took the king's dagger, which was in a diamond sheath, and the queen's neck handkerchief, and gave her hand to Fanfaronade, who carried a lantern, and they ran out together into the muddy street and down to the sea shore. Here they got into a little boat in which the poor old boatman was sleeping, and when he woke up and saw the lovely princess, with all her diamonds and spider's web scarf, he did not know what to think, and obeyed her instantly when she commanded him to set out. They could not see neither moon nor stars, but in the queen's neck handkerchief there was a carbuncle which glowed like 50 torches. Fanfaronade asked the princess where she would like to go, but she only answered that she did not care where she went as long as he was with her. "But, princess," said he, "I dare not take you back to King Merlin's court. He would think hanging too good for me." "Oh, in that case," she answered, "we had better go to Squirrel Island. It is lovely enough, and too far off for anyone to follow us there." So she ordered the old boatman to steer for Squirrel Island. Meanwhile the day was breaking, and the king and queen and all the courtiers began to wake up and rub their eyes, and think it was time to finish the preparations for the wedding. And the queen asked for her neck handkerchief so she might look smart. Then there was a scurrying hither and thither, and hunting everywhere. They looked into every place, from the wardrobes to the stoves, and the queen herself ran about from the garret to the cellar, but the handkerchief was nowhere to be found. By this time the king had missed his dagger, and the search began all over again. They opened boxes and chests of which the keys had been lost for 100 years, and found numbers of curious things, but not the dagger, and the king tore his beard, and the queen tore her hair, for the handkerchief and the dagger were the most valuable things in the kingdom. When the king saw that the search was hopeless, he said, "Never mind, let us make haste and get the wedding over before anything else is lost." And then he asked where the princess was. Upon this her nurse came forward and said, "Sire, I have been seeking her those 2 hours, but she is nowhere to be found." This was more than the queen could bear. She gave a shriek of alarm and fainted away, and they had to pour 2 barrels of eau de cologne over her before she recovered. When she came to herself, everybody was looking for the princess in the greatest terror and confusion, but as she did not appear, the king said to his page, "Go and find Ambassador Fanfaronade, who is doubtless asleep in some corner, and tell him the sad news." So the page hunted hither and thither, but Fanfaronade was no more to be found than the princess, the dagger, or the neck handkerchief. Then the king summoned his counsellors and his guards, and, accompanied by the queen, went into the great hall. As he had not had time to prepare his speech beforehand, the king ordered that silence should be kept for 3 hours, and at the end of that time he spoke as follows: "Listen, great and small. My dear daughter Mayblossom is lost. Whether she has been stolen away or has simply disappeared, I cannot tell. The queen's neck handkerchief and my sword, which are worth their weight in gold, are also missing, and, what is worst of all, the ambassador Fanfaronade is nowhere to be found. I greatly fear that the king, his master, when he receives no tidings from him, will come to seek him among us, and will accuse us of having made mincemeat of him. Perhaps I could bear even that if I had any money, but I assure you that the expenses of the wedding have completely ruined me. Advise me, then, my dear subjects, what I had better do to recover my daughter Fanfaronade and the other things." This was the most eloquent speech the king had ever been known to make, and when everybody had done admiring it, the prime minister made his answer. "Sire, we are all very sorry to see you so sorry. We would give everything we value in the world to take away the cause of your sorrow, but this seems to be another of the tricks of the fairy Caraboss. The princess's 20 unlucky years were not quite over, and really, if the truth must be told, I noticed that Fanfaronade and the princess appeared to admire one another greatly. Perhaps this may give you some clue of the mystery of their disappearance." Here the queen interrupted him, saying, "Take care what you say, sir. Believe me, the Princess Mayblossom was too far well brought up to think of falling in love with an ambassador." At this the nurse came forward, and, falling on her knees, confessed how they had made the little needle-hole in the tower, and how the princess had declared when she saw the ambassador that she would marry him and no one else. Then the queen was very angry, and gave the nurse, and the cradle-rocker, and the nursery-maid such a scolding that they shook in their shoes. But the Admiral Cocked Hat interrupted her, crying, Let us be off after this good-for-nothing Fanfaronade, for without a doubt he has run away with our princess." Then there was a great clapping of hands, and everybody shouted, "By all means let us be after him." So while some embarked upon the sea, the others ran from kingdom to kingdom, beating drums and blowing trumpets, and wherever a crowd collected they cried, "Whoever wants a beautiful doll, sweetmeats of all kinds, a little pair of scissors, a golden robe, and a satin cap, has only to say where Fanfaronade has hidden the Princess Mayblossom." But the answer everywhere was, "You must go farther, we have not seen them." However, those who went by sea were more fortunate, for after sailing about for some time they noticed a light before them which burned at night like a great fire. At first they dared not go near it, not knowing what it might be, but by and by it remained stationary over Squirrel Island, for, as you have guessed already, the light was glowing off the carbuncle. The Princess and Fanfaronade, on the landing upon the island, had given the boatman 100 gold pieces, and made him promise solemnly to tell no one where he had taken them. But the first thing that happened was that, as he rowed away, he got into the midst of the fleet, and before he could escape the admiral had seen him and sent a boat after him. When he was searched they found the gold pieces in his pocket, and as they were quite new coins, struck in honour of the princess's wedding, the admiral felt certain that the boatman must have been paid by the princess to aid in her flight, but he would not answer any questions, and pretended to be deaf and dumb. Then the admiral said, "Oh, deaf and dumb is he? Lash him to the mast and give him a taste of the cat o' nine tails. I don't know anything better than that for the curing of the deaf and dumb." And when the old boatman saw that he was in earnest, he told all he knew about the cavalier and the lady whom he had landed upon the Squirrel Island, and the admiral knew it must be the Princess and Fanfaronade, so he gave the order for a fleet to surround the island. Meanwhile the Princess Mayblossom, who was this time terribly sleepy, had found a grassy bank in the shade, and throwing herself down, had already fallen into a profound slumber, when Fanfaronade, who happened to be hungry and not sleepy, came and woke her up, saying, very crossly, "Pray, madam, how long do you mean to stay here? I see nothing to eat, and though you may be very charming, the sight of you does not prevent me from famishing." "What? Fanfaronade," said the princess, sitting up and rubbing her eyes. "Is it possible that when I am here with you, you cannot want anything else? You ought to be thinking all the time how happy you are." "Happy!" cried he. "Say rather unhappy. I wish with all my heart that you were back in your dark tower again." "Darling, don't be cross," said the princess. "I will go and see if I can find some wild fruit for you." "I wish you might find a wolf to eat you up," growled Fanfaronade. The princess, in great dismay, ran hither and thither all about the wood, tearing her dress and hurting her pretty little white hands with thorns and brambles, but she could find nothing good to eat, and at last she had to go back sorrowfully to Fanfaronade. When he saw that she came empty-handed, he got up and left her, grumbling to himself. The next day they searched again, but with no better success. "Alas," said the princess, "if only I could find something for you to eat, I should not mind being hungry myself." "No, I should not mind that either," answered Fanfaronade. "Is it possible," said she, "that you would not care if I died of hunger? Oh, Fanfaronade, you said you loved me." "That was when we were in quite another place and I was not as hungry," said he. "It makes a great difference in one's ideas to be dying of hunger and thirst on a desert island." At this the princess was dreadfully vexed, and she sat down under a white rose bush and began to cry bitterly. "Happy roses," she thought to herself. "They have only to blossom in the sunshine and be admired, and there is nobody to be unkind to them." And the tears ran down her cheeks and splashed on to the rose-tree roots. Presently she was surprised to see a whole bush rustling and shaking, and a soft little voice from the prettiest rosebud said, "Poor princess, look in the trunk of that tree, and you will find a honeycomb, but don't be foolish enough to share it with Fanfaronade." Mayblossom ran to the tree, and sure enough there was honey. Without losing a moment she ran with it to Fanfaronade, crying gaily, "See, there is a honeycomb that I have found. I might have eaten it all up by myself, but I had rather share it with you." But without looking at her or thanking her, he snatched the honeycomb out of her hands, and ate it all up, every bit, without offering her a morsel. Indeed, when she humbly asked for some, he said mockingly that it was too sweet for her, and would spoil her teeth. Mayblossom, more downcast than ever, went sadly away and sat under an oak tree, and her tears and sighs were so piteous that the oak fanned her with his rustling leaves, and said, "Take courage, pretty princess, all is not lost yet. Take this pitcher of milk and drink it up, and whatever you do, don't leave a drop for Fanfaronade." The princess, quite astonished, looked around and saw a big pitcher full of milk, but before she could raise it to her lips she thought of how thirsty Fanfaronade must be, after eating at least 15 pounds of honey, made him run back to her and say, "Here is a pitcher of milk, Drink some, for you must be thirsty, I am sure, but pray save a little for me, as I am dying of hunger and thirst." But he seized the pitcher and drank all it contained at a single draught, and then broke it to atoms on the nearest stone, saying with a malicious smile, "As you have not eaten anything, you cannot be thirsty." "Ah!" cried the princess, "I am well punished for disappointing the king and queen, and running away with this ambassador about whom I knew nothing." And so saying, she wandered away into the thickest part of the wood, and sat down under a thorn tree, where a nightingale was singing. Presently she heard him say, "Search under the bush, princess. You will find some sugar and almonds and some tarts there, but don't be silly enough to offer Fanfaronade any." And this time the princess, who was fainting with hunger, took the nightingale's advice, and ate what she found all by herself. But Fanfaronade, seeing that she had found something good, and was not going to share it with him, ran after her in such a fury that she hastily drew out the queen's carbuncle, which had the property of rendering people invisible if they were in danger, and when she was safely hidden from him, she reproached him gently for his unkindness. Meanwhile Admiral Cocked Hat had dispatched Jack the Chatterer of the Strawboots, courier in ordinary to the Prime Minister, to tell the king that the princess and the ambassador had landed on Squirrel Island, but that not knowing the country had not pursued them, for fear of being captured by concealed enemies. The Majesties were overjoyed with the news, and the king sent for a great book, each leaf of which was 8 ells long. It was the work of a very clever fairy, and contained a description of the whole earth. He very soon found that Squirrel Island was uninhabited. "Go," said he, to Jack the Chatterer, "tell the admiral from me to land at once. I am surprised at his not having done sooner." As soon as this message reached the fleet, every preparation was made for war, and the noise was so great that it reached the ears of the princess, who at once flew to protect her lover. As he was not very brave, he accepted her aid gladly. "You stand behind me," said she, "and I will hold the carbuncle which will make us invisible, and with the king's dagger I can protect you from the enemy." So when the soldiers landed, they could see nothing, but the princess touched them one after another with the dagger, and they fell insensible upon the sand, so that at last the admiral, seeing that there was some enchantment, hastily gave orders for a retreat to be sounded, and got his men back into their boats in great confusion. Fanfaronade, being once more left with the princess, began to think that if he could get rid of her, and possess himself of the carbuncle and the dagger, he would be able to make his escape. So as they walked back over the cliffs, he gave the princess a great push, hoping she would fall into the sea, but she stepped aside so quickly that he only succeeded in overbalancing himself, and over he went, and sank to the bottom of the sea like a lump of lead, and was never heard of any more. While the princess was still looking after him in horror, her attention was attracted by a rushing noise over her head, and looking up she saw 2 chariots approaching rapidly from opposite directions. One was bright and glittering, and drawn by swans and peacocks, while the fairy who sat in it was as beautiful as a sunbeam, but the other was drawn by bats and ravens, and contained a frightful little dwarf, who was dressed in snakeskin, and wore a great toad upon her head for a hood. The chariots met with a frightful crash in mid-air, and the princess looked on in breathless anxiety while a furious battle took place between the lovely fairy with her golden lance, and the hideous little dwarf and her rusty pike. But very soon it was evident that the beauty had the best of it, and the dwarf turned her bat's head and flickered away in great confusion, while the fairy came down to where the princess stood, and said smiling, "You see, princess, I have completely routed that malicious old Caraboss. Will you believe it? She actually wanted to claim authority over you for ever, because you came out the tower 4 days before the 20 years were ended. However, I think I have settled her pretensions, and I hope you will be very happy and enjoy the freedom I have won for you." The princess thanked her heartily, and then the fairy dispatched one of her peacocks to her palace to bring a gorgeous robe for Mayblossom, who certainly needed it, for her robe was torn to shreds by thorns and briars. Another peacock was sent to the admiral to tell him that he could now land in perfect safety, which he at once did, bringing all his men with him, even to Jack the Chatterer, who, happening to be past the spit at which the admiral's dinner was roasting, snatched it up and brought it with him. Admiral Cocked Hat was immensely surprised when he came upon the golden chariot, and still more so to see the lovely 2 walking under the trees a little farther away. When he reached them, of course he recognized the princess, and he went down on his knees and kissed her hand quite joyfully. Then she presented him to the fairy, and told him how Caraboss had finally routed, and he thanked and congratulated the fairy, who was most gracious to him. While they were talking, she cried suddenly, I declare I smell a savoury dinner." "Why, yes, madam, here it is," said Jack the Chatterer, holding up the spit, where all the pheasants and partridges were frizzling. "Will your highness please taste any of them?" "By all means," said the fairy, "especially as the princess will certainly be glad of a good meal." So the admiral sent back to his ship for everything that was needful, and they feasted merrily under the trees. By the time they had finished, the peacock had come back with a robe for the princess, in which the fairy arrayed her. It was of green and gold brocade, embroidered with pearls and rubies, and her long golden hair was tied back with strings of diamonds and emeralds, and crowned with flowers. The fairy made her mount beside her in the golden chariot, and took her on board to the admiral's ship, where she bade farewell, sending many messages of friendship to the queen, and bidding the princess to tell her that she was the fifth fairy who had attended the christening. And the salutes were fired, the fleet weighed anchor, and very soon they reached port. Here the king and queen were waiting, and they received the princess with such joy and kindness that she could not get a word in edgeways to say how sorry she was for having run away with such a poor spirit ambassador. But, after all, it must have all been Carabas's fault. Just at this lucky moment who should arrive but King Merlin's son, who had become uneasy at not receiving any news from his ambassador, so started himself with a magnificent escort of 1,000 horsemen and 30 bodyguards in gold and scarlet uniforms to see what could have happened. As he was 100 times handsomer and braver than the ambassador, the princess found she could like him very much. So the wedding was held at once, with so much splendour and rejoicing that all the previous misfortunes were quite forgotten. End of The Princess Mayblossom by Madame d'Aulnoy.
Princess Minon-Minette by Andrew Lang. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Rebecca Braunert Plunkett. Princess Minon-Minette by Andrew Lang. Bibliothèque des Fées et Génies. Once upon a time there lived a young king whose name was Souci, and he had been brought up ever since he was a baby by the fairy Inconstancy. Now the fairy Girouette had a kind heart, but she was a very trying person to live with, for she never knew her own mind for 2 minutes together, and as she was the sole ruler at court till the prince grew up, everything was always at 6s and 7s. At first she determined to follow the old custom of keeping the young king ignorant of the duties he would have to perform some day. Then, quite suddenly, she resigned the reins of government into his hands, but unluckily it was too late to train him properly for the post. However, the fairy did not think of that, but, carried away by her new ideas, she hastily formed a council and named as Prime Minister the excellent Ditto, so called because he had never been known to contradict anybody. Young Prince Souci had a handsome face, and at the bottom a good deal of common sense, but he had never been taught good manners, and was shy and awkward, and had, besides, never learned how to use his brains. Under these circumstances, it is not surprising that the council did not get through much work. Indeed, the affairs of the country fell into such disorder that at last the people broke out into open rebellion, and it was only the courage of the king, who continued to play the flute while swords and spears were flashing before the palace gate, that prevented civil war from being declared. No sooner was the revolt put down than the council turned their attention to the question of the young king's marriage. Various princesses were proposed to him, and the fairy, who was anxious to get the affair over before she left the court forever, gave it as her opinion that the Princess Diaphana would make the most suitable wife. Accordingly, envoys were sent to bring back an exact report of the princess's looks and ways, and they returned saying that she was tall and well made, but so very light that the equerries who accompanied her in her walks had to be always watching her, lest she should suddenly be blown away. This had happened so often that her subjects lived in terror of losing her altogether, and tried everything they could think of to keep her to the ground. They even suggested that she should carry weights in her pockets, or to have them tied to her ankles. But this idea was given up, as the princess found it so uncomfortable. At length it was decided that she was never to go out in a wind, and in order to make matters surer still, the equerries each held the end of a string which was fastened to her waist. The council talked over this report for some days, and then the king made up his mind that he would judge for himself and pretend to be his own ambassador. This plan was by no means new, but it had often succeeded, and anyhow they could think of nothing better. Such a splendid embassy had never before been seen in any country. The kingdom was left in the charge of the prime minister, who answered ditto to everything, but the choice was better than it seemed, for the worthy man was much beloved by the people, as he agreed with all they said, and they left him feeling very pleased with themselves and their own wisdom. When the king arrived at Diaphana's court, he found a magnificent reception awaiting him, for though they pretended not to know who he was, secrets like this are never hidden. Now the young king had a great dislike to long ceremonies, so he proposed that a second interview with the princess should take place in the garden. The princess made some difficulties, but as the weather was lovely and very still, she at last consented to the king's wishes. But no sooner had they finished their first bows and curtsies than a large slight breeze sprung up and began to sway the princess, whose equerries had retired out of respect. The king went forward to steady her, but the wind that he caused only drove her further away from him. He rushed after her, exclaiming, "Oh, princess, are you really running away from me?" "Good gracious, no," she replied. "Run a little quicker and you'll be able to stop me, and I shall be forever grateful." "That is what comes of talking in a garden," she added in disgust, "as if one wasn't much better in a room that was tightly closed all round." The king ran as fast as he could, but the wind ran faster still, and in a moment the princess was whirled to the bottom of the garden, which was bounded by a ditch. She cleared it like a bird, and the king, who was obliged to stop short at the edge, saw the lovely Diaphana flying over the plain, sometimes driven to the right, sometimes to the left, till at last she vanished out of sight. By this time the whole court were running over the plain, some on foot and some on horseback, all hurrying to the help of their princess, who really was in some danger, for the wind was rising to the force of a gale. The king looked on for a little, and then returned with his attendants to the palace, reflecting all the while on the extreme lightness of his proposed bride, and the absurdity of having a wife that rose in the air better than any kite. He thought, on the whole, that it would be wiser not to wait longer, but to depart at once, and he started on horseback at the very moment when the princess had been found by her followers, wet to the skin and blown against a rick. Sucy met the carriage which was bringing her home, and stopped to congratulate her on her escape, and to advise her to put on dry clothes. Then he continued his journey. It took a good while for the king to get home again, and he was rather cross at having had so much trouble for nothing. Besides which, his courtiers made fun of his adventure, and he did not like being laughed at, though of course they did not dare to do it before his face. And the end of it was that very soon he started on his travels again, only allowing one equerry to accompany him, and even this attendant he managed to lose the moment he had left his own kingdom behind him. Now it was the custom in those days for princes and princesses to be brought up by fairies, who loved them as their own children, and did not mind what inconvenience they put other people to for their sakes, for all the world as if they had been real mothers. The fairy Aveline, who lived in a country that touched at one point the kingdom of King Sucy, had under her care the lovely princess Minorminette, and had made up her mind to marry her to the young king, who, in spite of his awkward manners, which could be improved, was really very much nicer than most of the young men she was likely to meet. So Aveline made her preparations accordingly, and began by arranging that the equerry should lose himself in the forest, after which she took away the king's sword and his horse while he lay asleep under a tree. Her reason for this was that she felt persuaded that, finding himself suddenly alone and robbed of everything, the king would hide his real birth and would have to fall back on his powers of pleasing like other men, which would be much better for him. When the king awoke and found that the tree to which he had tied his horse had its lowest branch broken, and that nothing living was in sight, he was much dismayed and sought high and low for his lost treasure, but all in vain. After a time he began to get hungry, so he decided he had better try to find his way out of the forest, and perhaps he might have a chance of getting something to eat. He had only gone a few steps when he met Aveline, who had taken the shape of an old woman with a heavy bundle of faggots on her back. She staggered along the path and almost fell at his feet. And Susie, afraid that she might have hurt herself, picked her up and set her on her feet again before passing on his way. But he was not to be let off so easy. "What about my bundle?" cried the old woman. "Where is your politeness? Really, you seem to have been very nicely brought up. What have they taught you?" "Taught me? Nothing," replied he. "I can well believe it," she said. "You don't even know how to pick up a bundle. Oh, you can come near. I am cleverer than you, and know how to pick up a bundle very well." The king blushed at her words, which he felt had a great deal of truth in them, and took up the bundle meekly. Aveline, delighted at the success of her first experiment, hobbled along after him, chattering all the while, as old women do. "I wish," she said, "that all kings had done as much once in their lives. Then they would know what a lot of trouble it takes to get wood for their fires." Susie felt this to be true, and was sorry for the old woman. "Where are we going to?" asked he. "To the castle of the White Demon. And if you are in want of work, I will find you something to do." "But I can't do anything," he said, "except carry a bundle, and I shan't earn much by that." "Oh, you are learning," replied the old woman, "and it isn't bad for a first lesson." But the king was paying very little attention to her, for he was rather cross and very tired. Indeed, he felt that he really could not carry the bundle any further, and was about to lay it down, when up came a young maiden more beautiful than the day, and covered with precious stones. She ran to them, exclaiming to the old woman, "Oh, you poor thing! I was just coming after you to see if I could help you." "Here's a young man," replied the old woman, "who'll be quite ready to give you up the bundle. You see, he does not look as if he enjoyed carrying it."
"Will you let me take it, sir?" she asked.
But the king felt ashamed of himself and held on to it tightly, while the presence of the princess put him in a better temper. So they all travelled together till they arrived at a very ordinary-looking house, which Aveline pointed out as the castle of the White Demon, and told the king that he might put down his bundle in the courtyard. The young man was terribly afraid of being recognized by someone in this strange position, and would have turned on his heel and gone away, had it not been for the thought of Minon-Minette. Still, he felt very awkward and lonely, for both the princess and the old woman had entered the castle without taking the slightest notice of the young man, who remained where he was for some time, not quite knowing what he had better do. At length a servant arrived, and led him up into a beautiful room filled with people who were either playing on musical instruments or talking in a lively manner, which astonished the king, who stood silently listening, and not at all pleased at the want of attention paid him. Matters went on this way for some time. Every day the king fell more and more in love with Minon-Minette, and every day the princess seemed more and more taken up with other people. At last, in despair, the prince sought out the old woman to try to get some advice from her as to his conduct, or, anyway, to have the pleasure of talking about Minon-Minette. He found her spinning in an underground chamber, but quite ready to tell him all he wanted to know. In answer to his questions, he learned that in order to win the hand of the princess, it was not enough to be born a prince, for she would marry nobody who had not proved himself faithful, and had, besides, all those talents and accomplishments which help to make people happy. For a moment, Sucy was very much cast down on hearing this, but then he plucked up. "Tell me what I must do in order to win the heart of the princess, and no matter how hard it is, I will do it. And show me how I can repay you for your kindness, and you shall have anything I can give you. Shall I bring in your bundle of faggots every day?" "It is enough that you should have made the offer," replied the old woman, and she added, holding out a skein of thread, "Take this. One day you'll be thankful for it, and when it becomes useless, your difficulties will be past." "Is it the skein of my life?" he asked. "It is the skein of your love's ill luck," she said, and he took it and went away. Now the fairy Girouette, who had brought up Sucy, had an old friend called Grimace, the protectress of Prince Fluet. Grimace often talked over the young prince's affairs with Girouette, and when she decided that he was old enough to govern his own kingdom, consulted Girouette as to a suitable wife. Girouette, who never stopped to think or to make inquiries, drew such a delightful picture of Minon-Minette that Grimace determined to spare no pains to bring about the marriage, and accordingly Fluet was presented at court. But though the young man was pleasant and handsome, the princess thought him rather womanish in some ways, and displayed her opinion so openly as to draw upon herself and Aveline the anger of the fairy, who declared that Minon-Minette should never know happiness till she had found a bridge without an arch and a bird without feathers. So saying, she also went away. Before the king set out afresh on his travels, Aveline had restored to him his horse and his sword, and though these were but small consolation for the absence of the princess, they were better than nothing, for he felt that somehow they might be the means of leading him back to her. After crossing several deserts, the king arrived at length in a country that seemed inhabited, but the instant he stepped over the border, he was seized and flung into chains and dragged at once to the capital. He asked his guards why he was treated like this, but the only answer he got was that he was in the territory of the Iron King, for in those days countries had no names of their own, but were called after their rulers. The young man was led into the presence of the Iron King, who was seated on a black throne in a hall also hung with black as a token of mourning for all the relations whom he had put to death. "What are you doing in my country?" he cried fiercely. "I came here by accident," replied Sucy, "and if I ever escape from your clutches, I will take warning by you and treat my subjects differently." "Do you dare to insult me in my own court?" cried the king. "Away with him to Little Ease." Now, Little Ease was an iron cage hung by 4 thick chains in the middle of a great vaulted hall, and the prisoner inside could neither sit nor stand nor lie, and besides that he was made to suffer by turns unbearable heat and cold, while 100 heavy bolts kept everything safe. Girouette, whose business it was to see after Sucy, had forgotten his existence in the excitement of some new idea, and he would not have been alive long to trouble anybody if Aveline had not come to the rescue and whispered in his ear. "And the skein of thread?" He took it up obediently, though he did not see how it would help him, but he tied it round one of the iron bars of his cage, which seemed the only thing he could do, and gave a pull. To his surprise, the bar gave way at once, and he found he could break it into 1,000 pieces. After this, it did not take him long to get out of his cage, or to treat the closely barred windows of the hall in the same manner. But even after he had done all this, freedom appeared as far from him as ever, for between him and the open country was a high wall, and so smooth that not even a monkey could climb it. Then Sucy's heart died within him. He saw nothing for it but to submit to some horrible death, but he determined that the Iron King should not profit more than he could help, and flung his precious thread into the air, saying as he did so, "Oh, Fairy, my misfortunes are greater than your power. I am grateful for your goodwill, but take back your gift." The Fairy had pity on his youth and want of faith, and took care that one end of the thread remained in his hand. He suddenly felt a jerk, and saw that the thread must have caught on something, and this thought filled him with the daring that is born of despair. Better, he said to himself, trust to a thread than to the mercies of a king. And gliding down, he found himself safe on the other side of the wall. Then he rolled up the thread and put it carefully into his pocket, breathing silent thanks to the Fairy. Now, Menominee had been kept informed by Aveline of the prince's adventures, and when she heard of the way in which she had been treated by the Iron King, she became furious and began to prepare for war. She made her plans with all the secrecy she could, but when great armies are collected, people are apt to suspect a storm is brewing, and of course it is very difficult to keep anything hidden from fairy godmothers. Anyway, Grimace soon heard of it, and as she had never forgiven Menominee for refusing Prince Fluet, she felt that here was her chance of revenge. Up to this time, Aveline had been able to put a stop to many of Grimace's spiteful tricks, and to keep guard over Menominee, but she had no power over anything that happened at a distance, and when the princess declared her intention of putting herself at the head of her army, and began to train herself to bear fatigue by hunting daily, the fairy entreated her to be careful never to cross the borders of her dominions without Aveline to protect her. The princess at once gave her promise, and all went well for some days. Unluckily one morning, as Menominee was cantering slowly on her beautiful white horse, thinking a great deal about Sucy and not at all of the boundaries of her kingdom, of which indeed she was very ignorant, she suddenly found herself in front of a house made entirely of dead leaves, which somehow brought all sorts of unpleasant things into her head. She remembered Aveline's warning and tried to turn her horse, but it stood as still as if it had been marble. Then the princess felt that she was slowly and against her will being dragged to the ground. She shrieked and clung tightly to the saddle, but it was all in vain. She longed to fly, but something outside herself proved too strong for her, and she was forced to take the path that led to the house of dead leaves. Scarcely had her feet touched the threshold than Grimace appeared. "So here you are at last, Menominee. I have been watching for you a long time, and my trap was ready for you from the beginning. Come here, my darling. I will teach you to make war on my friends. Things won't turn out exactly as you fancied. What you have got to do now is to go on your knees to the king and crave his pardon, and before he consents to a peace, you will have to implore him to grant you the favor of becoming his wife. Meanwhile, you will have to be my servant." From that day, the poor princess was put to the hardest and dirtiest work, and each morning something more disagreeable seemed to await her, besides which she had no food but a little black bread, and no bed but a little straw. Out of pure spite she was sent in the heat of the day to look after the geese, and would most likely have got a sunstroke if she had not happened to pick up in the fields a large fan with which she sheltered her face. To be sure, a fan seems rather an odd possession for a goose girl, but the princess did not think of that, and she forgot all her troubles when, on opening the fan to use it as a parasol, out tumbled a letter from her lover. Then she felt sure that the fairy had not forgotten her, and took heart. When Grimace saw that Menominee still managed to look as white as snow, instead of being burned as brown as a berry, she wondered what could have happened, and began to watch her closely. The following day, when the sun was at its highest and hottest, she noticed her draw a fan from the folds of her dress and hold it before her eyes. The fairy, in a rage, tried to snatch it from her, but the princess would not let it go. "Give me that fan at once!" cried Grimace. "Never while I live," answered the princess, and, not knowing where it would be safest, placed it under her feet. In an instant she felt herself rising from the ground, with the fan always beneath her, and while Grimace was too much blinded by her fury to notice what was going on, the princess was quickly soaring out of her reach. All this time Sucy had been wandering through the world with his precious thread carefully fastened round him, seeking every possible and impossible place where his beloved princess might chance to be. But though he sometimes found traces of her, or even messages scratched on a rock, or cut in the bark of a tree, she herself was nowhere to be found. "If she is not on the earth," said Sucy to himself, "perhaps she is hiding somewhere in the air. It is there that I shall find her." So, by the help of his thread, he tried to mount upwards, but he could go such a little way, and hurt himself dreadfully when he tumbled back to earth again. Still, he did not give up, and after many days of efforts and tumbles he found to his great joy that he could go a little higher and stay up a little longer than he had done at first, and by he was able to live in the air altogether. But alas! the world of the air seemed as empty of her as the world below, and Sucy was beginning to despair, and to think that he must go and search the world that lay in the sea. He was floating sadly along, not paying any heed to where he was going, when he saw in the distance a beautiful, bright sort of bird coming towards him. His heart beat fast, he did not know why, and as they both drew near, the voice of the princess exclaimed, "Behold the bird without feathers and the bridge without an arch!" So their first meeting took place in the air, but it was none the less happy for that, and the fan grew big enough to hold the king as well as Aveline, who had hastened to give them some good advice. She guided the fan above the spot where the two armies lay encamped before each other, ready to give battle. The fight was long and bloody, but in the end the Iron King was obliged to give way and surrender to the princess, who set him to keep King Sucy's sheep, first making him swear a solemn oath that he would treat them kindly. Then the marriage took place in the presence of Girouette, whom they had the greatest trouble to find, and who was much astonished to discover how much business had been got through in her absence. End of Princess Minon-Minette by Andrew Lang.
Princess Narcissus and the Princess Potentilla by Andrew Lang. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading by Matt Perard. Prince Narcissus and the Princess Potentilla. Once upon a time there lived a king and queen who, though it is a very long while since they died, were much the same in their tastes and pursuits as people nowadays. The king, who was called Cloverleaf, liked hunting better than anything else, but nevertheless bestowed as much care upon his kingdom as he felt equal to. That is to say, he never made an end of folding and unfolding the state documents. As to the queen, she had once been very pretty, and she liked to believe that she was so still, which is, of course, always made quite easy for queens. Her name was Frivola, and her one occupation in life was the pursuit of amusement. Balls, masquerades, and picnics followed one another in rapid succession, as fast as she could arrange them, and you may imagine that under these circumstances the kingdom was somewhat neglected. As a matter of fact, if anyone had a fancy for a town or a province, he helped himself to it. But as long as the king had his horses and dogs, and the queen her musicians and her actors. They did not trouble themselves about the matter. King Cloverleaf and Queen Frivola had but one child, and this princess had from her very babyhood been so beautiful that by the time she was 4 years old the queen was desperately jealous of her, and so fearful that when she was grown up she would be more admired than herself, that she resolved to keep her hidden away out of sight. To this end she caused a little house to be built not far beyond the palace gardens, on the bank of a river. This was surrounded by a high wall, and in it the charming Potentilla was imprisoned. Her nurse, who was dumb, took care of her, and the necessaries of life were conveyed to her through a little window in the wall, while guards were always pacing to and fro outside, with orders to cut off the head of anyone who tried to approach, which they would certainly have done without thinking twice about it. The queen told everyone, with much pretended sorrow, that the princess was so ugly, and so troublesome, and altogether so impossible to love, that to keep her out of sight was the only thing that could be done for her. And this tale she repeated so often that at last the whole court believed it. Things were in this state, and the princess was about 15 years old, when Prince Narcissus, attracted by the report of Queen Frivola's gay doings, presented himself at the court. He was not much older than the princess, and was as handsome a prince as you would see in a day's journey, and really, for his age, not so very scatterbrained. His parents were a king and queen, whose story you will perhaps read some day. They died almost at the same time, leaving their kingdom to the eldest of their children, and commending their youngest son, Prince Narcissus, to the care of the fairy Melinette. In this they did very well for him, for the fairy was as kind as she was powerful, and she spared no pains in teaching the little prince everything it was good for him to know, and even imparted to him some of her own fairy lore. But as soon as he was grown up, she sent him out to see the world for himself, though all the time she was secretly keeping watch over him, ready to help in any time of need. Before he started, she gave him a ring, which would render him invisible when he put it on his finger. These rings seem to be quite common. You must often have heard of them, even if you have never seen one. It was in the course of the prince's wanderings, in search of experience of men and things, that he came to the court of Queen Frivola, where he was extremely well received. The queen was delighted with him, so were all her ladies, and the king was very polite to him, though he did not quite see why the whole court was making such a fuss over him. Prince Narcissus enjoyed all that went on, and found the time pass very pleasantly. Before long, of course, he heard the story about the Princess Potentilla, and as it had by that time been repeated many times, and had been added to here and there, she was represented as such a monster of ugliness that he was really quite curious to see her, and resolved to avail himself of the magic power of his ring to accomplish his design. So he made himself invisible, and passed the guard without their so much as suspecting that anyone was near. Climbing the wall was rather a difficulty, but when he at length found himself inside it, he was charmed with the peaceful beauty of the little domain it enclosed, and still more delighted when he perceived a slender, lovely maiden wandering among the flowers. It was not until he had sought vainly for the imaginary monster that he realized that this was the princess herself, and by that time he was deeply in love with her, for indeed it would have been hard to find anyone prettier than Potentilla, as she sat by the brook, weaving a garland of blue forget-me-nots to crown her waving golden locks, or to imagine anything more gentle than the way she tended all the birds and beasts who inhabited her small kingdom, and who all loved and followed her. Prince Narcissus watched her every movement, and hovered near her in a dream of delight, not daring as yet to appear to her, so humble had he suddenly become in her presence. And when evening came, and the nurse fetched the Princess into her little house, he felt obliged to go back to Frivola's palace, for fear his absence should be noticed, and someone should discover his new treasure. But he forgot that to go back absent, and dreamy, and indifferent, when he had before been gay and ardent about everything, was the surest way of awakening suspicion. And when, in response to the jesting questions which were put to him upon the subject, he only blushed and returned evasive answers, all the ladies were certain that he had lost his heart, and did their utmost to discover who was the happy possessor of it. As to the Prince, he was becoming day by day more attached to Potentilla, and his one thought was to attend her, always invisible, and help her in everything she did, and provide her with everything that could possibly amuse or please her. And the Princess, who had learnt to find diversion in very small things in her quiet life, was in a continual state of delight over the treasures which the Prince constantly laid where she must find them. Then Narcissus implored his faithful friend Melinette to send the Princess such dreams of him as should make her recognize him as a friend when he actually appeared before her eyes. And this device was so successful that the Princess quite dreaded the cessation of these amusing dreams, in which a certain Prince Narcissus was such a delightful lover and companion. After that he went a step further and began to have long talks with the Princess, still, however, keeping himself invisible, until she begged him so earnestly to appear to her that he could no longer resist, and, after making her promise that, no matter what he was like, she would still love him, he drew the ring from his finger, and the Princess saw with delight that he was as handsome as he was agreeable. Now, indeed, they were perfectly happy, and they passed the whole long summer day in Potentilla's favourite place by the brook, and when at last Prince Narcissus had to leave her, it seemed to them both that the hours had gone by with the most amazing swiftness. The Princess stayed where she was, dreaming of her delightful Prince, and nothing could have been further from her thoughts than any trouble or misfortune, when suddenly, in a cloud of dust and shavings, by came the enchanter Grumedan, and unluckily he chanced to catch sight of Potentilla. Down he came straightway, and alighted at her feet, and one look at her charming blue eyes and smiling lips quite decided him that he must appear to her at once, though he was rather annoyed to remember that he had on only his second best cloak. The Princess sprang to her feet with a cry of terror at this sudden apparition, for really the enchanter was no beauty. To begin with, he was very big and clumsy, then he had but one eye, and his teeth were long, and he stammered badly. Nevertheless, he had an excellent opinion of himself, and mistook the Princess's cry of terror for an exclamation of delighted surprise. After pausing a moment to give her time to admire him, the enchanter made her the most complimentary speech he could invent, which, however, did not please her at all, though he was extremely delighted with it himself. Poor Potentilla only shuddered and cried, "Oh, where is my Narcissus?" To which he replied with a self-satisfied chuckle, "You want a Narcissus, madam? Well, they are not rare. You shall have as many as you like." Whereupon he waved his wand, and the Princess found herself surrounded and half buried in the fragrant flowers. She would certainly have betrayed that this was not the kind of Narcissus she wanted. But for the fairy Melinette, who had been anxiously watching the interview, and now thought it quite time to interfere. Assuming the prince's voice, she whispered in Potentilla's ear: "We are menaced by great danger, but my only fear is for you, my princess. Therefore, I beg you to hide what you really feel, and we will hope that some way out of the difficulty may present itself." The princess was much agitated by this speech, and feared lest the enchanter should have overheard it. But he had been loudly calling her attention to the flowers, and chuckling over his own smartness in getting them for her, and it was rather a blow to him when she said very coldly that they were not the sort she preferred, and she would be glad if he would send them all away. This he did, but afterwards wished to kiss the princess's hand as a reward for having been so obliging. But the fairy Melinette was not going to allow anything of that kind. She appeared suddenly, in all her splendor, and cried: "Stay, Grumedan! This princess is under my protection, and the smallest impertinence will cost you 1,000 years of captivity. If you can win Potentilla's heart by the ordinary methods, I cannot oppose you, but I warn you that I will not put up with any of your usual tricks." This declaration was not at all to the enchanter's taste, but he knew that there was no help for it, and that he would have to behave well, and pay the princess all the delicate attentions he could think of, though they were not at all the sort of thing he was used to. However, he decided that to win such a beauty it was quite worth while, and Melinette, feeling that she could now leave the princess in safety, hurried off to tell Prince Narcissus what was going forward. Of course, at the very mention of the enchanter as a rival, he was furious, and I don't know what foolish things he would not have done if Melinette had not been there to calm him down. She represented to him what a powerful enchanter Grumedan was, and how, if he were provoked, he might avenge himself upon the princess, since he was the most unjust and churlish of all the enchanters, and had often before had to be punished by the fairy queen for some of his ill deeds. Once he had been imprisoned in a tree, and was only released when it was blown down by a furious wind. Another time he was condemned to stay under a big stone at the bottom of a river, until by some chance the stone should be turned over. But nothing could ever really improve him. The fairy finally made Narcissus promise that he would remain invisible when he was with the princess, since she felt sure that this would make things easier for all of them. Then began a struggle between Grumedan and the prince, the latter under the name of Melinette, as to which could best delight and divert the princess and win her approbation. Prince Narcissus first made friends with all the birds in Potentilla's little domain, and taught them to sing her name and her praises, with all their sweetest trills and most touching melodies, and all day long to tell her how dearly he loved her. Grumedan, thereupon, declared that there was nothing new about that, since the birds had sung since the world began, and all lovers had imagined that they sang for them alone. Therefore, he said he would himself write an opera that should be absolutely a novelty and something worth hearing. When the time came for the performance, which lasted 5 weary hours, the princess found to her dismay that the opera consisted of this more than indifferent verse, chanted with all their might by 10,000 frogs. "Admirable Potentilla, do you think it kind or wise in this sudden way to kill a poor enchanter with your eyes?" Really, if Narcissus had not been there to whisper in her ear and divert her attention, I don't know what would have become of poor Potentilla, for though the first repetition of this absurdity amused her faintly. She nearly died of weariness before the time was over. Luckily, Grumedan did not perceive this, as he was too much occupied in whipping up the frogs, many of whom perished miserably from fatigue, since he did not allow them to rest for a moment. The prince's next idea for Potentia's amusement was to cause a fleet of boats exactly like those of Cleopatra, of which you have doubtless read in history, to come up the little river, and upon the most gorgeously decorated of these reclined the great queen herself, who, as soon as she reached the place where Potentia sat in rapt attention, stepped majestically on shore, and presented the princess with that celebrated pearl of which you have heard so much, saying, "You are more beautiful than I ever was. Let my example warn you to make a better use of your beauty." And then the little fleet sailed on, until it was lost to view in the windings of the river. Grumedan was also looking on at the spectacle, and said very contemptuously, "I cannot say I think these marionettes amusing. What a to do to make over a single pearl! But if you like pearls, madam, why, I will soon gratify you." So saying, he drew a whistle from his pocket, and no sooner had he blown it than the princess saw the water of the river bubble and grow muddy, and in another instant up came hundreds of thousands of great oysters, who climbed slowly and laboriously towards her, and laid at her feet all the pearls they contained. "Those are what I call pearls!" cried Grumedan in high glee. And truly there were enough of them to pave every path in Potentia's garden, and leave some to spare. The next day Prince Narcissus had prepared for the princess's pleasure a charming arbor of leafy branches, with couches of moss and grassy floor and garlands everywhere, with her name written in different colored blossoms. Here he caused a dainty little banquet to be set forth, while hidden musicians played softly, and the silvery fountains plashed down into their marble basins. And when presently the music stopped, a single nightingale broke the stillness with his delicious chant. "Ah!" cried the princess, recognizing the voice of one of her favorites. "Philomel, my sweet one, who taught you that new song?" And he answered, "Love, my princess." Meanwhile the enchanter was very ill pleased with the entertainment, which he declared was dullness itself. "You don't seem to have any idea in these parts beyond little squeaking birds," said he, "and fancy giving a banquet without so much as an ounce of plate." So the next day, when the princess went out into her garden, there stood a summer house built of solid gold, decorated within and without with her initials and the enchanter's combined, and in it was spread an enormous repast, while the tables so glittered with golden cups and plates, flagons and dishes, candlesticks and 100 other things beside, that it was hardly possible to look steadily at it. The enchanter ate like 6 ogres, but the princess could not touch a morsel. Presently Grumedan remarked with a grin, "I have provided neither musicians nor singers, but as you seem fond of music, I will sing to you myself." Whereupon he began, with a voice like a screech owl's, to chant the words of his opera, only this time, happily, not at such a length, and without the frog accompaniment. After this the prince again asked the aid of his friends the birds, and when they had assembled from all the country round, he tied about the neck of each one a tiny lamp of some brilliant color, and when darkness fell he made them go through 100 pretty tricks before the delighted Potentia, who clapped her little hands with delight when she saw her own name traced in points of light against the dark trees, or when the whole flock of sparks grouped themselves into bouquets of different colors, like living flowers. Grumedan, leaning back in his armchair, with one knee crossed over the other, and his nose in the air, looked on disdainfully. "Oh, if you like fireworks, Princess," said he. And the next night all the will-o'-the-wisps in the country came and danced on the plain, which could be seen from the Princess's windows, and as she was looking out, and rather enjoying the sight, up sprang a frightful volcano, pouring out smoke and flames which terrified her greatly, to the intense amusement of the enchanter, who laughed like a pack of wolves quarrelling. After this, as many of the will-o'-the-wisps as could get in crowded into Potentia's garden, and by their light the tall yew trees danced minuets until the Princess was weary and begged to be excused from looking at anything more that night. But, in spite of Potentia's efforts to behave politely to the tiresome old enchanter, whom she detested, he could not help seeing that he failed to please her, and then he began to suspect very strongly that she must love someone else, and that someone besides Melinette was responsible for all the festivities he had witnessed. So after much consideration he devised a plan for finding out the truth. He went to the Princess suddenly and announced that he was most unwillingly forced to leave her, and had come to bid her farewell. Potentia could scarcely hide her delight when she heard this, and his back was hardly turned before she was entreating Prince Narcissus to make himself visible once more. The poor Prince had been getting quite thin with anxiety and annoyance, and was only too delighted to comply with her request. They greeted one another rapturously, and were just sitting down to talk over everything cosily and enjoy the enchanter's discomfiture together, when out he burst in a fury from behind a bush. With his huge club he aimed a terrific blow at Narcissus, which must certainly have killed him, but for the adroitness of the fairy Melinette, who arrived upon the scene just in time to snatch him up and carry him off at lightning speed to her castle in the air. Poor Potentia, however, had not the comfort of knowing this, for at the sight of the enchanter threatening her beloved prince, she had given one shriek and fallen back insensible. When she recovered her senses, she was more than ever convinced that he was dead, since even Melinette was no longer near her, and no one was left to defend her from the odious old enchanter. To make matters worse, he seemed to be in a very bad temper, and came blustering and raging at the poor Princess. "I tell you what it is, madame," said he, "whether you love this whipper-snapper prince or not doesn't matter in the least. You are going to marry me, so you may as well make up your mind to it, and I am going away this very minute to make all the arrangements. But in case you should get into mischief in my absence, I think I had better put you to sleep." So saying, he waved his wand over her, and in spite of her utmost efforts to keep awake, she sank into a profound and dreamless slumber. As he wished to make out what he considered a suitable entry into the king's palace, he stepped outside the princess's little domain, and mounted upon an immense chariot with great solid wheels, and shafts like the trunk of an oak tree, but all of solid gold. This was drawn with great difficulty by 48 strong oxen, and the enchanter reclined at his ease, leaning upon his huge club, and holding carelessly upon his knee a tawny African lion, as if it had been a little lap dog. It was about 7 o'clock in the morning when this extraordinary chariot reached the palace gates. The king was already astir, and about to set off on a hunting expedition. As for the queen, she had only just gone off into her first sleep, and it would have been a bold person indeed who ventured to wake her. The king was greatly annoyed at having to stay and see a visitor at such a time, and pulled off his hunting boots again with many grimaces. Meantime the enchanter was stumping about in the hall, crying, "Where is this king? Let him be told that I must see him and his wife also." The king, who was listening at the top of the staircase, thought this was not very polite. However, he took counsel with his favorite huntsman, and, following his advice, presently went down to see what was wanted of him. He was struck with astonishment at the sight of the chariot, and was gazing at it, when the enchanter strode up to him, exclaiming, "Shake hands, Cloverleaf, old fellow! Don't you know me?" "No, I can't say I do," replied the king, somewhat embarrassed. "Why, I am Grumedan, the enchanter," said he, "and I am come to make your fortune. Let us come in and talk things over a bit." Thereupon he ordered the oxen to go about their business, and they bounded off like stags, and were out of sight in a moment. Then, with one blow of his club, he changed the massive chariot into a perfect mountain of gold pieces. "Those are for your lackeys," said he to the king, "that they may drink my health." Naturally, a great scramble ensued, and at last the laughter and shouting awoke the queen, who rang for her maids to ask the reason of such an unwonted hurly-burly. When they said that a visitor was asking for her, and then proceeded each one to tell breathlessly a different tale of wonder, in which she could only distinguish the words oxen, gold, club, giant, lion, she thought they were all out of their minds. Meanwhile, the king was asking the enchanter to what he was indebted for the honor of this visit, and on his replying that he would not say until the queen was also present, messenger after messenger was dispatched to her to beg her immediate attendance. But Frivola was in a very bad humor at having been so unceremoniously awakened, and declared that she had a pain in her little finger, and that nothing should induce her to come. When the enchanter heard this, he insisted that she must come. "Take my club to her Majesty," said he, "and tell her that if she smells the end of it, she will find it wonderfully reviving." So 4 of the king's strongest men at arms staggered off with it, and after some persuasion the queen consented to try this novel remedy. She had hardly smelt it for an instant, when she declared herself to be perfectly restored. But whether that was due to the scent of the wood, or to the fact that as soon as she touched it out fell a perfect shower of magnificent jewels, I leave you to decide. At any rate, she was now all eagerness to see the mysterious stranger, and hastily throwing on her royal mantle, popped her second best diamond crown over her nightcap, put a liberal dab of rouge upon each cheek, and holding up her largest fan before her nose, for she was not used to appearing in broad daylight, she went mincing into the great hall. The enchanter waited until the king and queen had seated themselves upon their throne, and then, taking his place between them, he began solemnly: "My name is Grumedan. I am an extremely well-connected enchanter. My power is immense. In spite of all this, the charms of your daughter Potentilla have so fascinated me that I cannot live without her. She fancies that she loves a certain contemptible puppy named Narcissus, but I have made very short work with him. I really do not care whether you consent to my marriage with your daughter or not, but I am bound to ask your consent on account of a certain meddling fairy called Melinette, with whom I have reason for wishing to keep on good terms." The king and queen were somewhat embarrassed to know what answer to make to this terrible suitor, but at last they asked for time to talk over the matter, since, they said, their subjects might think that the heir to the throne should not be married with as little consideration as a dairymaid. "Oh, take a day or two if you like," said the enchanter, "but in the meantime I am going to send for your daughter. Perhaps you will be able to induce her to be reasonable." So saying, he drew out his favorite whistle, and blew one ear-piercing note, whereupon the great lion, who had been dozing in the sunny courtyard, come bounding in on his soft heavy feet. "Orion," said the enchanter, "go and fetch me the princess, and bring her here at once. Be gentle now." At these words Orion went off at a great pace, and was soon at the other end of the king's gardens. Scattering the guards right and left, he cleared the wall at a bound, and, seizing the sleeping princess, he threw her onto his back, where he kept her by holding her robe in his teeth. Then he trotted gently back, and in less than 5 minutes stood in the great hall before the astonished king and queen. The enchanter held his club close to the princess's charming little nose, whereupon she woke up and shrieked with terror at finding herself in a strange place with the detested Grumedan. Frivola, who had stood by, stiff with displeasure at the sight of the lovely princess, now stepped forward, and with much pretended concern proposed to carry off Potentilla to her own apartments, that she might enjoy the quiet she seemed to need. Really, her one idea was to let the princess be seen by as few people as possible. So, throwing a veil over her head, she led her away and locked her up securely. All this time Prince Narcissus, gloomy and despairing, was kept a prisoner by Melinette in her castle in the air, and in spite of all the splendor by which he was surrounded, and all the pleasures which he might have enjoyed, his one thought was to get back to Potentilla. The fairy, however, left him there, promising to do her very best for him, and commanding all her swallows and butterflies to wait upon him and do his bidding. One day, as he paced sadly to and fro, he thought he heard a voice he knew calling to him, and sure enough there was the faithful Philomel, Potentilla's favorite, who told him all that had passed, and how the sleeping princess had been carried off by the lion, to the great grief of all her four-footed and feathered subjects, and how, not knowing what to do, he had wandered about until he heard the swallows telling one another of the prince who was in their airy castle, and had come to see if it could be Narcissus. The prince was more distracted than ever, and tried vainly to escape from the castle by leaping from the roof into the clouds. But every time they caught him, and, rolling softly up, brought him back to the place from which he started. So at last he gave up the attempt and waited with desperate patience for the return of Melinette. Meanwhile matters were advancing rapidly in the court of King Cloverleaf, for the queen quite made up her mind that such a beauty as Potentilla must be got out of the way as quickly as possible. So she sent for the enchanter secretly, and after making him promise that he would never turn herself and King Cloverleaf out of their kingdom, and that he would take Potentilla far away, so that never again might she set eyes upon her, she arranged the wedding for the next day but one. You may imagine how Potentilla lamented her sad fate, and entreated to be spared. All the comfort she could get out of Frivola was, that if she preferred a cup of poison to a rich husband, she would certainly provide her with one. When, then, the fatal day came, the unhappy Potentilla was led into the great hall between the king and queen, the latter wild with envy at the murmurs of admiration which rose on all sides at the loveliness of the princess. An instant later in came Grumedan by the opposite door. His hair stood on end, and he wore a huge bag purse and a cravat tied in a bow. His mantle was made of a shower of silver coins with a lining of rose color, and his delight in his own appearance knew no bounds. That any princess could prefer a cup of poison to himself never for an instant occurred to him. Nevertheless, that was what did happen, for when Queen Frivola, in jest, held out the fatal cup to the princess, she took it eagerly, crying, "Ah, beloved Narcissus, I come to thee," and was just raising it to her lips when the window of the great hall burst open, and the fairy Melinette floated in upon a glowing sunset cloud, followed by the prince himself. All the court looked on in dazzled surprise, when Potentilla, catching sight of her lover, dropped the cup and ran joyfully to meet him. The enchanter's first thought was to defend himself when he saw Melinette appear, but she slipped round his blind side, and catching him by the eyelashes, dragged him off to the ceiling of the hall, where she held him kicking for a while, just to give him a lesson, and then touching him with her wand she imprisoned him for 1,000 years in a crystal ball which hung from the roof. "Let this teach you to mind what I tell you another time," she remarked severely. Then, turning to the King and Queen, she begged them to proceed with the wedding, since she had provided a much more suitable bridegroom. She also deprived them of their kingdom, for they had really shown themselves unfit to manage it, and bestowed it upon the Prince and Princess, who, though they were unwilling to take it, had no choice but to obey the fairy. However, they took care that the King and Queen were always supplied with everything they could wish for. Prince Narcissus and Princess Potentilla lived long and happily, beloved by all their subjects. As for the enchanter, I don't believe he has been let out yet. End of Prince Narcissus and Princess Potentilla by Andrew Lang.
The Silent Princess by Andrew Lang. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Rebecca Braunert Plunkett. The Silent Princess. Once upon a time there lived in Turkey a pasha who had only one son, and so dearly did he love this boy that he let him spend the whole day amusing himself instead of learning how to be useful like his friends. Now the boy's favorite toy was a golden ball, and with this he would play from morning till night without troubling anybody. One day, as he was sitting in the summer house in the garden, making his ball run all along the walls and catching it again, he noticed an old woman with an earthen pitcher coming to draw water from a well which stood in a corner of the garden. In a moment he had caught his ball and flung it straight at the pitcher, which fell to the ground in 1,000 pieces. The old woman started with surprise, but said nothing, only turned round to fetch another pitcher, and as soon as she had disappeared, the boy hurried out to pick up his ball. Scarcely was he back in the summer house when he beheld the old woman a second time, approaching the well with the pitcher on her shoulder. She had just taken hold of the handle to lower it into the water when, crash! And the pitcher lay in fragments at her feet. Of course she felt very angry, but for fear of the pasha, she still held her peace and spent her last pence in buying a fresh pitcher. But when this also was broken by a blow from the ball, her wrath burst forth, and shaking her fist toward the summer house where the boy was hiding, she cried, "I wish you may be punished by falling in love with the Silent Princess." And having said this, she vanished. For some time the boy paid no heed to her words. Indeed, he forgot them altogether. But as years went by, and he began to think more about things, the remembrance of the old woman's wish came back to mind. Who is the Silent Princess? And why should it be a punishment to fall in love with her? He asked himself, and received no answer. However, that did not prevent him from putting the question again and again, till at length he grew so weak and ill that he could eat nothing, and in the end was forced to lie in bed altogether. His father the pasha became so frightened by this strange disease that he sent for every physician in the kingdom to cure him, but no one was able to find a remedy. "How did your illness first begin, my son?" asked the Pasha one day. "Perhaps if we knew that, we should also know better what to do for you." Then the youth told him what had happened all those years before when he was a little boy, and what the old woman had said to him. "Give me, I pray you," he cried when his tale was finished. "Give me, I pray you, leave to go into the world in search of the princess, and perhaps this evil state may cease." And, sore though his heart was to part from his only son, the Pasha felt that the young man would certainly die if he remained at home any longer. "Go, and peace be with you," he answered, and went out to call his trusted steward, whom he ordered to accompany his young master. Their preparations were soon made, and early one morning the two set out. But neither old man nor young man had the slightest idea where they were going or what they were undertaking. First they lost their way in a dense forest, and from that they at length emerged in a wilderness where they wandered for 6 months, not seeing a living creature, and finding scarcely anything to eat or drink, till they became nothing but skin and bone, while their garments hung in tatters about them. They had forgotten all about the princess, and their only wish was to find themselves back in the palace again, when, one day, they discovered that they were standing on the shoulder of a mountain. The stones beneath them shone as brightly as diamonds, and both their hearts beat with joy at beholding a tiny old man approaching them. The sight awoke all manner of recollections. The numb feeling that had taken possession of them fell away as if by magic, and it was with glad voices that they greeted the newcomer. "Where are we, my friend?" asked they. And the old man told them that this was the mountain where the Sultan's daughter sat, covered by 7 veils, and the shining of the stones was the only reflection of her own brilliance. On hearing this news, all the dangers and difficulties of their past wandering vanished from their minds. "How can I reach her soonest?" asked the youth eagerly. But the old man answered, "Have patience, my son, yet a while. Another 6 months must go by before you arrive at the palace where she dwells with the rest of the women. And even so, think well when you can, as should you fail to make her speak, you will have to pay forfeit with your life, as others have done. So beware." But the prince only laughed at this counsel, as others had also done. After 3 months they found themselves on the top of another mountain, and the prince saw with surprise that its sides were coloured a beautiful red. Perched on some cliffs not far off was a small village, and the prince proposed to his friends that they should go and rest there. The villagers, on their part, welcomed them gladly, and gave them food to eat and beds to sleep on, and thankful indeed were the 2 travellers to repose their weary limbs. The next morning they asked their host if he could tell them whether there were still many days' journey from the princess, and whether he knew why the mountain was so much redder than other mountains. "For 3½ more months you must still pursue your way," answered he, "and by that time you will find yourselves at the gate of the princess's palace. As for the colour of the mountain, that comes from the soft hue of her cheeks and mouth, which shines through the 7 veils which cover her. But none have ever beheld her face, for she sits there, uttering no word, though one hears whispers of many having lost their lives for her sake." The prince, however, would listen no further, and thanking the man for his kindness, he jumped up and, with the steward, set out to climb the mountain. On and on and on they went, sleeping under the trees or in caves, and living upon berries and any fish they could catch in the rivers. But at length, when their clothes were nearly in rags and their legs so tired that they could hardly walk any further, they saw on the top of the next mountain a palace of yellow marble. "There it is, at last!" cried the prince, and fresh blood seemed to spring in his veins. But as he and his companion began to climb towards the top, they paused in horror, for the ground was white with dead men's skulls. It was the prince who first recovered his voice, and he said to his friend, as carelessly as he could, "These must be the skulls of the men who tried to make the princess speak and failed. Well, if we fail too, our bones will strew the ground likewise." "Oh, turn back now, my prince, while there's yet time," entreated his companion. "Your father gave you into my charge, but when we set out I did not know that certain death lay before us." "Take heart, O Lala, take heart," answered the prince. "A man can but die once. And, besides, the princess will have to speak some day, you know." So they went on again, past skulls and dead men's bones in all degrees of whiteness. And by they reached another village, where they determined to rest for a little while, so that their wits might be fresh and bright for the task that lay before them. But this time, though the people were kind and friendly, their faces were gloomy, and every now and then woeful cries would rend the air. "Oh, my brother, have I lost you? Oh, my son, shall I see you no more?" And then, as the prince and his companion asked the meaning of these laments, which indeed was plain enough, the answer was given. "Ah, you also have come hither to die. This town belongs to the father of the princess, and when any rash man seeks to move the princess to speech, he must obtain leave of the sultan. If that is granted him, he is then led into the presence of the princess. What happens afterwards? Perhaps the sight of these bones may help you to guess." The young man bowed his head in token of thanks, and stood thoughtful for a short time. Then, turning to the Lala, he said, "Well, our destiny will soon be decided. Meanwhile, we will find out all we can, and do nothing rashly." For 2 or 3 days they wandered about the bazaars, keeping their eyes and ears open, when one morning they met a man carrying a nightingale in a cage. The bird was singing so joyously that the prince stopped to listen, and at once offered to buy him from his owner. "Oh, why cumber yourself with such a useless thing?" cried the Lala in disgust. "Have you not enough to occupy your hands and mind, without taking an extra burden?" But the prince, who liked having his own way, paid no heed to him, and paying the high price asked by the man, he carried the bird back to the inn and hung him up in his chamber. That evening, as he was sitting alone, trying to think of something that would make the princess talk, and failing altogether, the nightingale pecked open her cage door, which was lightly fastened by a stick, and perching on his shoulder, murmured softly in his ear, "What makes you so sad, my prince?" The young man started. In his native country birds did not talk, and like many people he was always rather afraid of what he did not understand. But in a moment he felt ashamed of his folly, and explained that he had travelled for more than a year, and over thousands of miles, to win the hand of the sultan's daughter, and now that he had reached his goal, he could think of no plan to force her to speak. "Oh, do not trouble your head about that," replied the bird. "It is quite easy. Go this evening to the women's apartments, and take me with you. And when you enter the princess's private chamber, hide me under the pedestal which supports the great golden candlestick. The princess herself will be wrapped so thickly in her 7 veils that she can see nothing, neither can her face be seen by anyone. Then inquire after her health, but she will remain quite silent. And next, say that you are sorry to have disturbed her, and that you will have a little talk with the pedestal of the candlestick. When you speak, I will answer." The prince threw his mantle over the bird and started for the palace, where he begged for an audience of the sultan. This was soon granted him, and leaving the nightingale hidden by the mantle, in a dark corner outside the door, he walked up to the throne on which his Highness was sitting, and bowed low before him. "What is your request?" asked the Sultan, looking closely at the young man, who was tall and handsome. But when he heard the tale, he shook his head pityingly. "If you can make her speak, she shall be your wife," answered he. "But if not, did you mark the skulls that strewed the mountainside?" "Some day a man is bound to break the spell, O Sultan," replied the youth boldly, "and why should not I be he, as well as another? At any rate, my word is pledged, and I cannot draw back now." "Well, go if you must," said the Sultan, and he bade his attendants lead the way to the chamber of the princess, but to allow the young man to enter alone. Catching up, unseen, his mantle and the cage as they passed into the dark corridor, for by this time night was coming on, the youth found himself standing in a room bare except for a pile of silken cushions and one tall golden candlestick. His heart beat high as he looked at the cushions, and knew that, shrouded within the shining veils that covered them, lay the much-longed-for princess. Then, fearful that after all other eyes might be watching him, he hastily placed the nightingale under the open pedestal on which the candlestick was resting, and turning again, he steadied his voice and besought the princess to tell him of her well-being. Not by even a movement of her hand did the princess show that she had heard, and the young man, who of course expected this, went on to speak of his travels and of the strange countries he had passed through, but not a sound broke the silence. "I see clearly that you are interested in none of these things," said he at last, "and as I have been forced to hold my peace for so many months, I feel that now I really must talk to somebody, so I shall go and address my conversation to the candlestick." And with that he crossed the room behind the princess and cried, "Oh, fairest of candlesticks, how are you?" "Very well indeed, my lord," answered the nightingale, "but I wonder how many years have gone by since anyone has spoken with me, and now that you have come, rest, I pray you, a while and listen to my story." "Willingly," replied the youth, curling himself up on the floor, for there was no cushion for him to sit on. "Once upon a time," began the nightingale, "there lived a pasha whose daughter was the most beautiful maiden in the whole kingdom. Suitors she had in plenty, but she was not easy to please, and at length there were only 3 whom she felt she could even think of marrying. Not knowing which of the 3 she liked best, she took counsel with her father, who summoned the young man into his presence, and then told them that they must each of them learn some trade, and whichever of them proved the cleverest at the end of 6 months should become the husband of the princess. Though the 3 suitors may have been secretly disappointed, they could not help feeling that this test was quite fair, and left the palace together, talking as they went of what handicrafts they might set themselves to follow. The day was hot, and when they reached a spring that gushed out of the side of the mountain, they stopped to drink and rest, and then one of them said, "It will be best that we should seek our fortunes alone, so let us put our rings under the stone and go our separate ways. And the first one who returns hither will take his ring, and the others will take theirs. Thus we shall know whether we have all fulfilled the commands of the pasha, or if some accident has befallen any of us." "Good," replied the other 2, and 3 rings were placed in a little hole and carefully covered again by the stone. Then they parted, and for 6 months they knew naught of each other, till on the day appointed they met at the spring. Right glad they all were, and eagerly they talked of what they had done, and how the time had been spent. "I think I shall win the princess," said the eldest with a laugh. for it's not everybody that is able to accomplish a whole year's journey in an hour." "That is very clever, certainly," answered his friend. "But if you are to govern a kingdom, it may still be more useful to have the power of seeing what is happening at a distance, and that is what I have learned," replied the second. "No, no, my dear comrades," cried the third. "Your traits are all very well, but when the Pasha hears that I can bring back the dead to life, he will know which of us three is to be his son-in-law. But come, there only remain a few hours of the 6th month he granted us. It is time that we hastened back to the palace." "Stop a moment," said the second. "It would be well to know what is going on in the palace." And plucking some small leaves from a tree near by, he muttered some words and made some signs and laid them on his eyes. In an instant he turned pale and uttered a cry. "What is it? What is it?" exclaimed the others, and, with a shaking voice, he gasped, "The princess is lying on her bed and has barely a few minutes to live. Oh, can no one save her?" "I can," answered the third, taking a small box from his turban. "This ointment will cure any illness. But how to reach her in time?" "Give it to me," said the first, and he wished himself by the bedside of the princess, which was surrounded by the Sultan and his weeping courtiers. Clearly there was not a second to lose, for the princess had grown unconscious and her face cold. Plunging his finger into the ointment, he touched her eyes, mouth, and ears with the paste, and with beating heart awaited the result. It was swifter than he supposed. As he looked, the color came back into her cheeks, and she smiled up at her father. The Sultan, almost speechless with joy at this sudden change, embraced his daughter tenderly, and then turned to the young man to whom he owed her life. "Are you not one of those three whom I sent forth to learn a trade 6 months ago?" asked he. And the young man answered yes, and that the other two were even now on their way to the palace, so that the Sultan might judge between them. At this point in his story the nightingale stopped and asked the prince which of the three he thought had the best right to the princess. The prince reclines, listening, as the princess speaks. "The one who had learned how to prepare the ointment," replied he. "But if it had not been for the man who could see what was happening at a distance, they would never have known that the princess was ill," said the nightingale. "I would give it to him." And the strife between them waxed hot, till suddenly the listening princess started up from her cushions and cried, "Oh, you fools! You cannot understand that if it had not been for him who had power to reach the palace in time, the ointment itself would have been useless, for death would have claimed her. It is he, and no other, who ought to have the princess." At the first sound of the princess's voice, a slave, who was standing at the door, ran at full speed to tell the Sultan of the miracle which had taken place, and the delighted father hastened to the spot. But by this time the princess perceived that she had fallen into a trap which had been cunningly laid for her, and would not utter another word. All she could be prevailed on to do was to make signs to her father that the man who wished to be her husband must induce her to speak 3 times, and she smiled to herself beneath her 7 veils as she thought of the impossibility of that. When the Sultan told the prince that though he had succeeded once, he would have twice to pass through the same test, the young man's face clouded over. It did not seem to him fair play, but he dared not object, so he only bowed low, and contrived to step back close to the spot where the nightingale was hidden. As it was now quite dark, he tucked unseen the little cage under his cloak, and left the palace. "Why are you so gloomy?" asked the nightingale as soon as they were safely outside. "Everything has gone exactly right. Of course, the princess was very angry with herself for having spoken. And did you see that? At her first words the veils that covered her began to rend. Take me back tomorrow evening, and place me on the pillar by the lattice. Fear nothing. You have only to trust me." The next evening, towards sunset, the prince left the cage behind him, and with the bird in the folds of his garment slipped into the palace and made his way straight to the princess's apartments. He was at once admitted by the slaves who guarded the door, and took care to pass near the window, so that the nightingale hopped unseen to the top of a pillar. Then he turned and bowed low to the princess, and asked her several times, but as before she answered nothing, and indeed gave no sign that she heard. After a few minutes the young man bowed again, and crossing over to the window he said, "Oh, pillar, it's no use speaking to the princess. She will not utter one word, and as I must talk to somebody, I have come to you. Tell me how you have been all this long while." "I thank you," replied a voice from the pillar. "I'm feeling very well, and it is lucky for me that the princess is silent, or else you would not have wanted to speak to me. To reward you, I will relate you an interesting tale that I lately overheard, and about which I should like to have your opinion." "That will be charming," answered the prince, "so pray begin at once." "Once upon a time," said the nightingale, "there lived a woman who was so beautiful that every man who saw her fell in love with her. But she was very hard to please, and refused to wed any of them, though she managed to keep friends with all. Years passed away in this manner, almost without her noticing them, and one by one the young men grew tired of waiting, and sought wives who may have been less handsome, but were also less proud, and at length only 3 of her former wooers remained, Balchi, Yakchi, and Firechi. Still she held herself apart, thought herself better and lovelier than other women, when, on a certain evening, her eyes were opened at last to the truth. She was sitting before her mirror, combing her curls, when amongst her raven locks she found a long white hair. At this dreadful sight her heart gave a jump and then stood still. "I am growing old," she said to herself, "and if I do not choose a husband soon, I shall never get one. I know that either of those men would gladly marry me tomorrow, but I cannot decide between them. I must invent some way to find out which of them is the best, and lose no time about it." So, instead of going to sleep, she thought all night long of different plans, and in the morning she arose and dressed herself. "That will have to do," she muttered, as she pulled out the white hair which had cost her so much trouble. "It is not very good, but I can think of nothing better, and, well, they are none of them clever, and I dare say they will easily fall into the trap." Then she called her slave, and bade her let Jagdchi know that she would be ready to receive him in an hour's time. After that she went into the garden and dug a grave under a tree, by which she laid a white shroud. Jagdchi was delighted to get the gracious message, and, putting on his newest garments, he hastened to the lady's house, but great was his dismay at finding her stretched on her cushions, weeping bitterly. "What is the matter, O fair one?" he asked, bowing low before her. "A terrible thing has happened," said she, her voice choked with sobs. "My father died 2 nights ago, and I buried him in my garden. But now I find that he was a wizard, and was not dead at all, for his grave is empty, and he is wandering about somewhere in the world." "That is evil news indeed," answered Jagdchi. "But can I do nothing to comfort you?" "There is only one thing you can do," replied she, "and that is to wrap yourself in the shroud and lay yourself in the grave. If he should not return till after 3 hours have elapsed, he will have lost his power over me, and be forced to go and wander elsewhere." Now Jagdchi was proud of the trust reposed in him, and wrapping himself in the shroud, he stretched himself at full length in the grave. After some time Balchi arrived in his turn, and found the lady groaning and lamenting. She told him that her father had been a wizard, and that in case, as was very likely, he should wish to leave his grave and come to work her evil, Balchi was to take a stone and be ready to crush his head if he showed signs of moving. Balchi, enchanted at being able to do this lady a service, picked up his stone and seated himself by the side of the grave wherein lay Jagdchi. Meanwhile, the hour arrived in which Firecci was accustomed to pay his respects, and, as in the case of the other two, he discovered the lady overcome with grief. To him, she said that the wizard who was an enemy of her father's had thrown the dead man out of his grave and had taken his place. "But," she added, "if you can bring the wizard into my presence, all this power will go from him. If not, then I am lost." "Ah, lady, what is there that I would not do for you?" cried Firecci, and running down to the grave, he seized the astonished Jagdchi by the waist, and flinging the body over his shoulder, he hastened with him into the house. At the first moment, Balchi was so surprised at this turn of affairs, for which the lady had not prepared him, that he sat still and did nothing. But by and by he sprang up and hurled the stone after the two flying figures, hoping that it might kill them both. Fortunately, it touched neither, and soon all three were in the presence of the lady. Then Jagdchi, thinking that he had delivered her from the power of the wizard, slid off the back of Firecci and threw the shroud from him. "Tell me, my prince," said the nightingale, when he had finished his story, "which of the three men deserved to win the lady? I myself should choose Firecci." "No, no," answered the prince, who understood the wink the bird had given him. "It was Balchi who took the most trouble, and it was certainly he who deserved the lady." But the nightingale would not agree, and they began to quarrel till a third voice broke in. "How can you talk such nonsense?" cried the princess, and as she spoke a sound of tearing was heard. "Why, you've never even thought of Jagdchi, who lay for 3 hours in the grave with a stone held over his head. Of course it was he whom the lady chose for her husband." It was not many minutes before the news reached the Sultan, but even now he would not consent to marriage till his daughter had spoken a third time. On hearing this, the young man took counsel with the nightingale how to best accomplish this, and the bird told him that as the princess, in her fury at having fallen into the snare laid for her, had ordered the pillar to be broken in pieces, he must be hidden in the folds of a curtain that hung by the door. The following evening the prince entered the palace and walked boldly up to the princess's apartments. As he entered, the nightingale flew from under his arm and perched himself on top of the door, where he was entirely concealed by the folds of the dark curtain. The young man talked as usual to the princess without obtaining a single word in reply, and at length he left her lying under the heap of shining veils, now rent in many places, and crossed the room towards the door, from which came a voice that gladly answered him. For a while the two talked together. Then the nightingale asked if the prince was fond of stories, as he had lately heard one, which interested and perplexed him greatly. In reply, the prince begged that he might hear it at once, and without further delay the nightingale began. The princess stands free of the curse. Once upon a time, a carpenter, a tailor, and a student set out together to see the world. After wandering about for some months, they grew tired of traveling and resolved to stay and rest in a small town that took their fancy. So they hired a little house and looked about for work to do, returning at sunset to smoke their pipes and talk over the events of the day. One night, in the middle of summer, it was hotter than usual, and the carpenter found himself unable to sleep. Instead of tossing about on his cushions, making himself more uncomfortable than he was already, The man wisely got up and drank some coffee and lit his long pipe. Suddenly his eye fell on some pieces of wood in a corner, and being very clever with his fingers, he had soon set up a perfect statue of a girl about 14 years old. This so pleased and quieted him that he grew quite drowsy, and going to bed, fell fast asleep. But the carpenter was not the only person who lay awake that night. Thunder was in the air, and the tailor became so restless that he thought he would go downstairs and cool his feet in the little fountain outside the garden door. To reach the door, he had to pass through the room where the carpenter sat and smoked, and against the wall he beheld standing a beautiful girl. He stood speechless for an instant before he ventured to touch her hand, when, to his amazement, he found that she was fashioned out of wood. "Ah, I can make you more beautiful still," said he, and fetching from a shelf a roll of yellow silk, which he had bought that day from a merchant, he cut and draped and stitched, till at length a lovely robe clothed the slender figure. When this was finished, the restlessness had departed from him, and he went back to bed. As dawn approached, the student arose and prepared to go to the mosque with the first ray of sunlight. But when he saw the maiden standing there, he fell on his knees and lifted his hands in ecstasy. "Oh, thou art fairer than the evening air, clad in the beauty of 10,000 stars," he murmured to himself. "Surely a form so rare was never meant to live without a soul." And forthwith he prayed with all his might that life should be breathed into it. And his prayer was heard, and the beautiful statue became a living girl, and the 3 men all fell in love with her, and each desired to have her to wife. "Now," said the nightingale, "to which of them did the maiden really belong? It seems to me that the carpenter had the best right to her." Oh, but the student would never have thought of praying that she might be given a soul, had not the tailor drawn attention to her loveliness by the robe which he put upon her, answered the prince, who guessed what he was expected to say, and they soon set up quite a pretty quarrel. Suddenly the princess, furious that neither of them alluded to the part played by the student, quite forgot her vow of silence, and cried loudly, "Idiots that you are! How could she belong to anyone but the student? If it had not been for him, all that the others did would have gone for nothing. Of course it was he who married the maiden." And as she spoke, the 7 veils fell from her, and she stood up, the fairest princess that the world has ever seen. "You have won me," she said, smiling, holding out her hand to the prince. And so they were married, and after the wedding feast was over, they sent for the old woman whose pitcher the prince had broken so long ago, and she dwelt in the palace and became nurse to their children, and lived happily till she died. End of The Silent Princess by Andrew Lang.
The Frog Princess, a Russian Story. From Tales of Folk and Fairies by Catherine Pyle. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Frog Princess, a Russian Story. There was once a Czar who had 3 sons, and they were all dear to him, but the youngest, Ivan, was the dearest of them all. When the princes grew to manhood, the Czar began to talk to them about getting married, but it so happened that not one of the princes had ever seen the girl he wished to have for a wife. There were many in the kingdom whom they might well have loved, but not one of them meant more to any of the princes than another. "Very well then," said the Czar at last, "we will leave it to chance. Take your bows and arrows and come with me into the courtyard. You shall each shoot an arrow, and in whatever places your arrows fall, there you shall take your brides." The princes were not greatly pleased with this plan, but still they dared not say no to their father. They took their bows and went with him into the courtyard. First the eldest son shot his arrow, and he aimed it toward the east, where the sun rises. The arrow fell upon the balcony of a great nobleman's house. Well and good. The nobleman had a daughter, and she was so stately and handsome that the prince was very glad to take her for a wife. Then the second prince shot an arrow and aimed it toward the west, where the sun is in its glory. He was no less lucky than his brother, for his arrow fell into the court of a rich merchant, and he also had a daughter who was a beauty. So the second son took her for a bride, and he was well content. Last of all Prince Ivan shot his arrow, and he aimed neither toward the east nor the west, but straight up into the sky above him. Then a sudden gust of wind arose and caught the arrow and blew it away so that it fell in a great swamp. In this swamp were no rich nor beautiful ladies, but only a poor green croaking frog. When the young Prince Ivan saw where his arrow had fallen he was in despair. "How can I marry a frog," said he, "and have her rule with me as my princess?" "It is a great pity," said the Czar. "Nevertheless, what I have said, and where your arrow fell, there must you take your bride." So Prince Ivan was married to the frog, and the Czar built a castle on the edge of the swamp for them to live in. Now the Czar was growing old, and he began to consider in his mind to which of his sons he would leave his kingdom. Gladly would he have left it to his youngest son, who was his favorite, but it did not seem right that a frog should ever rule over the kingdom as queen. At last he called the three princes before him and said, "My sons, tomorrow let your wives bake me some soft white bread. I will eat of it, and in this way I will know which of you has the cleverest wife, and he who has the cleverest wife shall inherit my kingdom." After they had heard him, the three princes went away to their own homes, and Prince Ivan was very sad. "What ails you, my dear husband," said the frog, "that you hang your head and are so downcast?" "It is no wonder I am downcast," answered Prince Ivan. "My father has commanded that you shall make him a loaf of soft white bread tomorrow, and well I know that your webby fingers can never make bread that he would taste, or even so much as look at." "Do not be too sure of that," answered the frog. "Sleep in peace, and I promise that tomorrow I will provide a loaf that even the Czar will be glad to eat of." The prince did not believe this, but grief is heavy, so no sooner was he in bed than he fell into a deep sleep. Then the frog arose from beside him and went into a far off room and took off her frog skin, for she was really a princess who had been enchanted. She combed her hair and washed herself, and then she went out on the balcony of the castle and cried, Nurses dear, bring me a loaf of bread such as I used to have in the palace of my own dear father the king." After she had called this 3 times, 3 crows appeared, carrying among them a fine napkin embroidered with gold, and in this napkin was a loaf of bread. They laid the napkin before the princess and bowed 3 times, croaking solemnly, and then they flew away again into the night. The princess took up the bread and went back into the room, and put on her frog skin again. After that she returned to her chamber and lay down beside her husband. The next day, when the prince was ready to set out for the Czar's palace, the frog brought him the loaf of bread still wrapped in the napkin. "Take this, dear husband," said she, "and carry it to your father, the Czar, but do not open it on the way lest the dust should spoil the fineness of the bread." The prince took the loaf and rode away with it, but he could not forbear from peeping into the napkin to see what was there, and what he saw filled him with admiration and wonder. Quickly he rode on his way, and soon reached the Czar's palace. The 2 older brothers were there, and each brought a loaf of fine white bread that his wife had made. When Prince Ivan entered, his brothers could not forbear from smiling. "Come," said they, "show us quickly what kind of bread the Frog Princess has made. Does it smell of reeds and rushes?" The young prince made no answer, but gave what he carried to his father. When the Czar saw the fineness of the napkin and the beautiful embroidery upon it, he was very much surprised, but he was still more surprised when he opened the napkin and saw what it contained. Never before had he seen such bread. Not only was it soft and light and fine, but it was molded along the sides in cunning scenes, castles and cities, moats and bridges, and upon the top was the imprint of the royal eagle, perfect even to the claws and feathers. The Czar could not admire it enough. Still he was not willing to leave the kingdom to Prince Ivan and so make a queen of a frog. "This is very beautiful, but a loaf of bread is soon eaten and forgotten," said he. "I now wish each one of you to bring me a carpet to lay before my throne, and he who brings me the finest carpet, him will I make my heir." The princes returned to their own homes, and the youngest one was very sad and sorrowful. "What ails you, my dear husband?" asked the frog. "Why are you so downcast, and why do you hang your head? Was not the Czar pleased with the bread you carried to him?" "He was well pleased," answered the prince, "but now he has commanded each one of us to bring him a carpet, and to him who brings the finest carpet he will leave his kingdom. No wonder I am sad, for where in this swamp can I find a carpet such as I require?" "Do not trouble yourself about that," answered the frog. "Do you go and lie down and go quietly to sleep. I will supply you with such a carpet as you need." The prince did not believe her, but because grief is heavy, he lay down and soon fell into a deep sleep. Again as before, the frog stole away to a distant chamber and laid aside her frog skin. Then she went out on the balcony and cried aloud 3 times, "Nurses dear, nurses true, bring me a carpet such as lay before my bed in my own home." At once the 3 crows appeared, carrying with them a carpet rolled up and covered with a piece of embroidered velvet. They laid the roll before the princess, bowed 3 times, and then flew away again. The princess carried the carpet back into the chamber and put on her frog skin again, and then she went back and lay down quietly beside the prince. The next morning, when the prince was ready to set out, the frog brought the roll of carpet to him. "Here," said she, "carry this to your father, but do not open it upon the way lest the dust spoil its beauty." The prince took the carpet and rode away. When he reached the Czar's palace, his 2 brothers were already there, and each had brought with him a piece of carpet so fine and rich that it was difficult to say which of the 2 was the more beautiful. When the older brothers saw Ivan, they began to laugh. "Come," said they, "let us see what kind of a carpet he has brought from his swamp home. No doubt it is very wonderful." The prince laid the roll of carpet upon the floor and opened it out, and when they saw it, everyone was struck with wonder. The elder princes had not a word to say. Never before had they seen such a carpet. Not only was it thick and soft as eider down, but it shone with wondrous colors that changed as one looked at them, and it was embroidered with gold in strange designs. The Czar was filled with admiration. All the same, he was still unwilling to have a frog reign in his kingdom. "This is all very well," said he, "and never before have I seen such a beautiful carpet. But now I wish you all to appear before me tomorrow with your wives. Let the princesses wear their most beautiful dresses and their finest jewels, and whichever of you has the wife best fitted to be queen, to him will I leave the kingdom." When Prince Ivan heard this, he was in despair. How could he ever bring the frog to court and present her to the Czar as though she were a beautiful princess? When he went home, the frog at once asked him why he was so sad and woebegone. "Is not the kingdom to be yours?" she asked. "No," answered the prince, "for now my father, the Czar, has demanded something else of us." He then told her how the Czar had bidden him and his brothers bring their wives to court, and had said that whichever of the princesses was the finest and most beautiful should reign as queen, and her husband should be the Czar. "Do not trouble over that," said the frog. "Only go to bed and sleep quietly. The kingdom shall still be yours." Then the prince went to bed, but he only closed his eyes and pretended to go to sleep, for he had grown very curious as to how the frog had been able to provide him with the wonderful loaf and the carpet. The frog kept very still until she thought the prince was asleep. Then she rose quietly from his side and slipped away, but the prince also arose and followed her without her being aware of it. She went to the far off chamber, and there she laid aside her frog skin. And when the prince saw her in her human form, he was amazed at her beauty, and his heart melted within him for love of her. For her hair was like spun gold, her eyes as blue as the sky, and her skin as white as milk. Never had he seen such a beauty. The princess went out on the balcony as she had before, and cried aloud 3 times, "Nurses dear, nurses true, bring me fine clothes and jewels to wear, richer than ever were seen before." At once 3 crows appeared, carrying with them jewels and fine robes, all encrusted with gems and embroidery. These they laid at the princess's feet, and bowed 3 times, croaking hoarsely, and then they flew away. The princess took the robes and jewels back into the chamber to hide them, and while she was doing this Prince Ivan returned to his bed and lay down and closed his eyes as though he were asleep. When the frog came back she looked at him carefully, but he kept so still she never guessed that he had stirred from where he lay. The next morning the frog bade Ivan ride away alone to the palace of the Czar. "I will follow you," she said, "and when you hear a great noise, say, 'That is my little froggy, driving up in her basket made of rushes.'" The prince promised to do this, and then he rode away to the palace of the Czar. His brothers were already there, and their 2 wives were with them, both so handsome and so magnificently dressed that each looked finer than the other. When Ivan came in, they all began to laugh. "Where is thy dear frog?" they asked. "Is she still asleep among her reeds and rushes, or is she too hoarse to come?" Even as they spoke there was a great noise outside, a roaring and rumbling like thunder. The palace shook until it seemed as though it would fall about their ears. Every one was terrified. Only Prince Ivan was calm. "There is my little froggy now," he said. "She is driving up in her little basket of rushes." At once the noise ceased. The doors were flung open, and a magnificent princess swept into the room. Never was such a beauty seen before. Her golden hair fell almost to the floor, and was bound about with jewels. Her robes were stiff with embroidery and gems. The other princesses paled before her as stars pale before the rising moon. Prince Ivan took her by the hand and led her to the Czar. "This is my dear princess," said he, "and surely it is she and she only who should reign over this land." Well, there were no 2 ways to that. The Czar could hardly contain himself for joy over the beauty of Prince Ivan's bride. A great feast was spread, and the Czar himself led the princess to the table. She sat at his right hand and drank from his jeweled cup, and all was joy and merriment. Only the older brothers and their wives were sad, for they knew they had missed all chance of gaining the kingdom. Now while they were still at the table, all eating and drinking, Prince Ivan arose and made some excuse for leaving the room. He went quietly and mounted his horse and rode back to his own castle. There he made haste to the room where his wife had left her frog skin. He hunted about until he found it, and then he threw it into the fire, for he did not intend that she should ever hide herself away in it again. At once a clap of thunder sounded, and the princess stood before him. Her eyes were streaming with tears, and she wrung her hands in grief. "Alas and woe is me!" she cried. "Why did you burn my frog skin? A little longer and I would have been free. Now I must go away and leave you forever." "But where are you going?" cried the prince in despair. "Wherever it is I will follow and find you." "Seek me beyond the 7 mountains, beyond the 7 seas, in the kingdom of Koshchei the Deathless, for it is in his house I will be," answered the princess. Then she turned into a great white swan and flew out through the window and far, far away, so far the prince could no longer see her. Then Prince Ivan was filled with grief, and he neither stayed nor tarried, but set out at once in search of his princess. He journeyed on and journeyed on, a short way and a long way, and then he met an old man with a gray beard that hung down far below his belt. "Good day, good youth," said the old man. "Good day, grandfather," answered Ivan. "Whither do you journey with so sad a face?" asked the stranger. "I journey over land and over sea in search of the kingdom of Koshchei the Deathless," answered Ivan. "Then you have a long journey before you," said the old man. "But why do you seek the kingdom of Koshchei the Deathless, that terrible man?" "I seek it that I may find what is lost." Then Ivan told the old man his story, all about his frog bride and how she had turned into a princess, how he had burned the frog skin and how she had flown away as a swan, and that now life would be nothing but a burden to him until he could find her again. The old man shook his head. "Alas, alas, you should never have burned the frog skin," he said. He then told Ivan that the name of the princess was Vasilisa the Fair. "Her mother was the sister of Koshchei the Deathless," said the stranger, "and when she was born it was foretold that before she was 18 Koshchei should lose his life because of her. It was for this reason that he changed her into a frog and set her in the midst of the lonely swamp. In a month and a day from now the princess would have been 18, and the danger to Koshchei would have been over. Then he would have allowed her to lay aside her frog skin and take back her human shape. But now he is angry and has carried her away to his castle, and only by the grace of heaven will you be able to find her and set her free." The old man then gave Prince Ivan a little ball. "Take this," he said, "and roll it before you as you go. It will show you which way to travel, and with its help you may reach the kingdom of Koshchei." Ivan took the ball and thanked the old man and journeyed on. He rolled the ball before him, and in whichever direction it rolled, he followed. He went along, until after a while he came to a forest, and there he saw a bear. Prince Ivan would have shot it, but the bear cried to him, "Do not shoot me, Prince. Take me with you as a servant, and the time may come when I can help you." "Very well," said the prince, "come with me." So he journeyed on with the bear at his heels. Presently he saw a wild duck and would have shot it, but the duck called to him, "Do not shoot me, dear prince. Take me with you, and I will be a faithful servant. The time may come when you will need me." "Very well," answered the prince. "You also may come with us as a companion." So the prince journeyed along with the bear at his heels and the duck flying overhead. After a while they came to the edge of a river, and there lay a great fish, gasping out its life in the sunlight. "Now at last I shall have a good meal," said the prince. But the fish cried to him in a human voice, "Throw me back into the river, prince, that I may live. The time may come when I can do you a good turn also." So the prince had mercy on the fish and threw it back into the water. After that he and his companions traveled a long way. They journeyed over 7 mountains and crossed 7 seas, and so they came at last to the kingdom of Koshchei the Deathless. There the prince saw a little hut. It stood on hen's legs and turned this way and that, whichever way the wind blew. There was no getting at the door. Then the prince cried, "Little hut, stand the way my mother built you, with your back away from me and your door before me." At once the hut whirled around, and stood with the open door in front of him. Prince Ivan entered in and saw a bony-legged Baba Yaga lying on the stove with her gray hair over her face. "Who are you, and what seek you here in the kingdom of Koshchei the Deathless?" she cried. "Do not ask questions, but rise up and give me food and drink," said the prince, "for I am both hungry and thirsty." The Baba Yaga arose and served him food and drink. He ate and gave part to the bear and the duck. Then he told the Baba Yaga why he had come there, that he was wandering in search of his dear wife, Vasilisa the Fair. The old witch shook her head. "It will be a hard thing to rescue her," she said. "Koshchei is very powerful. Only in one way can you overcome him. Not far from here stands a tree. It is as hard as rock, so that no axe can dent it, and so smooth that no one can climb it. On the top of it is a nest. In the nest is an egg. A duck sits over the egg to guard it. In that egg is a needle, and only with that needle can you kill Koshchei the Deathless." The Baba Yaga then led Prince Ivan to the door, and pointed out to him where the tree grew, and Prince Ivan hurried on toward it with his 2 faithful servants, the bear and the duck. But when he reached the tree, he looked at it with despair. It was indeed very smooth and high, as smooth as glass, and when he tried his hunting knife upon it, the knife bent and crumpled in his hand. "Master, now is the time that I can help you," said the bear. He went to the tree and clasped it and shook it so that its roots cracked, and it fell with a mighty noise. At once the duck that was guarding the egg caught it up in its claws and flew away with it, but Ivan's duck pursued so fiercely that the other was forced to drop the egg in order to defend itself. Unfortunately, they had both flown over a river, and into this river the egg dropped and was lost to sight. Ivan sat down upon the bank of the river and wept. "Alas, alas!" he cried. "Now truly is my dear wife lost to me, for never can I recover the egg from the river." Hardly had he spoken when the fish he had thrown back into the river appeared, bearing the egg in its mouth. Now Ivan's grief was turned to rejoicing. He broke the egg and took out the needle. Then with the little ball to lead him, he soon made his way to Koshchei's palace. The Deathless One rushed out to meet him, but Ivan attacked him with the point of the needle. It was in vain Koshchei tried to protect himself. Ivan drove the needle into him deeper and deeper, and presently Koshchei sank down dead before him, no better than a lump of clay. Prince Ivan strode across him and on into the castle. From room to room he went, and in the deepest dungeon he found the Princess Vasilisa, his own dear wife. She threw herself into his arms, weeping with joy. Then they went to Koshchei's treasure room and took from it all the most precious jewels. All that the faithful bear could carry they loaded upon his back and carried away with them. After that they journeyed back to their own kingdom, and if anyone was glad to see them, it was the Czar himself. He built for them a castle close to his own, where they could not even see the swamp. There Ivan and his frog princess lived in the greatest love and happiness, and after the old Czar's death, they themselves ruled over the kingdom as the Czar and Tsaritsa. End of The Frog Princess, a Russian story. Recording by Maricel Cui. The Story of Princess Hase, a story of old Japan. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Story of Princess Hase, a story of old Japan. Many, many years ago, there lived in Nara, the ancient capital of Japan, a wise state minister by name Prince Toyonari Fujiwara. His wife was a noble, good, and beautiful woman called Princess Murasaki, Violet. They had been married by their respective families, according to Japanese custom when very young, and had lived together happily ever since. They had, however, one cause for great sorrow, for as the years went by, no child was born to them. This made them very unhappy, for they both longed to see a child of their own who would grow up to gladden their old age, carry on the family name, and keep up the ancestral rights when they were dead. The prince and his lovely wife, after long consultation and much thought, determined to make a pilgrimage to the temple of Hase no Kwannon, goddess of mercy at Hase, for they believed, according to the beautiful tradition of their religion, that the Mother of Mercy, Kwannon, comes to answer the prayers of mortals in the form that they need the most. Surely after all these years of prayer, she would come to them in the form of a beloved child, in answer to their special pilgrimage, for that was the greatest need of their two lives. Everything else they had that this life could give them, but it was all as nothing, because the cry of their hearts was unsatisfied. So the Prince Toyonari and his wife went to the temple of Kwannon at Hase, and stayed there for a long time, both daily offering incense and praying to Kwannon, the Heavenly Mother, to grant them the desire of their whole lives, and their prayer was answered. A daughter was born at last to the Princess Murasaki, and great was the joy of her heart. On presenting the child to her husband, they both decided to call her Hasehime, or the Princess of Hase, because she was the gift of the Kwannon at that place. They both reared her with great care and tenderness, and the child grew in strength and beauty. When the little girl was 5 years old, her mother fell dangerously ill, and all the doctors and their medicines could not save her. A little before she breathed her last, she called her daughter to her, and gently stroking her head, said: "Hasehime, do you know that your mother cannot live any longer? Though I die, you must grow up a good girl. Do your best not to give trouble to your nurse, or any other of your family. Perhaps your father will marry again, and some one will fill my place as your mother. If so, do not grieve for me, but look upon your father's second wife as your true mother, and be obedient and filial to both her and your father. Remember when you are grown up to be submissive to those who are your superiors, and to be kind to all those who are under you. Don't forget this. I die with the hope that you will grow up a model woman." Hasehime listened in an attitude of respect while her mother spoke, and promised to do all that she was told. There is a proverb which says, "As the soul is at 3, so it is at 100." And so Hasehime grew up as her mother had wished, a good and obedient little princess, though she was now too young to understand how great was the loss of her mother. Not long after the death of his first wife, Prince Toyonari married again, a lady of noble birth named Princess Terute, very different in character, alas, to the good and wise Princess Murasaki. This woman had a cruel, bad heart. She did not love her stepdaughter at all, and was often very unkind to the little motherless girl, saying to herself, "This is not my child, this is not my child." But Hasehime bore every unkindness with patience, and even waited upon her stepmother kindly, and obeyed her in every way, and never gave any trouble, just as she had been trained by her own good mother, so that the Lady Terute had no cause for complaint against her. The little princess was very diligent, and her favorite studies were music and poetry. She would spend several hours practicing every day, and her father had the most proficient of masters he could find to teach her the koto (Japanese harp), the art of writing letters and verse. When she was 12 years of age, she could play so beautifully that she and her stepmother were summoned to the palace to perform before the emperor. It was the festival of the cherry flowers, and there were great festivities at the court. The emperor threw himself into the enjoyment of the season, and commanded that Princess Hase should perform before him on the koto, and that her mother Princess Terute should accompany her on the flute. The emperor sat on a raised dais, before which was hung a curtain of finely sliced bamboo and purple tassels, so that his majesty might see all and not be seen, for no ordinary subject was allowed to look upon his sacred face. Hasehime was a skilled musician, though so young, and often astonished her masters by her wonderful memory and talent. On this momentous occasion she played well, but Princess Terute, her stepmother, who was a lazy woman and never took the trouble to practice daily, broke down in her accompaniment, and had to request one of the court ladies to take her place. This was a great disgrace, and she was furiously jealous to think that she had failed where her stepdaughter succeeded. And to make matters worse, the emperor sent many beautiful gifts to the little princess to reward her for playing so well at the palace. There was also now another reason why Princess Terute hated her stepdaughter, for she had had the good fortune to have a son born to her, and in her inmost heart she kept saying, "If only Hasehime were not here, my son would have all the love of his father." And never having learned to control herself, she allowed this wicked thought to grow into the awful desire of taking her stepdaughter's life. So one day she secretly ordered some poison and poisoned some sweet wine. This poisoned wine she put into a bottle. Into another similar bottle she poured some good wine. It was the occasion of the boys' festival on the 5th of May, and Hasehime was playing with her little brother. All his toys of warriors and heroes were spread out, and she was telling him wonderful stories about each of them. They were both enjoying themselves and laughing merrily with their attendants, when his mother entered with the 2 bottles of wine and some delicious cakes. "You are both so good and happy," said the wicked Princess Terte with a smile, "that I have brought you some sweet wine as a reward, and here are some nice cakes for my good children." And she filled 2 cups from the different bottles. Hasehime, never dreaming of the dreadful part her stepmother was acting, took one of the cups of wine and gave to her little stepbrother the other that had been poured out for him. The wicked woman had carefully marked the poisoned bottle, but on coming into the room she had grown nervous, and pouring out the wine hurriedly, had unconsciously given the poisoned cup to her own child. All this time she was anxiously watching the little princess, but to her amazement no change whatever took place in the young girl's face. Suddenly the little boy screamed and threw himself on the floor, doubled up with pain. His mother flew to him, taking the precaution to upset the 2 tiny jars of wine which she had brought into the room, and lifted him up. The attendants rushed for the doctor, but nothing could save the child. He died within the hour in his mother's arms. Doctors did not know much in those ancient times, and it was thought that the wine had disagreed with the boy, causing convulsions of which he died. Thus was the wicked woman punished in losing her own child when she had tried to do away with her stepdaughter. But instead of blaming herself, she began to hate Hasehime more than ever in the bitterness and wretchedness of her own heart, and she eagerly watched for an opportunity to do her harm, which was, however, long in coming. When Hasehime was 13 years of age, she had already become mentioned as a poetess of some merit. This was an accomplishment very much cultivated by the women of old Japan, and one held in high esteem. It was the rainy season at Nara, and floods were reported every day as doing damage in the neighborhood. The river Tatsuta, which flowed through the imperial palace grounds, was swollen to the top of its banks, and the roaring of the torrents of water rushing along a narrow bed so disturbed the emperor's rest day and night that a serious nervous disorder was the result. An imperial edict was sent forth to all the Buddhist temples, commanding the priests to offer up continuous prayers to heaven to stop the noise of the flood, but this was of no avail. Then it was whispered in court circles that the Princess Hase, the daughter of Prince Toyonari Fujiwara, second minister at court, was the most gifted poetess of the day, though still so young, and her masters confirmed the report. Long ago a beautiful and gifted maiden poetess had moved heaven by praying in verse, had brought down rain upon a land famished with drought. So said the ancient biographers of the poetess Ono no Komachi. If the Princess Hase were to write a poem and offer it in prayer, might it not stop the noise of the rushing river and remove the cause of the imperial illness? What the court said at last reached the ears of the Emperor himself, and he sent an order to the minister, Prince Toyonari, to this effect. Great indeed was Hasehime's fear and astonishment when her father sent for her and told her what was required of her. Heavy indeed was the duty that was laid on her young shoulders, that of saving the Emperor's life by the merit of her verse. At last the day came and her poem was finished. It was written on a leaflet of paper heavily flecked with gold dust. With her father and attendants and some of the court officials, she proceeded to the bank of the roaring torrent, and raising up her heart to heaven, she read the poem she had composed aloud, lifting it heavenwards in her 2 hands. Strange indeed it seemed to all those standing around. The waters ceased their roaring, and the river was quiet in direct answer to her prayer. After this the Emperor soon recovered his health. His Majesty was highly pleased, and sent for her to the palace and rewarded her with the rank of Chinjo, that of Lieutenant General, to distinguish her. From that time she was called Chinjo Hime, or the Lieutenant General Princess, and respected and loved by all. There was only one person who was not pleased at Hasehime's success. That one was her stepmother, forever brooding over the death of her own child whom she had killed when trying to poison her stepdaughter. She had the mortification of seeing her rise to power and honor, marked by imperial favor and the admiration of the whole court. Her envy and jealousy burned in her heart like fire. Many were the lies she carried to her husband about Hasehime, but all to no purpose. He would listen to none of her tales. telling her sharply that she was quite mistaken. At last the stepmother, seizing the opportunity of her husband's absence, ordered one of her old servants to take the innocent girl to the Hibari Mountains, the wildest part of the country, and to kill her there. She invented a dreadful story about the little princess, saying that this was the only way to prevent disgrace falling upon the family, by killing her. Katoda, her vassal, was bound to obey his mistress. Anyhow, he saw that it would be the wisest plan to pretend obedience in the absence of the girl's father, so he placed Hasehime in a palanquin, and accompanied her to the most solitary place he could find in the wild district. The poor child knew there was no good in protesting to her unkind stepmother at being sent away in this strange manner, so she went as she was told. But the old servant knew that the young princess was quite innocent of all the things her stepmother had invented to him as reasons for her outrageous orders, and he determined to save her life. Unless he killed her, however, he could not return to his cruel task-mistress, so he decided to stay out in the wilderness. With the help of some peasants he soon built a little cottage, and having sent secretly for his wife to come, these two good old people did all in their power to take care of the now unfortunate princess. She all the time trusted in her father, knowing that as soon as he returned home and found her absent, he would search for her. Prince Toyonari after some weeks came home, and was told by his wife that his daughter Hime had done something wrong and had run away for fear of being punished. He was nearly ill with anxiety. Everyone in the house told the same story, that Hasehime had suddenly disappeared. None of them knew why or whither. For fear of scandal he kept the matter quiet and searched everywhere he could think of, but all to no purpose. One day, trying to forget his terrible worry, he called all his men together and told them to make ready for a several days' hunt in the mountains. They were soon ready and mounted, waiting at the gate for their lord. He rode hard and fast to the district of the Hibari Mountains, a great company following him. He was soon far ahead of every one, and at last found himself in a narrow, picturesque valley. Looking round and admiring the scenery, he noticed a tiny house on one of the hills quite near, and then he distinctly heard a beautiful clear voice reading aloud. Seized with curiosity as to who could be studying so diligently in such a lonely spot, he dismounted, and leaving his horse to his groom, he walked up the hillside and approached the cottage. As he drew nearer, his surprise increased, for he could see that the reader was a beautiful girl. The cottage was wide open and she was sitting facing the view. Listening attentively, he heard her reading the Buddhist scriptures with great devotion. More and more curious, he hurried on to the tiny gate and entered the little garden, and looking up beheld his lost daughter, Hasehime. She was so intent on what she was saying that she neither heard nor saw her father till he spoke. "Hasehime," he cried. "It is you, my Hasehime." Taken by surprise, she could hardly realize that it was her own dear father who was calling her, and for a moment she was utterly bereft of the power to speak or move. My father! It is indeed you! Oh, my father!" was all she could say, and running to him she caught hold of his thick sleeve, and burying her face burst into a passion of tears. Her father stroked her dark hair, asking her gently to tell him all that had happened, but she only wept on, and he wondered if he were not really dreaming. Then the faithful old servant Katoda came out, and bowing himself to the ground before his master, poured out the long tale of wrong, telling him all that had happened, and how it was that he found his daughter in such a wild and desolate spot, with only 2 old servants to take care of her. The prince's astonishment and indignation knew no bounds. He gave up the hunt at once and hurried home with his daughter. One of the company galloped ahead to inform the household of the glad news, and the stepmother, hearing what had happened, and fearful of meeting her husband now that her wickedness was discovered, fled from the house and returned in disgrace to her father's roof, and nothing more was heard of her. The old servant Katoda was rewarded with the highest promotion in his master's service, and lived happily to the end of his days, devoted to the little princess, who never forgot that she owed her life to this faithful retainer. She was no longer troubled by an unkind stepmother, and her days passed happily and quietly with her father. As Prince Toyonari had no son, he adopted a younger son of one of the court nobles to be his heir, and to marry his daughter Hasehime, and in a few years the marriage took place. Hasehime lived to a good old age, and all said that she was the wisest, most devout, and most beautiful mistress that had ever reigned in Prince Toyonari's ancient house. She had the joy of presenting her son, the future lord of the family, to her father just before he retired from active life. To this day there is preserved a piece of needlework in one of the Buddhist temples of Kyoto. It is a beautiful piece of tapestry, with the figure of Buddha embroidered in the silky threads drawn from the stem of the lotus. This is said to have been the work of the hands of the good Princess Hase. End of the story of Princess Hase, a story of old Japan. Recording by Maricel Cui.
La Belle et la Bête by Madame le Prince de Beaumont. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Libby Gone. La Belle et la Bête par Madame le Prince de Beaumont. Il y avait une fois un marchand qui était extrêmement riche. Il avait 6 enfants, 3 garçons et 3 filles, et comme ce marchand était un homme d'esprit, il n'épargna rien pour l'éducation de ses enfants, et leur donna toutes sortes de maîtres. Ses filles étaient très belles, mais la cadette surtout se faisait admirer, et on ne l'appelait, quand elle était petite, que la belle enfant, en sorte que le nom lui en resta, ce qui donna beaucoup de jalousie à ses sœurs. Cette cadette, qui était plus belle que ses sœurs, était aussi meilleure qu'elle. Les 2 aînées avaient beaucoup d'orgueil, parce qu'elles étaient riches. Elles faisaient les dames, et ne voulaient pas recevoir les visites des autres filles des marchandes. Il leur fallait des gens de qualité pour leur compagnie. Elles allaient tous les jours au bal, à la comédie, à la promenade, et se moquaient de leur cadette, qui employait la plus grande partie de ses temps à lire des bons livres. Comme on savait que ces filles étaient fort riches, plusieurs gros marchands les demandèrent en mariage, mais les 2 aînées répondirent qu'elles ne se mariaient jamais, à moins qu'elles ne trouvassent un duc, ou tout au moins un comte. La belle, car je vous ai dit que c'était le nom de la plus jeune, la belle, dis-je, remercia bien honnêtement ceux qui voulaient l'épouser, mais elle leur dit qu'elle était trop jeune, et qu'elle souhaitait de tenir compagnie à son père pendant quelques années. Tout d'un coup, le marchand perdit son bien, et il ne lui resta qu'une petite maison de campagne, bien loin de la ville. Elle dit en pleurant à ses enfants qu'il fallait aller demeurer dans cette maison, et qu'en travaillant comme des paysans, ils y pourraient vivre. Ses 2 filles aînées répondirent qu'elles ne voulaient pas quitter la ville, et qu'elles avaient plusieurs amantes qui seraient trop heureux de les épouser, quoiqu'elles n'eussent plus de fortune. Les bonnes demoiselles se trompaient. Leurs amants ne voulurent plus les regarder quand elles furent pauvres. Comme personne ne les aimait, à cause de leur fierté, on disait « elles ne méritent pas qu'on déplaigne ». Nous sommes bien assez de voir leur orgueil abaissé, qu'elles aillent faire les dames en gardant les boutons. Mais en même temps, tout le monde disait « Pour la belle, nous sommes bien fâchés de son malheur. C'est une si bonne fille. Elle parlait aux pauvres gens avec tant de bonté. Elle était si douce, si honnête. » Il y eut même plusieurs gentilshommes qui voulèrent l'épouser, quoiqu'elle n'eût pas un sou. Mais elle leur dit qu'elle ne pouvait se résoudre à abandonner son pauvre père dans son malheur, et qu'elle le suivrait à la campagne pour le consoler et lui aider à travailler. La pauvre belle avait été bien affligée d'abord, de perdre sa fortune, mais elle s'était dit à elle-même: quand je pleurerai bien fort, cela ne me rendra pas mon bien. Il faut tâcher d'être heureuse sans fortune. Quand ils furent arrivés à la maison de campagne, le marchand et ses 3 filles s'occupèrent à labourer la terre. La belle se levait à 4 heures du matin et se dépêchait de nettoyer la maison, d'apprêter à dîner pour la famille. Elle eut à bord beaucoup de peine, car elle n'était pas accoutumée à travailler comme une servante, mais au bout de 2 mois, elle devint plus forte, et la fatigue lui donna une santé parfaite. Quand elle avait fait son ouvrage, elle lisait, elle jouait du clavecin, ou bien elle chantait en filant. Ses 2 sœurs, au contraire, s'ennuyaient à la mort. Elles se levaient à 10 heures du matin, se promenaient toute la journée et s'amusaient à regretter leurs beaux habits et les compagnies. Voyez notre cadette, disaient-elles entre elles. Elle a l'âme basse et est si stupide qu'elle est contente de sa malheureuse situation. Le bon marchand ne pensait pas comme ses filles. Il savait que la belle était plus propre, que ses sœurs à briller dans les compagnies. Il admirait la vertu de cette jeune fille, et surtout sa patience, car ses sœurs, non contentes de lui laisser faire tout l'ouvrage de la maison, l'insultaient à tout moment. Il y avait un an que cette famille vivait dans la solitude, lorsque le marchand reçut une lettre, par laquelle on lui mandait qu'un vaisseau, sur lequel il avait des marchandises, venait d'arriver heureusement. Cette nouvelle pensa tourner la tête à ses 2 aînées, qui pensaient qu'à la fin elles pourraient quitter cette campagne, où elles s'ennuyaient tant, et quand elles virent leur père prêt à partir, elles le prirent de leur apporter des robes, des pelotins, des coiffures, et toutes sortes de bagatelles. La belle ne lui demandait rien, car elle pensait en elle-même que tout l'argent des marchandises ne suffirait pas pour acheter ce que ses sœurs souhaitaient. Tu ne me pries pas de t'acheter quelque chose, lui dit son père. Puisque vous avez la bonté de penser à moi, lui dit-elle, je vous prie de m'apporter une rose, car il n'en vient point ici. Ce n'est pas que la belle se souciait d'une rose, mais elle ne voulait pas condamner par son exemple la conduite de ses sœurs, qui auraient dit que c'était pour se distinguer qu'elle ne demandait rien. Le bonhomme partit, mais quand il fut arrivé, on lui fit un procès pour ses marchandises, et après avoir eu beaucoup de peine, il revint aussi pauvre qu'il était auparavant. Il n'avait plus que 30 000 pour arriver à sa maison, et il se réjouissait déjà du plaisir de voir ses enfants. Mais comme il fallait passer un grand bois avant de trouver sa maison, il se perdit. Il neigeait horriblement, le vent était si grand qu'il le jeta 2 fois en bas de son cheval, et la nuit étant venue, il pensa qu'il mourrait de faim ou de froid, ou qu'il serait mangé des loups qu'il entendait hurler autour de lui. Tout d'un coup, en regardant au bout d'une longue allée d'arbres, il vit une grande lumière, mais qui paraissait bien éloignée. Il marcha de ce côté-là. On vit que cette lumière sauta d'un grand palais, qui était tout illuminé. Le marchand remercia Dieu du secours qu'il lui envoyait, et se hâta d'arriver à ce château. Mais il fut bien surpris de ne trouver personne dans les chœurs. Son cheval, qui lui suivait, voyant une grande écurie ouverte, entra dedans, et ayant trouvé du foin et de l'avoine, le pauvre animal, qui mourait de faim, se jeta dessus avec beaucoup d'avidité. Le marchand l'acheta dans l'écurie, et marcha vers la maison, où il ne trouva personne, mais étant entré dans une grande salle, il y trouva un bon feu, et une table chargée de viande, où il n'y avait qu'un couvert. Comme la pluie et la neige l'avaient mouillé jusqu'aux os, il s'approcha du feu pour se sécher, et disait en lui-même, le maître de la maison ou ses domestiques me pardonneront la liberté que j'ai prise, et sans doute ils viendront bientôt. Il attendit pendant un temps considérable, mais 11 heures ayant sonné, sans qu'il vît personne, il ne put résister à la faim, et prit un poulet, qu'il mangea en deux branchées et en tremblant. Il but aussi quelques coups de vin, et, devenu plus hardi, il sortit de la salle, et traversa plusieurs grands appartements magnifiquement meublés. À la fin, il trouva une chambre où il y avait un bon lit, et comme il était minuit passé, et qu'il était là, il prit le parti de fermer la porte et de se coucher. Il était 10 heures du matin quand il se leva le lendemain, et il fut bien surpris de trouver un habit fort propre, à la place du sien, qui était tout gâté. Assurément, dit-il en lui-même, ce palais appartient à quelque bonne fée, qui a eu pitié de ma situation. Il regarda par la fenêtre, et ne vit plus de neige, mais des berceaux de fleurs qui enchantaient la vue. Il rentra dans la grande salle où il avait soupé la veille, et vit une petite table où il y avait du chocolat. Je vous remercie, madame fée, il dit tout haut, d'avoir eu la bonté de penser à mon déjeuner. Le bonhomme, après avoir pris son chocolat, sortit pour aller chercher son cheval, et comme il passait sous un berceau de roses, il se souvint que la belle lui en avait demandé, et cueillit une branche, où il y en avait plusieurs. En même temps, il entendit un grand bruit, et vit venir à lui une bête si horrible qu'il fut tout près de s'évanouir. « Vous êtes bien ingrat, lui dit la bête d'une voix terrible. Je vous ai sauvé la vie en vous recevant de mon château, et pour ma peine vous me volez mes roses, que j'aime mieux que toutes choses au monde. Il faut mourir pour réparer cette faute. Je ne vous donne qu'un quart d'heure pour demander pardon à Dieu. » Le marchand se jeta à genoux, et dit à la bête, en joignant les mains, « Monsieur, pardonnez-moi, je ne croyais pas vous offenser en cueillant une rose brune de mes filles, qui m'en avaient demandé. »« Je ne m'appelle point monseigneur, répondit le monstre, mais la bête. Je n'aime pas les compliments, moi. Je veux qu'on dise ce que l'on pense. Ainsi, ne croyez pas me toucher par vos flatteries. Mais vous m'avez dit que vous aviez des filles. Je veux bien vous pardonner, aux conditions qu'une de votre filles vienne volontairement pour mourir à votre place. Ne me raisonnez pas. Partez, et si vos fils refusent de mourir pour vous, jurez que vous reviendrez dans 3 mois. » Le bonhomme n'avait pas désein de sacrifier une de ses filles à ce vilain monstre, mais il pensa, au moins, j'aurai le plaisir de les embrasser encore une fois. Il jura donc de revenir, et la bête lui dit qu'il pouvait partir quand il voudrait. « Mais, ajouta-t-elle, je ne veux pas que tu en aies les mains vides. Retourne dans la chambre où tu as couché. Tu y trouveras un grand coffre vide. Tu peux y mettre tout ce qu'il te plaira. Je le ferai porter chez toi. » En même temps, la bête se retira, et le bonhomme dit en lui-même, « S'il faut que je meure, j'aurai la consolation de léser du pain à mes pauvres enfants. » Il retourna dans la chambre où il avait couché, et y ayant trouvé une grande quantité de pièces d'or, il en remplit le grand coffre dont la bête lui avait parlé, le ferma, et ayant repris son cheval, qu'il retrouva dans l'écurie. Il sortit de ce palais avec une tristesse égale à la joie qu'il avait lorsqu'il y était entré. Son cheval prit de lui-même une des routes de la forêt, et en peu d'heures le bonhomme arriva dans sa petite maison. Ses enfants se rassemblèrent autour de lui, mais au lieu d'être sensible à leurs caresses, le marchand se mit à pleurer en les regardant. Il tenait à la main la branche de rose qu'il apportait à la belle. Il la lui donna, et lui dit, « La belle, prenez ces roses, elles coûteront bien cher à votre malheureux père. » Et tout de suite, il raconta à sa famille la funeste aventure qui lui était arrivée. À ce récit, les 2 aînés jetèrent de grands cris, et dirent des injures à la belle, qui ne pleurait point. « Voyez ce que produit l'orgueil de cette petite créature, disait-elle. Que ne démentait-elle injustement comme nous? Mais non, mademoiselle voulait se distinguer, Elle va causer la mort de notre père, et elle ne pleure pas. Cela serait fort inutile, reprit la belle. Pourquoi pleurerais-je la mort de mon père? Il ne périra point. Puisque le monstre veut bien accepter une de ses filles, je veux me livrer à toute sa furie, et je me trouve fort heureuse, puisqu'en mourant, j'aurai la joie de sauver mon père, et de lui prouver ma tendresse. Non, ma sœur, lui dirent ses trois frères, vous ne mourrez pas, nous irons trouver ce monstre, et nous périrons sous ses coups, si nous ne pouvons le tuer. Ne l'espérez pas, mes enfants, leur dit le marchand. La puissance de cette bête est si grande qu'il ne me reste aucune espérance de la faire périr. Je suis charmé du bon cœur de la belle, mais je ne veux pas l'exposer à la mort. Je suis vieux, il ne me reste que peu de temps à vivre. Ainsi, je ne perdrai que quelques années de vie, que je ne regrette qu'à cause de vous, mes chers enfants. Je vous assure, mon père, lui dit la belle, que vous n'irez pas à ce palais sans moi. Vous ne pouvez m'empêcher de vous suivre. Quoique je sois jeune, je ne suis pas fort attachée à la vie. J'aime mieux d'être dévorée par ce monstre que de mourir du chagrin que me donnerait votre perte. On eut beau dire, la belle voulut absolument partir pour le beau palais, et ses sœurs en étaient charmées, parce que les vertus de cette cadette leur avaient inspiré beaucoup de jalousie. Le marchand était si occupé de la douleur de perdre sa fille qu'il ne pensait pas au coffre qu'il avait rempli d'or, mais aussitôt qu'il se fut enfermé dans sa chambre pour se coucher, il fut bien étonné de le trouver à la ruelle de son lit. Il résolut de ne point dire à ses enfants qu'il était devenu si riche, parce que ses filles auraient voulu retourner à la ville, et qu'il était résolu de mourir dans cette campagne. Mais il confia ce secret à la belle, qui lui apprit qu'il était venu quelques gentilshommes pendant son absence, et qu'il y en avait deux qui aimaient ses sœurs. Elle pria son père de les marier, car elle était si bonne qu'elle les aimait, et leur pardonnait de tout son cœur le mal qu'elle lui avait fait. Ces deux méchantes filles se frottèrent les yeux avec un oignon pour pleurer lorsque la belle partit avec son père, mais ses frères pleuraient tout de bon, aussi bien que le marchand. Il n'y avait que la belle qui ne pleurait point, parce qu'elle ne voulait pas augmenter leur douleur. Le cheval prit la route du palais, et sur le soir, ils l'aperçurent illuminé, comme la première fois. Le cheval fut tout seul à l'écurie, et le bonhomme entra avec sa fille dans la grande salle, où ils trouvèrent une table magnifiquement servie, avec 2 couverts. Le marchand n'avait pas le cœur de manger, mais la belle, s'efforçant de paraître tranquille, se mit à table et le servit. Puis, elle disait en elle-même, la bête veut m'encrasser avant de me manger, puisqu'elle me fait si bonne chère. Quand ils eurent soupé, ils entendirent un grand bruit, et le marchand dit adieu à sa pauvre fille en pleurant, car il pensait que c'était la bête. La belle ne put s'empêcher de frémir en voyant cette horrible figure, mais elle se rassura de son mieux, et le monstre lui avait demandé si c'était de bon cœur qu'elle était venue. Elle lui dit, en tremblant, que oui. Vous êtes bien bon, dit la bête, et je vous suis bien obligée. Bonhomme, partez demain matin, et ne vous avisez jamais de revenir ici. Adieu la belle. Adieu la bête, répondit-elle. Et tout de suite le monstre se retira. Ah, ma fille, dit le marchand en embrassant la belle, je suis à demi mort de frayeur. Croyez-moi, laissez-moi ici. Non, mon père, lui dit la belle avec fermeté. Vous partirez demain matin, et vous m'abandonnerez au secours du ciel. Peut-être aurait-il pitié de moi. Ils furent se coucher, et croyaient ne pas dormir de toute la nuit. Mais à peine furent-ils dans le lit que leurs yeux se ferment. Pendant son sommeil, la belle vit une dame qui lui dit « Je suis contente de votre bon cœur, la belle, la bonne action que vous faites en donnant votre vie pour sauver celle de votre père ne demeura point sans récompense. La belle, en s'éveillant, raconta ce songe à son père, et quoiqu'il le consolât un peu, cela ne l'empêcha pas de jeter de grands cris quand il fallut se séparer de sa chère fille. Lorsqu'il fut parti, la belle s'assit dans la grande salle, et se mit à pleurer aussi, mais comme elle avait beaucoup de courage, elle résolut de ne se point chagriner pour le peu de temps qu'elle avait à vivre, car elle croyait fermement que la bête la mangerait le soir. Elle résolut de se promener en attendant et de visiter ce beau château. Elle ne pouvait s'empêcher d'en admirer la beauté, mais elle fut bien surprise de trouver une porte sur laquelle il y avait écrit « Appartement de la belle ». Elle ouvrit cette porte avec précipitation, et elle fut éblouie de la magnificence qui régnait. Mais ce qui frappa le plus de sa vue, ce fut une grande bibliothèque, un clavecin et plusieurs livres de musique. « On ne veut pas que je m'ennuie, dit-elle tout bas. Elle pensa ensuite, si je n'avais qu'un jour à demeurer ici, on ne m'aurait pas fait une telle provision. Cette pensée ranima son courage. Elle ouvrit la bibliothèque, et vit un livre où il y avait écrit en lettres d'or, souhaitez, commandez. Vous êtes ici la reine et la maîtresse. Et là, dit-elle en soupirant, je ne souhaite rien que de revoir mon pauvre père et de savoir ce qu'il fait à présent. Elle avait dit cela en elle-même. Quelle fut sa surprise, en jetant ses yeux sur une grande miroir, d'y voir sa maison, où son père arrivait avec un visage extrêmement triste. Ses sœurs venaient au-devant de lui, et malgré les grimaces qu'elles faisaient pour paraître affligées, la joie qu'elles avaient de la perte de leur sœur paraissait sur le visage. Un moment après, tout cela disparut, et la belle ne put s'empêcher de penser que la bête était bien complaisante, et qu'elle n'avait rien à craindre elle. À midi, elle trouva la table mise, et pendant son dîner, elle entendit un excellent concert, quoiqu'elle ne vit personne. Le soir, comme elle allait se mettre à table, elle entendit le bruit qui faisait la bête, et ne put s'empêcher de frémir. La belle, lui dit ce monstre, voulez-vous bien que je vous voie souper? Vous êtes le maître, répondit la belle en tremblant. Non, répondit la bête. Il n'y a ici de maîtresse que vous. Vous n'avez qu'à me dire de m'en aller. Si je vous ennuie, je sauterai tout de suite. Dites-moi, n'est-ce pas que vous me trouvez bien laide? Cela est vrai, dit la belle, car je ne sais pas mentir. Mais je crois que vous êtes fort bonne. Vous avez raison, dit le monstre, mais outre que je suis laid, je n'ai point d'esprit. Je sais bien que je ne suis qu'une bête. On n'est pas bête, répit la belle, quand on croit n'avoir point d'esprit. Un sot n'a jamais su cela. Mangez donc, la belle, lui dit le monstre, et tâchez de ne vous point ennuyer dans votre maison, car tout ceci est à vous. Et j'aurais du chagrin si vous n'étiez pas contente. Vous avez bien de la bonté, dit la belle. Je vous avoue que je suis bien content de votre cœur. Quand j'y pense, vous ne me paraissez plus si laide. Oh, dame, oui, répondit la bête. J'ai le cœur bon, mais je suis un monstre. Il y a bien des hommes qui sont plus monstres que vous, dit la belle. Et je vous aime mieux avec votre figure que ceux qui avec la figure d'homme cachent un cœur faux, corrompu, ingrat. Si j'avais de l'esprit, répit la bête, je vous ferais un grand compliment pour vous remercier. Mais je suis un stupide, et tout ce que je puis vous dire, c'est ce que je vous suis bien obligé. La belle soupa de bon appétit. Elle n'avait presque plus peur du monstre, mais elle manqua à mourir de frayeur lorsqu'il lui dit « La belle, voulez-vous être ma femme ?» Elle fut quelque temps sans répondre. Elle avait peur d'exciter la colère du monstre en le refusant. Elle lui dit pourtant en tremblant « Non, la bête !» Dans le moment, Ce pauvre monstre voulait soupirer, et il fit un sifflement si épouvantable que tout le palais en retentit. Mais Belle fut bientôt rassurée, car la bête lui ayant dit tristement adieu. Donc la Belle sortit de la chambre, en se retournant de temps en temps pour la regarder encore. La Belle, se voyant seule, sentit une grande compassion pour cette pauvre bête. Et là, disait-elle, c'est bien dommage qu'elle soit si laide. Elle est si bonne. La Belle passa 3 mois dans ce palais avec assez de tranquillité. Tous les soirs, la bête lui rendait visite, l'entretenait pendant le souper avec assez de bon sens, mais jamais avec ce qu'on appelle esprit dans le monde. Chaque jour, la Belle découvrait de nouvelles bontés dans ce monstre. L'habitude de le voir l'avait accoutumée à sa laideur, et, loin de craindre le moment de sa visite, elle regardait souvent à sa montre pour voir s'il était bientôt 9 heures, car la bête ne manquait jamais de venir à cette heure-là. Il n'y avait qu'une chose qui faisait de la peine à la Belle, c'est que le monstre, avant de se coucher, lui demandait toujours si elle voulait être sa femme, et paraissait pénétré de douleur lorsqu'elle lui disait que non. Elle lui dit un jour, « Vous me chagrinez, la bête, je voudrais pouvoir vous épouser, mais je suis trop sincère pour vous faire croire que cela arrivera jamais. Je serai toujours votre amie, tâchez de vous contenter de cela. » « Il faut bien, reprit la bête, je me rende justice. Je sais que je suis bien horrible, mais je vous aime beaucoup. Cependant, je suis trop heureux de ce que vous voulez bien rester ici. Promettez-moi que vous ne me quitterez jamais. » La Belle rougit à ces paroles. Elle avait vu dans son miroir que son père était malade de chagrin de l'avoir perdu, et elle souhaitait de le revoir. « Je pourrais bien vous permettre, dit-elle à la bête, de ne vous jamais quitter tout à fait, mais j'ai tant envie de revoir mon père que je mourrai de douleur si vous me refusez ce plaisir. »« J'aime mieux mourir moi-même, dit ce monstre, que de vous donner du chagrin. Je vous enverrai chez votre père, vous y resterez, et votre pauvre bête en mourra de douleur. »« Non, lui dit la Belle en pleurant, je vous aime trop pour vouloir causer votre mort. Je vous promets de revenir dans 8 jours. Vous m'avez fait voir que mes sœurs sont mariées, et que mes frères sont partis pour l'armée. Mon père est tout seul. Souffrez que je reste chez lui 1 semaine. Vous y serez demain au matin, dit la bête, mais souvenez-vous de votre promesse. Vous n'aurez qu'à mettre votre bague sur une table en vous couchant, quand vous voudrez revenir. Adieu, la Belle. La bête soupira selon son coutume en disant ces mots, et la Belle se coucha, tout triste de la voir affligée. Quand elle se réveilla le matin, elle se trouva dans la maison de son père, et ayant sonné une clochette qui était à côté de son lit, elle vit venir la servante, qui fit un grand cri en la voyant. Le bonhomme accourut à ce cri, et manqua mourir de joie en revoyant sa chère fille, et ils se tinrent embrassés plus d'1 quart d'heure. La Belle, après les premiers transports, pensa qu'elle n'avait point d'habit pour se lever, mais la servante lui dit qu'elle venait de trouver dans la chambre voisine un grand coffre plein de robes toutes d'or garnies de diamants. La Belle remercia la bonne bête de ses attentions. Elle prit la moins riche de ces robes, et dit à la servante de serrer les autres, dont elle voulait faire présent à sa sœur. Mais à peine eut-elle prononcé ces paroles, que le coffre disparut. Son père lui dit que la bête voulait qu'elle gardât tout cela pour elle, et aussitôt les robes et le coffre revinrent à la même place. La Belle s'habilla, et pendant ce temps on fit avertir ses sœurs, qui accoururent avec leur mari. Elles étaient 2 fort malheureuses. L'aînée avait épousé un gentilhomme beau comme l'amour, mais il était si amoureux de sa propre figure qu'il n'était occupé que de cela, depuis le matin jusqu'au soir, et méprisait la beauté de sa femme. La seconde avait épousé un homme qui avait beaucoup d'esprit, mais il ne s'en servait que pour faire enrager tout le monde, et sa femme toute la première. Les sœurs de la belle manquèrent mourir de douleur quand elle la vit habillée comme une princesse et plus belle que le jour. Elle eut beau les caresser. Rien ne peut étoffer leur jalousie, qui augmenta beaucoup quand elle leur eut conté combien elle était heureuse. Ces deux jalouses descendirent dans le jardin pour y pleurer tout à leur aise, et elles se disaient: pourquoi cette petite créature est-elle plus heureuse que nous? Ne sommes-nous pas plus amiables qu'elle? Ma sœur, dit l'aînée, il me vient une pensée. Tâchons de l'arrêter ici plus de 8 jours. Sa sotte bête se mettra en colère de ce qu'elle lui aura manqué de parole, et peut-être qu'elle la dévorera. Vous avez raison, ma sœur, répondit l'autre. Pour cela, il lui faut faire de grandes caresses. En ayant pris de cette résolution, elles remontèrent, et firent tant d'amitié à leur sœur, que la belle en pleura de joie. Quand les 8 jours furent passés, les deux sœurs s'arrachèrent les cheveux, et firent tant les affliger de son départ, qu'elle promit de rester encore 8 jours. Cependant, la belle se reprochait le chagrin qu'elle avait donné à sa pauvre bête, qu'elle aimait de tout son cœur, et il s'ennuyait de ne la plus voir. La 10e nuit qu'elle passa chez ton père, elle rêva qu'elle était dans le jardin du palais, et qu'elle voyait la bête couchée sur l'herbe et prête à mourir, qui lui reprochait son ingratitude. La belle se réveilla en sursaut et versa des larmes. Ne suis-je pas bien méchante, disait-elle, de donner du chagrin à une bête qui a pour moi tant de complaisance? Est-ce que sa faute si elle est si laide et si elle a peu d'esprit? Elle est bonne, cela vaut mieux que tout le reste. Pourquoi n'ai-je pas voulu l'épouser? Je serais plus heureuse avec elle que mes sœurs avec leur mari. Ce n'est ni la beauté, ni l'esprit d'un mari qui rendent une femme contente, c'est la bonté du caractère, la vertu, la complaisance, et la bête a toutes ces bonnes qualités. Je n'ai point d'amour pour elle, mais j'ai de l'estime, de l'amitié et de la reconnaissance. Alors, il ne faut pas la rendre malheureuse. Je me reprocherai toute ma vie mon ingratitude. À ces mots, la belle se lève, met sa bague sur la table, et revient se coucher. À peine fut-elle dans son lit, qu'elle s'endormait. Et quand elle se réveilla le matin, elle vit avec joie qu'elle était dans le palais de la bête. Elle s'habilla magnifiquement pour lui plaire, et s'ennuya à mourir toute la journée, en attendant 9 heures du soir. Mais l'horloge eut bon sonné, la bête ne parut point. La belle alors craignit d'avoir cause sa mort. Elle courut tout le palais en jetant de grands cris. Elle était au désespoir. Après avoir cherché partout, elle se souvint de son rêve, et courut dans le jardin vers le canal, où elle l'avait vu en dormant. Elle trouva la pauvre bête étendue, sans connaissance, et elle crut qu'elle était morte. Elle se jeta sur son cœur, sans avoir horreur de sa figure. En sentant que son cœur battait encore, elle prit de l'eau dans le canal, et lui en jeta sur la tête. La bête ouvrit les yeux, et dit à la belle: vous avez oublié votre promesse. Le chagrin de vous avoir perdu m'a fait résoudre à me laisser mourir de faim. Mais je meurs content, puisque j'ai le plaisir de vous revoir encore une fois. Non, ma chère bête, vous ne mourrez point, lui dit la belle. Vous vivrez pour devenir mon époux. Dès ce moment je vous donne ma main, et je jure que je ne serai qu'à vous. Alors, je croyais de n'avoir que de l'amitié pour vous, mais la douleur que je sens me fait voir que je ne pourrai vivre sans vous voir. À peine la belle eut-elle prononcé ces paroles, qu'elle vit le château brillant de lumière, les feux d'artifice, la musique. Tout lui annonçait une fête, mais toutes ces beautés n'arrêtent point sa vue. Elle se retourna vers sa chère bête, dont le danger la faisait frémir. Quelle fut sa surprise! La bête avait disparu, et elle ne vit plus à ses pieds qu'un prince plus beau que l'amour, qui la remercie d'avoir fini son enchantement. Quoique ce prince méritât toute son attention, elle ne put s'empêcher de lui demander où était la bête. Vous la voyez à vos pieds, lui dit le prince. Une méchante fée m'avait condamné à rester sous cette figure jusqu'à ce qu'une belle fille consentît à m'épouser, et elle m'avait défendu de faire paraître mon esprit. Ainsi, il n'y avait que vous dans le monde assez bonne pour vous laisser toucher à la bonté de mon caractère, et en vous offrant ma couronne, je ne puis m'acquitter des obligations que je vous ai. La belle, agréablement surprise, donna la main à ce beau prince pour se relever. Ils allèrent ensemble au château, et la belle manqua mourir de joie, en trouvant dans la grande salle son père et toute sa famille, que la belle dame, qui lui était apparue en songe, avait transportée au château. Belle, lui dit cette dame, qui était une grande fée, venez recevoir la récompense de votre bon choix. Vous avez préféré la vertu à la beauté et à l'esprit. Vous méritez de trouver toutes ces qualités réunies en une même personne. Vous allez devenir une grande reine. J'espère que le trône ne détruira pas vos vertus. Pour vous, mesdemoiselles, dit la fée aux douceurs de la belle, je connais votre cœur et toute la malice qui l'enferme. Devenez deux statues, mais conservez toute votre raison sous la paire qui vous enveloppera. Vous demeurez à la porte du palais de votre sœur, et je ne vous impose point d'autre peine que d'être témoin de son bonheur. Vous ne pourrez revenir dans votre premier état qu'au moment où vous reconnaîtrez vos fautes, mais j'ai bien peur que vous ne restiez toujours statue. On se corrige de l'orgueil, de la colère, de la gourmandise et de la paresse, mais c'est une espèce de miracle que la conversion d'un cœur méchant et envieux. Dans le moment, la fée donna un coup de baguette qui transporta tous ceux qui étaient dans cette salle dans le royaume du prince. Ses sujets le revirent avec joie, et il épousa la belle, qui vécut avec lui fort longtemps, et dans la bonheur parfait, parce qu'il était fondé sur la vertu. End of La Belle et la Bête by Madame le Prince de Beaumont.
Von der unter der Erde versteckten Prinzessin by Johann Georg von Hahn. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Rebecca Braunert-Plunkett. Von der unter der Erde versteckten Prinzessin. Es war einmal ein König, der hatte 3 Söhne und große Reichtümer, und bevor er starb, verteilte er sie an seine Söhne. Die beiden älteren Söhne lebten in Saus und Braus, Jahr aus, Jahr ein und verprassten und verschwendeten die Schätze ihres Vaters, bis nichts mehr übrig war und sie in Elend gerieten. Der Jüngste dagegen hielt mit seinem Erbteil Haus, nahm eine Frau und bekam von ihr eine wunderschöne Tochter. Als diese herangewachsen war, baute er für sie unter der Erde einen großen Palast und tötete den Baumeister, welcher ihn gebaut hatte. Drauf sperrte er seine Tochter hinein und schickte Herolde durch die ganze Welt, welche verkündigten, dass der, welcher imstande sei, des Königs Tochter zu finden, sie zur Frau bekommen solle. Wenn er sie aber nicht finden könne, so müsse er sterben. Da kamen nun viele junge Männer, um das Wagstück zu bestehen, aber alle ihre Mühe war vergeblich. Sie konnten die Prinzessin nicht finden und verloren ihre Köpfe. Nachdem schon viele ihren Tod gefunden hatten, kam es einem jungen Mann, der bildschön und ebenso klug war, in den Sinn, den Versuch zu machen. Er ging also zu einem Hirten und bat ihn, er möge ihn in ein Schaffell stecken, welches ein goldenes Vlies habe, und ihn in dieser Verkleidung zum Könige bringen. Der Schäfer ließ sich überreden, nahm ein Schaffell, welches goldenes Vlies hatte, nähte den Burschen hinein, tat auch Speise und Trank und Schaflosung dazu und brachte ihn so vor den König. Als dieser das goldene Lamm sah, fragte er den Hirten: »Verkaufst du das Lamm?« Der Hirt aber erwiderte: »Nein, Herr König, ich verkaufe es nicht. Wenn du aber Gefallen an ihm findest, so will ich mich dir gerne dienstbar erzeigen und es dir ohne Entgelt auf 3 Tage borgen. Dann aber musst du es mir wiedergeben.« Der König versprach das und machte sich mit dem Lamm auf zu seiner Tochter, und nachdem er es in sein Schloss und durch viele Zimmer geführt hat, kam er an eine Tür und rief: »Öffnet euch, Tachtara Machtara der Erde!« Da öffnete sich die Tür von selbst, und nachdem sie wieder durch viele Zimmer gegangen waren, kamen sie an eine zweite Tür. Bei dieser rief der König wieder: »Öffnet euch, Tachtara Machtara der Erde!« Drauf öffnete sich die Türe von selbst, und sie kamen in das Gemach, in dem die Prinzessin wohnte, und dessen Boden, Wände und Decke ganz von Silber waren. Nachdem der König die Prinzessin begrüßt hatte, gab er ihr das Lamm. Sie hatte eine große Freude daran, streichelte und hätschelte es und spielte mit ihm. Aber nach einem Weilchen loste das Lamm. Da sagte die Prinzessin zum König: »Vater, das Lamm hat gelost.« Und dieser erwiderte: »Es ist eben ein Lamm, warum soll es denn nicht losen?« Drauf ließ er das Lamm bei der Prinzessin und ging seiner Wege. In der Nacht aber zog der Bursche das Fell aus. Und als die Prinzessin sah, dass er so schön war, verliebte sie sich in ihn und fragte: »Warum hast du dich in das Fell gesteckt und bist hierher gekommen?« Der erwiderte: »Als ich sah, dass so viele dich nicht finden konnten und das Leben verloren, ersann ich diese List und kam zu dir.« Da rief die Prinzessin: »Ei, das hast du gut gemacht. Aber du musst wissen, dass, wenn du mich hier gefunden hast, deine Wette noch nicht gewonnen ist. Denn dann verwandelt mich der Vater samt meinen Mägden in Enten und fragt dich: welche von diesen Enten ist die Prinzessin? Da werde ich nun den Kopf rückwärts wenden und mir mit dem Schnabel die Flügel putzen, damit du mich erkennst.« Nachdem sie 3 Tage lang miteinander geplaudert und gekost hatten, kam der Hirte wieder zum König und verlangte sein Lamm. Und der König ging zu seiner Tochter, um es zu holen. Diese tat sehr betrübt, weil sie so schön mit dem Lamme gespielt hätte. Der König aber sagte: »Ich kann es dir nicht lassen, denn es ist nur geborgt«, und nahm es mit und gab es an den Hirten zurück. Nun warf der Bursche das Fell ab, ging zum König und sprach: »Herr, ich bin imstande, deine Tochter zu finden.« Als der König den schönen Burschen sah, sagte er zu ihm: »Mich dauert deine Jugend, liebes Kind. Dies Wagestück hat schon so vielen das Leben gekostet und wird auch dein Tod sein. Ich bleibe dabei, Herr König. Ich will sie entweder finden oder den Kopf verlieren.« Darauf ging er vor dem König her, und dieser folgte ihm, bis sie zu der großen Tür kamen. Da sprach der Bursche zum König: »Sage 3 Worte, damit sie aufgehe.« Und der König antwortete: »Was sind das für Worte? Soll ich etwa sagen: Schloss, Schloss, Schloss?« »Nein«, sprach jener, »sage: Öffnet euch, Tachtara Machtara der Erde.« Als das der König getan hatte, öffnete sich die Tür, und sie gingen hinein, und der König kaute vor Zorn an seinem Schnurrbart. Dann kamen sie zur zweiten Tür, da ging es wie bei der ersten. Sie traten ein und fanden die Prinzessin. Drauf sprach der König: »Gut, die Prinzessin hast du gefunden, nun werde ich sie aber mitsamt ihren Mägden in Enten verwandeln, und wenn du errätst, welche von diesen meine Tochter ist, dann sollst du sie zum Weibe haben.« Und sofort verwandelte der König alle Mädchen in Enten, führte sie dem Burschen vor und sagte zu ihm: »Nun, zeige mir die, welche meine Tochter ist.« Da putzte sich die Prinzessin nach der Abrede mit dem Schnabel die Flügel, und der Bursche sprach: »Die da, welche sich die Flügel putzt, ist die Prinzessin.« Nun konnte der König nicht anders und musste sie ihm zum Weibe geben, und er lebte mit ihr herrlich und in Freuden. End of von der unter der Erde versteckten Prinzessin bei Johann Georg von Hahn.
Maria and the Golden Slipper, from Filipino Popular Tales, collected by Dean S. Fansler. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Maria and the Golden Slipper. Once there lived a couple who had an only daughter, Maria. When Maria was a little girl, her mother died. A few years later, Maria's father fell in love with a widow named Juana, who had 2 daughters. The elder of these daughters was Rosa, and the younger was Damiana. When Maria was grown to be a young woman, her father married the woman Juana. Maria continued to live with her father and stepmother, but Juana and her 2 daughters treated Maria as a servant. She had to do all the work in the house, cook the food, wash the clothes, clean the floors. The only clothes she herself had to wear were ragged and dirty. One day Prince Malekadel wanted to get married, so he gave a ball to which he invited all the ladies in his kingdom. He said that the most beautiful of all was to be his wife. When Damiana and Rosa knew that all the ladies were invited, they began to discuss what clothes they would wear to the ball, but poor Maria was in the river, washing the clothes. Maria was very sad and was weeping, for she had no clothes at all in which she could appear at the prince's fete. While she was washing, a crab approached her, and said, "Why are you crying, Maria? Tell me the reason, for I am your mother." Then Maria said to the crab, "I am treated by my aunt and sisters as a servant, and there will be a ball tonight, but I have no clothes to wear." While she was talking to the crab, Juana came up. The stepmother was very angry with Maria, and ordered her to catch the crab and cook it for their dinner. Maria seized the crab and carried it to the house. At first she did not want to cook it, for she knew that it was her mother, but Juana whipped her so hard that at last she was forced to obey. Before it was put in the earthen pot to be cooked, the crab said to Maria, "Maria, don't eat my flesh, but collect all my shell after I am eaten, and bury the pieces in the garden near the house. They will grow into a tree, and you can have what you want, if you will only ask the tree for it." After her parents had eaten the flesh of the crab, Maria collected all its shell and buried it in the garden. At twilight she saw a tree standing on the very spot where she had buried the shell. When night came, Rosa and Damiana went to the ball, and Juana retired for the night as soon as her daughters were gone. When Maria saw that her aunt was sleeping, she went into the garden and asked the tree for what she wanted. The tree changed her clothes into very beautiful ones, and furnished her with a fine coach drawn by 4 fine horses, and a pair of golden slippers. Before she left, the tree said to her, "You must be in your house before 12 o'clock. If you are not, your clothes will be changed into ragged, dirty ones again, and your coach will disappear." After promising to remember the warning of the tree, Maria went to the ball, where she was received by the prince very graciously. All the ladies were astonished when they saw her. She was the most beautiful of all. Then she sat between her 2 sisters, but neither Rosa nor Damiana recognized her. The prince danced with her all the time. When Maria saw that it was 11:30, she bade farewell to the prince and all the ladies present, and went home. When she reached the garden, the tree changed her beautiful clothes back into her old ones, and the coach disappeared. Then she went to bed and to sleep. When her sisters came home, they told her of everything that had happened at the ball. The next night the prince gave another ball. After Rosa and Damiana had dressed themselves in their best clothes and gone, Maria again went to the garden to ask for beautiful clothes. This time she was given a coach drawn by 5 horses, and again the tree warned her to return before 12. The prince was delighted to see her, and danced with her the whole evening. Maria was so enchanted that she forgot to notice the time. While she was dancing, she heard the clock striking 12. She ran as fast as she could downstairs and out the palace door. But in her haste she dropped one of her golden slippers. This night she had to walk home, and in her old ragged clothes too. One of her golden slippers she had with her, but the other, which she had dropped at the door, was found by one of the guards, who gave it to the prince. The guard said that the slipper had been lost by the beautiful lady who ran out of the palace when the clock was striking 12. Then the prince said to all the people present, "The lady whom this slipper fits is to be my wife." The next morning the prince ordered one of his guards to carry the slipper to every house in the city to see if its owner could be found. The first house visited was the one in which Maria lived. Rosa tried to put the slipper on her foot, but her foot was much too big. Then Damiana put it on her foot, but her foot was too small. The two sisters tried and tried again to make the slipper fit, but in vain. Then Maria told them that she would try, and see if the slipper would fit her foot. But her sisters said to her, "Your feet are very dirty. This golden slipper will not go on your foot, for your feet are larger than ours." And they laughed at her. But the guard who had brought the slipper said, "Let her try. It is the prince's order that all shall try." So he gave it to Maria. Then Maria put it on, and it fitted her foot exactly. She then drew the other slipper from underneath her dress, and put it on her other foot. When the two sisters saw the two slippers on Maria's feet, they almost fainted with astonishment. So Maria became the wife of the prince, and from that time on she was very dear to her sisters and aunt. End of Maria and the Golden Slipper. Recording by Maricel Cui.